Star Wars Revenge on Sith. Building by engineer J. Oberg. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. This story happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It is already over. Nothing can be done to change it. It is a story of love and loss, brotherhood and betrayal, courage and sacrifice, and the death of dreams. It is a story of the blurred line between our best and our worst. It is the story of the end of an age. A strange thing about stories. Though this all happened so long ago, and so far away that words cannot describe the time or the distance, it is also happening right now, right here. It is happening as you read these words. This is how 25 millennia come to a close. Corruption and treachery have crushed 1,000 years of peace. This is not just the end of a republic. Night is falling on civilization itself. This is the twilight of the Jedi. The end starts now. The age of heroes. The skies of Coruscant blaze with war. The artificial daylight spread by the capital orbital mirrors is sliced by intersecting flames of ion drives, and punctuated by starburst explosions. Contrails of debris raining into the atmosphere become tangled ribbons of cloud. The night-side sky is an infinite lattice of shining hairlines that interlock planetoids, and track erratic spirals of glowing gnats. Beings watching from rooftops of Coruscant's endless cityscape can find it beautiful. From the inside, it's different. The gnats are drive glows of starfighters. The shining hairlines are light scatter from turbolaser bolts powerful enough to vaporize a small town. The planetoids are capital ships. The battle from the inside is a storm of confusion and panic, of galvanized particle beams flashing past your starfighter so close that your cockpit rings like a broken annunciator, of the boot soul shock of concussion missiles that blast into your cruiser, killing beings you have trained with, and eaten with, and played and laughed, and bickered with. From the inside, the battle is desperation, and terror and the stomach-churning certainty that the whole galaxy is trying to kill you. Across the remnants of the Republic, stunned beings watch in horror as the battle unfolds live on the HoloNet. Everyone knows the war has been going badly. Everyone knows that more Jedi are killed or captured every day, that the Grand Army of the Republic has been pushed out of system after system, but this. A strike at the very heart of the Republic. An invasion of Coruscant itself. How can this happen? It's a nightmare, and no one can wake up. Live via HoloNet, beings watch the Separatist droid army flood the government district. The coverage is filled with images of overmatched clone troopers cut down by remorselessly powerful destroyer droids in the halls of the Galactic Senate itself. A gasp of relief. The troopers seem to beat back the attack. There are hugs, and even some quiet cheers in living rooms across the galaxy as the Separatist forces retreat to their landers and streak for orbit. We won. Beings tell each other. We held them off. But then new reports trickle in, only rumors at first, that the attack wasn't an invasion at all. That the Separatists weren't trying to take the planet. That this was a lightning raid on the Senate itself. The nightmare gets worse. The Supreme Chancellor is missing. Palpatine of Naboo, the most admired man in the galaxy, whose unmatched political skills have held the Republic together. Whose personal integrity and courage prove that the Separatist propaganda of corruption in the Senate is nothing but lies. Whose charismatic leadership gives the whole Republic the will to fight on. Palpatine is more than respected. He is loved. Even the rumor of his disappearance strikes a dagger to the heart of every friend of the Republic. Every one of them knows it in her heart, in his gut, in its very bones. Without Palpatine, the Republic will fall. And now confirmation comes through, and the news is worse than anyone could have imagined. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine has been captured by the Separatists, and not just the Separatists. He's in the hands of General Grievous. Grievous is not like other leaders of the Separatists. Newt Gunray is treacherous and venal, but he's Neimoidian. Venality and treachery are expected, and in the Chancellor of the Trade Federation they are even virtues. Podal the Lesser is Archduke of the Weapon Masters of Geonosis, where the war began. He is analytical and pitiless, but also pragmatic, reasonable. The political heart of the Separatist Confederacy, Count Dooku, is known for his integrity, his principled stand against what he sees as corruption in the Senate. Though they believe he's wrong, many respect him for the courage of his mistaken convictions. These are hard beings, dangerous beings, ruthless and aggressive. General Grievous, though. Grievous is a monster. The Separatist Supreme Commander is an abomination of nature, a fusion of flesh and his droid parts have more compassion than what remains of his alien flesh. This half-living creature is a slaughterer of billions. Whole planets have burned at his command. He is the evil genius of the Confederacy, the architect of their victories. the author of their atrocities. And his durasteel grip has closed upon Palpatine. He confirms the capture personally in a wideband transmission from his command cruiser in the midst of the orbital battle. Beings across the galaxy watch, and shudder, and pray that they might wake up from this awful dream. Because they know that what they are watching, live on the HoloNet, is the death of the Republic. Many among these beings break into tears, many more reach out to comfort their husbands, or wives, their creshmates, or kin triads, and their younglings of all descriptions, from children to cubs to spawn fry. But here is a strange thing, few of the younglings need comfort. It is, instead, the younglings, who offer comfort to their elders. Across the Republic, in words, or pheromones, in magnetic pulses, tentacled rays, or mental telepathy, the message from the younglings is the same. Don't worry. It'll be alright. Anakin and Obi-Wan will be there any minute. They say this as though these names can conjure miracles. Anakin and Obi-Wan. Kenobi and Skywalker. From the beginning of the Clone Wars, the phrase Kenobi and Skywalker has become a single word. They are everywhere. HoloNet features of their operations against the Separatist enemy have made them the most famous Jedi in the galaxy. Younglings across the galaxy know their names, know everything about them, follow their exploits as though they are sports heroes, instead of warriors in a desperate battle to save civilization. Even grown-ups are not immune. It's not uncommon for an exasperated parent to ask, when faced with offspring, who have just tried to pull off one of the spectacularly dangerous bits of foolishness that are the stock in trade of high-spirited younglings everywhere, so which were you supposed to be, Kenobi or Skywalker? Kenobi would rather talk than fight, but when there is fighting to be done, few can match him. Skywalker is the master of audacity. His intensity, boldness, and sheer jaw-dropping luck are the perfect complement to Kenobi's deliberate, balanced steadiness. Together, they are a Jedi hammer that has crushed Separatist infestations on scores of worlds. All the younglings watching the battle in Coruscant Sky know it. When Anakin and Obi-Wan get there, those dirty Seppers are going to wish they'd stayed in bed today. The adults know better, of course. That's part of what being a grown-up is. Understanding that heroes are created by the HoloNet, and that the real-life Kenobi and Skywalker are only human beings, after all. Even if they really are everything the legends say they are, who's to say they'll show up in time? Who knows where they are right now? They might be trapped on some Separatist backwater. They might be captured, or wounded. Even dead. Some of the adults even whisper to themselves, they might have fallen. Because the stories are out there. Not on the HoloNet, of course. The HoloNet news is under the control of the office of the Supreme Chancellor, and not even Palpatine's renowned candor would allow tales like these to be told, but people hear whispers. Whispers of names that the Jedi would like to pretend never existed. Sora Bulk. Dipabi Lama. Jedi who have fallen to the dark. Who have joined the Separatists, or worse. Who have massacred civilians, or even murdered their comrades. The adults have a sickening suspicion that Jedi cannot be trusted. Not anymore. That even the greatest of them can suddenly just snap. The adults know that legendary heroes are merely legends, and not heroes at all. These adults can take no comfort from their younglings. Palpatine is captured. Grievous will escape. The Republic will fall. No mere human beings can turn this tide. No mere human beings would even try. Not even Kenobi and Skywalker. And so it is that these adults across the galaxy watch the HoloNet with ashes, where their hearts should be. Ashes because they can't see two prismatic bursts of real space reversion, far out beyond the planet's gravity well, because they can't see a pair of starfighters crisply jettison hyperdrive rings, and streak into the storm of Separatist vulture fighters with all guns blazing. A pair of starfighters. Jedi starfighters. Only two. Two is enough. Two is enough because the adults are wrong, and their younglings are right. Though this is the end of the age of heroes, it has saved its best for last. Victory. The dark is generous. Its first gift is concealment. Our true faces lie in the dark beneath our skins, our true hearts remain shadowed deeper still. But the greatest concealment lies not in protecting our secret truths, but in hiding from us the truths of others. The dark protects us from what we dare not know. Its second gift is comforting illusion, the ease of gentle dreams in night's embrace, the beauty that imagination brings to what would repel in day's harsh light. But the greatest of its comforts is the illusion that the dark is temporary, that every night brings a new day, because it is day that is temporary. Day is the illusion. Its third gift is the light itself, as they are defined by the Knights that divide them, as stars are defined by the infinite black through which they wheel. The dark embraces the light, and brings it forth from the center of its own self. With each victory on the light, it is the dark that wins. Anakin and Obi-Wan. Anti-fighter flak flashed on all sides, even louder than the clatter of shrapnel and the snarl on his sublight drives. His cockpit hummed and rang with near hits from the turbolaser fire of the capital ships crowding space around him. Sometimes his whirling spinning dive through the cloud of battle skim bursts so closely that the energy scatter would slam his starfighter hard enough to bounce his head off the supports on his pilot's chair. Right now Obi-Wan Kenobi envied the clones. At least they had helmets. Arthur, he said on internal comm, can't you do something with the inertials? The droid plunged into the socket on his starfighter's left wing, whistled something that sounded suspiciously like a human apology. Obi-Wan's frown deepened. R4P-17 had been spending too much time with Anakin's eccentric astromech. It was picking up R2-D2's bad habits. New bursts of flak bracketed his path. He reached into the Force, feeling for a safe channel through the swarms of shrapnel and sizzling nets of particle beams. There wasn't one. He locked a snarl behind his teeth, twisting his starfighter around another explosion that could have peeled its armor like an overripe Ithorian starfruit. He hated this part. Hated it. Flying for droids. His cockpit speakers crackled. There isn't a droid made that can outfly you, Master. He could still be surprised by the new depth of that voice. The calm confidence. The maturity. It seemed that only last week Anakin had been a 10-year-old who wouldn't stop pestering him about for my lightsaber combat. Sorry, he muttered, kicking into a dive that slipped a turbolaser burst by no more than a meter. Was that out loud? Wouldn't matter if it wasn't. I know what you're thinking. Do you? He looked up through the cockpit canopy to find his one-time Padawan flying inverted, mirroring him so closely that, but for the transparent steel between them, they might have shaken hands. Obi-Wan smiled up at him. Some new gift of the Force? Not the Force, Master. Experience. That's what you're always thinking. Obi-Wan kept hoping to hear some of Anakin's old cocky grin in his tone, but he never did. Not since Davidim. Perhaps not since Geonosis. The war had burned it out of him. Obi-Wan still tried, now and again, to spark a real smile in his former Padawan, and Anakin still tried to answer. They both still tried to pretend the war hadn't changed them. Obi-Wan took a hand from the starfighter's control yoke to direct his upside-down friend's attention forward. Then ahead, a blue-white point of light splintered into 4 laser-straight trails of ion drives. And what does experience tell you we should do about those incoming tri-fighters? That we should break, right? Obi-Wan was already making that exact move as Anakin spoke, but they were inverted to each other. Breaking right shot him one way, while Anakin whipped the other. The tri-fighters' cannons ripped space between them, tracking faster than their starfighters could slip. His onboard threat display chimed a warning. 2 of the droids had remote sensor locks on him. The others must have lit up his partner. Anakin. Slip jaws. My thought exactly. They blew past the tri-fighters, looping in evasive spirals. The droid ships wrenched themselves into pursuit maneuvers that would have killed any living pilot. The slip jaws maneuver was named for the scissor-like mandibles of the Kashyyyk/Spider. Droids closing rapidly on their tails, cannon fire stitching space on all sides. The 2 Jedi pulled their ships through perfectly mirrored rolls that sent them streaking head-on for each other from opposite ends of a vast Republic cruiser. For merely human pilots, this would be suicide. By the time you can see your partner's starfighter streaking toward you at a respectable fraction of light speed, it's already too late for your merely human reflexes to react. But these particular pilots were far from merely human. The Force nudged hands on control yokes, and the Jedi starfighters twisted and flashed past each other belly to belly, close enough to scorch each other's paint. Tri-fighters were the Trade Federation's latest space superiority droid. But even the electronic reflexes of the tri-fighters' droid brains were too slow for this. One of his pursuers met one of Anakin's head-on. Both vanished in a blossom of flame. The shockwave of debris and expanding gas rocked Obi-Wan. He fought the control yoke, barely keeping his starfighter out of a tumble that would have smeared him across the cruiser's ventral hull. Before he could straighten out, his threat display chimed again. Oh, marvelous, he muttered under his breath. Anakin's surviving pursuer had switched targets. Why is it always me? Perfect. Through the cockpit speakers, Anakin's voice carried grim satisfaction. Both of them are on your tail. Perfect is not the word I'd use. Obi-Wan twisted his yoke, duking madly as space around him flared scarlet. We have to split them up. Brake left. Anakin sounded calm as a stone. The turbolaser tower off your port bow. Thread its guns. I'll take things from there. Easy for you to say. Obi-Wan whipped sideways along the cruiser's superstructure. Fire from the pursuing tri-fighters blasted burning chunks from the cruiser's armor. Why am I always the bait? I'm right behind you. R2, lock on. Obi-Wan spun his starfighter between the recoiling turbocannons close enough that energy scatter made his cockpit clang like a gong, but still cannon fire flashed past him from the tri-fighters behind. Anakin, they're all over me. Dead ahead. Move right to clear my shot. Now. Obi-Wan flared his port jets, and the starfighter kicked to the right. One of the tri-fighters behind him decided it couldn't follow and went for a ventral slip that took it directly into the blasts from Anakin's cannons. It vanished in a boil of superheated gas. Good shooting, R2. Anakin's dry chuckle in the cockpit speakers vanished behind the clang of lasers blasting ablative shielding off Obi-Wan's left wing. I'm running out of tricks here. Clearing the vast Republic cruiser put him on course for the curving hull of one of the Trade Federation's battleships. Space between the two capital ships laced with turbolaser exchanges. Some of those flashing energy blasts were as big around as his entire ship. The merest raise would blow him to atoms. Obi-Wan dived right in. He had the force to guide him through, and the tri-fighter had only its electronic reflexes, but those electronic reflexes operated at roughly the speed of light. It stayed on his tail as if he were dragging it by a tow cable. When Obi-Wan went left and Anakin right, the tri-fighter would swing halfway through the difference. The same with up and down. It was averaging his movements with Anakin's. Somehow its droid brain had realized that as long as it stayed between the two Jedi, Anakin couldn't fire on it without hitting his partner. The tri-fighter was under no similar restraint. Obi-Wan flew through a storm of scarlet needles. No wonder we're losing the war, he muttered. They're getting smarter. What was that, Master? I didn't copy. Obi-Wan kicked his starfighter into a tight spiral toward the Federation cruiser. I'm taking the deck. Good idea. I need some room to maneuver. Cannon fire tracked closer. Obi-Wan's cockpit speakers buzzed. Cut right, Obi-Wan. Hard right. Don't let him get a handle on you. R2, lock on. Obi-Wan's starfighter streaked along the curve of the Separatist cruiser's dorsal hull. Anti-fighter flak burst on all sides as the cruiser's guns tried to pick him up. He rolled a right wing over into the service trench that stretched the length of the cruiser's hull. This low and close to the deck, the cruiser's anti-fighter guns couldn't depress their angle of fire enough to get a shot, but the tri-fighter stayed right on his tail. At the far end of the service trench, the massive support buttresses of the cruiser's towering bridge left no room for even Obi-Wan's small craft. He kicked his starfighter into a half roll that whipped him out of the trench and shot him straight up the tower's angled leading edge. One burst of his underjets jerked him past the forward viewports of the bridge with only meters to spare, and the tri-fighter followed his path exactly. Of course, he muttered. That would have been too easy. Anakin, where are you? One of the control surfaces on his left wing shattered in a burst of plasma. It felt like being shot in the arm. He toggled switches, fighting the yoke. R4P17 shrilled at him. Obi-Wan keyed internal comm. Don't try to fix it, Arthur. I've shut it down. I have the lock. Anakin said. Go. Firing, now. Obi-Wan hit maximum drag on his intact wing, and his starfighter shot into a barely controlled arc high and right as Anakin's cannons vaporized the last tri-fighter. Obi-Wan fired retro-S to stall his starfighter in the blind spot behind the Separatist cruiser's bridge. He hung there for a few seconds to get his breathing and heart under control. Thanks, Anakin. That was thanks. That's all. Don't thank me. It was R2's shooting. Yes, I suppose, if you like, you can thank your droid for me as well. And, Anakin. Yes, Master. Next time, you're the bait. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi. A phenomenal pilot who doesn't like to fly. A devastating warrior who'd rather not fight. A negotiator without peer who frankly prefers to sit alone in a quiet cave and meditate. Jedi Master. General in the Grand Army of the Republic. Member of the Jedi Council. And yet, inside, he feels like he's none of these things. inside, he still feels like a Padawan. It is a truism of the Jedi Order that a Jedi Knight's education truly begins only when he becomes a master, that everything important about being a master is learned from one's student. Obi-Wan feels the truth of this every day. He sometimes dreams of when he was a Padawan, in fact, as well as feeling. He dreams that his own master, Qui-Gon Jinn, did not die at the plasma fuel generator core in Theed. He dreams that his master's wise guiding hand is still with him. But Qui-Gon's death is an old pain, one with which he long ago came to terms. A Jedi does not cling to the past. And Obi-Wan Kenobi knows, too, that to have lived his life without being master to Anakin Skywalker would have left him a different man, a lesser man. Anakin has taught him so much. Obi-Wan sees so much of Qui-Gon in Anakin that sometimes it hurts his heart. At the very least, Anakin mirrors Qui-Gon's flair for the dramatic, and his casual disregard for rules. Training Anakin, and fighting beside him, all these years, has unlocked something inside Obi-Wan. It's as though Anakin has rubbed off on him a bit, and has loosened that clenched jaw insistence on absolute correctness that Qui-Gon always said was his greatest flaw. Obi-Wan Kenobi has learned to relax. He smiles now, and sometimes even jokes, and has become known for the wisdom gentle humor can provide. Though he does not know it, his relationship with Anakin has molded him into the great Jedi Qui-Gon always said he might someday be. It is characteristic of Obi-Wan that he is entirely unaware of this. Being named to the Council came as a complete surprise. Even now, he is sometimes astonished by the faith the Jedi Council has in his abilities, and the credit they give to his wisdom. Greatness was never his ambition. He wants only to perform whatever task he is given to the best of his ability. He is respected throughout the Jedi Order for his insight as well as his warrior skill. He has become the hero of the next generation of Padawans. He is the Jedi their masters hold up as a model. He is the being that the Council assigns to their most important missions. He is modest, centered, and always kind. He is the ultimate Jedi. And he is proud to be Anakin Skywalker's best friend. R2, where's that signal? From its socket beside the cockpit, R2-D2 whistled and beeped. A translation spidered across Anakin's console readout. Scanning. Lots of Ecom signal jamming. Keep on it. He glanced at Obi-Wan's starfighter limping through the battle, 100 meters off his left wing. I can feel his jitters from all the way over here. A tootle. A Jedi is always calm. He won't think it's funny. Neither do I. Less joking, more scanning. For Anakin Skywalker, starfighter battles were usually as close to fun as he ever came. This one wasn't. Not because of the overwhelming odds, or the danger he was in. He didn't care about odds, and he didn't think of himself as being in any particular danger. A few wings of droid fighters didn't much scare a man who'd been a pod racer since he was 6, and had won the Boonta Cup at 9. Who was, in fact, the only human to ever finish a pod race, let alone win one. In those days he had used the Force without knowing it. He'd thought the Force was something inside him, just a feeling, an instinct, a string of lucky guesses that led him through maneuvers other pilots wouldn't dare attempt. Now, though. Now he could reach into the Force and feel the engagement throughout Coruscant space as though the whole battle were happening inside his head. His vehicle became his body. The pulses of its engines were the beat of his own heart. Flying, he could forget about his slavery, about his mother, about Geonosis and Jabim, Argonar and Mayunilinst, and all the catastrophes of this brutal war. About everything that had been done to him. And everything he had done. He could even put aside, for as long as the battle roared around him, the starfire of his love for the woman who waited for him on the world below. The woman whose breath was his only air, whose heartbeat was his only music, whose face was the only beauty his eyes would ever see. He could put all this aside because he was a Jedi, because it was time to do a Jedi's work. But today was different. Today wasn't about dodging lasers and blasting droids. Today was about the life of the man who might as well have been his father, a man who could die if the Jedi didn't reach him in time. Anakin had been late once before. Obi-Wan's voice came over the cockpit speakers, flat and tight. Does your droid have anything? Arthur's hopeless. I think that last cannon hit cooked his motivator. Anakin could see exactly the look on his former master's face, a mask of calm belied by a jaw so tight that when he spoke his mouth barely moved. Don't worry, Master. If his beacon's working, R2'll find it. Have you thought about how we'll find the Chancellor if... No. Obi-Wan sounded absolutely certain. There's no need to consider it. Until the possible becomes actual, it is only a distraction. Be mindful of what is, not what might be. Anakin had to stop himself from reminding Obi-Wan that he wasn't a Padawan anymore. I should have been here, he said through his teeth. I told you, I should have been here. Anakin, he was defended by Stasali and Shark-Tai. If two masters could not prevent this, do you think you could? Stasali is clever and valiant, and Shark-Tai is the most cunning Jedi I've ever met. She's even taught me a few tricks. Anakin assumed he was supposed to be impressed. But General Grievous, Master Tai had faced him before, Anakin. After Munilinst. She is not only subtle and experienced, but very capable indeed. Seats on the Jedi Council aren't handed out as party favors. I've noticed. He let it drop. The middle of a space battle was no place to get into this particular sore subject. If only he'd been here, instead of Shark-Tai and Stasali, council members or not. If he had been here, Chancellor Palpatine would be home and safe already. Instead, Anakin had been stuck running around the Outer Rim for months like some useless Padawan, and all Palpatine had for protectors were Jedi who were clever and subtle. Clever and subtle. He could whip any 10 clever and subtle Jedi with his lightsaber tied behind his back. But he knew better than to say so. Put yourself in the moment, Anakin. Focus. Copy that, Master, Anakin said dryly. Focusing now. R2-D2 twittered, and Anakin checked his console readout. We've got him, Master. The cruiser dead ahead. That's Grievous's flagship, Invisible Hand. Anakin, there are dozens of cruisers dead ahead. It's the one crawling with vulture fighters. The vulture fighters clinging to the long curves of the Trade Federation cruiser indicated by Palpatine's beacon gave it eerily lifelike ripples, like some metallic marine predator bristling with Alderaanian walking barnacles. Oh, that one. He could practically hear Obi-Wan's stomach dropping. Oh, this should be easy. Now some of them stripped themselves from the cruiser, ignited their drives, and came looping towards the two Jedi. Easy? No, but it might be fun. Sometimes a little teasing was the only way to get Obi-Wan to loosen up. Lunch at Vex's said I'll blast 2 for each of yours. R2 can keep score. Anakin. Alright, dinner. And I promise this time I won't let R2 cheat. No games, Anakin. There's too much at stake. There, that was the tone Anakin had been looking for. A slightly scolding, schoolmasterish edge. Obi-Wan was back on form. Have your droid tight beam a report to the temple. And send out a call for any Jedi in starfighters. We'll come at it from all sides. Way ahead of you. But when he checked his comm readout, he shook his head. There's still too much ECM. R2 can't raise the temple. I think the only reason we can even talk to each other is that we're practically side by side. And Jedi beacons? No joy, Master. Anakin's stomach clenched, but he fought the tension out of his voice. We may be the only two Jedi out here. Then we will have to be enough. Switching to Clone Fighter channel. Anakin spun his comm dial to the new frequency in time to hear Obi-Wan say, Oddball, do you copy? We need help. The clone captain's helmet speaker flattened the humanity out of his voice. Copy, Red Leader. Mark my position and form your squad behind me. We're going in. On our way. The droid fighters had lost themselves against the background of the battle, but R2-D2 was tracking them on scan. Anakin shifted his grip on his starfighter's control yoke. 10 vultures inbound, high and left to my orientation. More on the way. I have them. Anakin, wait, the cruiser's bay shields have dropped. I'm reading 4, no, 6 ships incoming. Obi-Wan's voice rose. Tri-fighters. Coming in fast. Anakin's smile tightened. This was about to get interesting. Tri-fighters first, Master. The vultures can wait. Agreed. Slip back and right, swing behind me. We'll take them on the slant. Let Obi-Wan go first, with a blown left control surface and a half-crippled unit, with Palpatine's life at stake. Not likely. Negative, Anakin said. I'm going head-to-head. See you on the far side. Take it easy. Wait for Oddball and Squad 7. Anakin. He could hear the frustration in Obi-Wan's voice as he kicked his starfighter's sublights and surged past. His former master still hadn't gotten used to not being able to order Anakin around. Not that Anakin had ever been much for following orders. Obi-Wan's, or anyone else's. Sorry we're late. The digitized voice of the clone, whose call sign was oddball, sounded as calm as if he were ordering dinner. "We're on your right, Red Leader. Where's Red 5? Anakin, form up." But Anakin was already streaking to meet the Trade Federation fighters. Incoming. Obi-Wan's familiar sigh came clearly over the comm. Anakin knew exactly what the Jedi Master was thinking. The same thing he was always thinking. He still has much to learn. Anakin's smile thinned to a grim straight line as enemy starfighters swarmed around him. And he thought the same thing he always thought. "We'll see about that." He gave himself to the battle, and his starfighter whirled, and his cannons hammered, and droids on all sides began to burst into clouds of debris and superheated gas. This was how he relaxed. This is Anakin Skywalker. The most powerful Jedi of his generation. Perhaps of any generation. The fastest. The strongest. An unbeatable pilot. An unstoppable warrior. On the ground, in the air, or sea or space, there is no one even close. He has not just power, not just skill, but dash. That rare, invaluable combination of boldness and grace. He is the best there is at what he does. The best there has ever been. And he knows it. HoloNet features call him the hero with no fear. And why not? What should he be afraid of? Except fear lives inside him anyway, chewing away the firewalls around his heart. Anakin sometimes thinks of the dread that eats at his heart as a dragon. Children on Tatooine tell each other of the dragons that live inside the suns. Smaller cousins of the Sun Dragons are supposed to live inside the fusion furnaces that power everything from starships to pod racers. But Anakin's fear is another kind of dragon. A cold kind. A dead kind. Not nearly dead enough. Not long after he became Obi-Wan's Padawan, all those years ago, a minor mission had brought them to a dead system. One so immeasurably old that its star had long ago turned to a frigid dwarf of hypercompacted trace metals, hovering a quantum fraction of a degree above absolute zero. Anakin couldn't even remember what the mission might have been, but he'd never forgotten that dead star. It had scared him. Stars can die. It is the way of the universe, which is another manner of saying that it is the will of the Force, Obi-Wan had told him. Everything dies. In time, even stars burn out. This is why Jedi form no attachments. All things pass. To hold on to something, or someone, beyond its time is to set your selfish desires against the Force. That is a path of misery, Anakin. The Jedi do not walk it. That is the kind of fear that lives inside Anakin Skywalker, the dragon of that dead star. It is an ancient, cold dead voice within his heart that whispers all things die. In bright day he can't hear it. Battle, a mission, even a report before the Jedi Council, can make him forget it's even there. But at night, the walls he has built sometimes start to frost over. Sometimes they start to crack. At night, the dead star dragon sometimes sneaks through the cracks and crawls up into his brain and chews at the inside of his skull. The dragon whispers of what Anakin has lost, and what he will lose. The dragon reminds him, every night, of how he held his dying mother in his arms, of how she had spent her last strength to say, "I knew you would come for me, Anakin." The dragon reminds him, every night, that someday he will lose Obi-Wan. He will lose Padme. Or they will lose him. All things die, Anakin Skywalker. Even stars burn out. And the only answers he ever has for these dead cold whispers are his memories of Obi-Wan's voice, or Yoda's. But sometimes he can't quite remember them. All things die. He can barely even think about it. But right now he doesn't have a choice. The man he flies to rescue is a closer friend than he'd ever hoped to have. That's what puts the edge in his voice when he tries to make a joke. That's what flattens his mouth and tightens the burn scar high on his right cheek. The Supreme Chancellor has been family to Anakin. Always there, always caring, always free with advice and unstinting aid. A sympathetic ear and a kindly, loving, unconditional acceptance of Anakin exactly as he is, the sort of acceptance Anakin could never get from another Jedi. Not even from Obi-Wan. He can tell Palpatine things he could never share with his master. He can tell Palpatine things he can't even tell Padme. Now the Supreme Chancellor is in the worst kind of danger. And Anakin is on his way, despite the dread boiling through his blood. That's what makes him a real hero. Not the way the HoloNet labels him. Not without fear, but stronger than fear. He looks the dragon in the eye and doesn't even slow down. If anyone can save Palpatine, Anakin will. Because he's already the best, and he's still getting better. But locked away behind the walls of his heart, the dragon that is his fear coils and squirms and hisses. Because his real fear, in a universe where even stars can die, is that being the best will never be quite good enough. Obi-Wan's starfighter jolted sideways. Anakin whipped by him and used his forward attitude jets to kick himself into a skew flip, facing backward to blast the last of the tri-fighters on his tail. Now there were only vulture droids left. A lot of vulture droids. Did you like that one, Master? Very pretty. Obi-Wan's cannons stitched plasma across the hull of a swooping vulture fighter until the droid exploded. But we're not through yet. Watch this. Anakin flipped his starfighter again and dived, spinning, directly through the flock of vulture droids. Their drives blazed as they came around. He led them streaking for the upper deck of a laser-scarred Separatist cruiser. I'm going to lead them through the needle. Don't lead them anywhere. Obi-Wan's threat display tallied the vultures on Anakin's tail. 12 of them. 12. First Jedi principle of combat. Survive. No choice. Anakin slipped his starfighter through the storm of cannon fire. Come down and thin them out a little. Obi-Wan slammed his control yoke forward as though jamming it against its impact rest would push his battered fighter faster in pursuit. Nothing fancy, Arthur. As though the damaged droid were even capable of anything fancy. Just hold me steady. He reached into the Force and felt for his shot. On my mark, brake left, now. The shutdown control surface on his left wing turned the left brake into a tight overhead spiral that traversed Obi-Wan's guns across the paths on 4 vultures. Flash, 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 flash. And all 4 were gone. He flew on through the clouds of glowing plasma. He couldn't waste time going around. Anakin still had 8 of them on his tail. And what was this? Obi-Wan frowned. The cruiser looked familiar. The needle, he thought. Oh, please say you're kidding. Anakin's starfighter skimmed only meters above the cruiser's dorsal hull. Cannon missiles from the vulture fighters swooping toward him blasted chunks out of the cruiser's armor. Okay, R2. Where's that trench? His forward screen lit with a topograph of the cruiser's hull. Just ahead lay the trench that Obi-Wan had led the tri-fighter into. Anakin flipped his starfighter through a razor-sharp wing over down past the rim. The walls of the service trench flashed past him as he streaked for the bridge tower at the far end. From here, he couldn't even see the minuscule slit between its support struts. With 8 vulture droids in pursuit, he'd never pull off a slant up the tower's leading edge as Obi-Wan had. But that was all right. He wasn't planning to. His cockpit comm buzzed. Don't try it, Anakin. It's too tight. Too tight for you, maybe. I'll get through. R2-D2 whistled nervous agreement with Obi-Wan. Easy, R2, Anakin said. We've done this before. Cannon fire blazed past him, impacting on the support struts ahead. Too late to change his mind now. He was committed. He would bring his ship through, or he would die. Right now, strangely, he didn't actually care which. Use the Force. Obi-Wan sounded worried. Think yourself through, and the ship will follow. What do you expect me to do? Close my eyes and whistle? Anakin muttered under his breath, then said aloud. Copy that. Thinking now. R2-D2's squeal was as close to terrified as a droid can sound. Glowing letters spidered across Anakin's readout. Abort. Abort, abort. Anakin smiled. Wrong thought. Obi-Wan could only stare open-mouthed as Anakin's starfighter snapped onto its side and scraped through the slit with centimeters to spare. He fully expected one of the struts to knock R2's dome off. The vulture droids tried to follow, but they were just a hair too big. When the first 2 impacted, Obi-Wan triggered his cannons in a downward sweep. The evasion maneuvers pre-programmed into the vulture fighter's droid brains sent them diving away from Obi-Wan's lasers, straight into the fireball expanding from the front of the struts. Obi-Wan looked up to find Anakin soaring straight out from the cruiser with a quick snap roll of victory. Obi-Wan matched his course without the flourish. I'll give you the first 4, Anakin said over the comm, but the other 8 are mine. Anakin. All right, we'll split them. As they left the cruiser behind, their sensors showed Squad 7 dead ahead. The clone pilots were fully engaged, looping through a dogfight so tight that their ion trails looked like a glowing ball of string. Oddball's in trouble. I'm going to help him out. Don't. He's doing his job. We need to do ours. Master, they are getting eaten alive over. Every one of them would gladly trade his life for Palpatine's. Will you trade Palpatine's life for theirs? No, of course not, but... Anakin, I understand. You want to save everyone. You always do, but you can't. Anakin's voice went tight. Don't remind me. Head for the command ship. Without waiting for a reply, Obi-Wan targeted the command cruiser and shot away at maximum thrust. The cross of burnt car beside Anakin's eye went pale as he turned his starfighter in pursuit. Obi-Wan was right. He almost always was. You can't save everyone. His mother's body, broken and bloody in his arms. Her battered eyes struggling to open. The touch on her smashed lips. I knew you would come to me. I missed you so much. That's what it was to be not quite good enough. It could happen anytime, any place. If he was a few minutes late. If he let his attention drift for a single second. If he was a whisker too weak. Any place, anytime. But not here, and not now. He forced his mother's face back down below the surface of his consciousness. Time to get to work. They flashed through the battle, dodging flak and turbolaser bolts, slipping around cruisers to eclipse themselves from the sensors of droid fighters. They were only a few dozen kilometers from the command cruiser when a pair of tri-fighters whipped across their path, firing on the deflection. Anakin's sensor board lit up, and R2-D2 shrilled a warning. Missiles. He wasn't worried for himself. The two on his tail were coming at him in perfect tandem. Missiles lack the sophisticated brains of droid fighters. To keep them from colliding on their inbound vectors, one of them would lock onto his fighter's left drive, the other onto his right. A quick zap roll would make those vectors intersect. Which they did in a silent blossom of flame. Obi-Wan wasn't so lucky. The pair of missiles locked onto his sublights weren't precisely side by side. A zap roll would be worse than useless. Instead he fired retro S and kicked his dorsal jets to halve his velocity and knock him a few meters planetward. The lead missile overshot and spiraled off into the orbital battle. The trailing missile came close enough to trigger its proximity sensors, and detonated in a spray of glowing shrapnel. Obi-Wan's starfighter flew through the debris, and the shrapnel tracked him. Little silver spheres flipped themselves into his path, and latched onto the starfighter's skin, then split and sprouted spidery arrays of jointed arms that pried up hull plates, exposing the starfighter's internal works to multiple circular whirls of blade-like ancient mechanical bone saws. This was a problem. I'm hit. Obi-Wan sounded more irritated than concerned. I'm hit. I have visual. Anakin swung his starfighter into closer pursuit. Buzz droids. I count 5. Get out of here, Anakin. There's nothing you can do. I'm not leaving you, Master. Cascades of sparks fountained into space from the buzz droid's saws. Anakin, the mission. Get to the command ship. Get the Chancellor. Not without you, Anakin said through his teeth. One of the buzz droids crouched beside the cockpit, silvery arms grappling with R4, another worked on the starfighter's nose, while a third skittered toward the ventral hydraulics. The last two of the aggressive little mechs had spidered to Obi-Wan's left wing, working on that damaged control surface. You can't help me. Obi-Wan still maintained his Jedi calm. They are shutting down the controls. I can fix that. Anakin brought his starfighter into line only a couple of meters off Obi-Wan's wing. Steady, he muttered, steady, and triggered a single burst on his right side cannon that blasted the two buzz droids into gouts of molten metal. Along with most of Obi-Wan's left wing. Anakin said, whoops. The starfighter bucked hard enough to knock Obi-Wan's skull against the transparent steel canopy. A gust of stinging smoke filled the cockpit. Obi-Wan fought the yoke to keep his starfighter out of an uncontrolled tumble. Anakin, that's not helping. You're right, bad idea. Here, let's try this, move left, and swing under, easy. Anakin, you're too close. Wait. Obi-Wan stared in disbelief as Anakin's starfighter edged closer, and with a dip of its wing physically slammed the buzz droid into a smear of metal. The impact jolted Obi-Wan again, pounded a deep streak of vent into his starfighter's hull, and shattered the forward control surface of Anakin's wing. Anakin had forgotten the first principle of combat. Again, as usual. You're going to get us both killed. His atmospheric scrubbers drained smoke from the cockpit, but now the droid on the forward control surface of Obi-Wan's starfighter's right wing had peeled away enough of the hull plates that its jointed saw arms could get deep inside. Sparks flared into space, along with an expanding fountain of gas that instantly crystallized in the hard vacuum. Velocity identical to Obi-Wan's, the shimmering gas hung on his starfighter's nose like a cloud of fog. Blast, Obi-Wan muttered. I can't see. My controls are going. You're doing fine. Stay on my wing. Easier said than done. I have to accelerate out of this. I'm with you. Go. Obi-Wan eased power to his thrusters, and his starfighter parted the cloud, but new vapor boiled out to replace it as he went. Is that last one still on my nose? Arthur, can you do anything? The only response he got came from Anakin. That's a negative on Arthur. Buzz droid got him. Obi-Wan corrected automatically. Wait, they attacked Arthur? Not just Arthur. One of them jumped over when we hit. Blast, Obi-Wan thought. They are getting smarter. Through a gap torn in the cloud by the curve on his cockpit, Obi-Wan could see R2-D2 grappling with a Buzz droid hand to hand. Well, saw arm to saw arm. Even flying blind and nearly out of control through the middle of a space battle, Obi-Wan could not avoid a second of disbelief at the bewildering variety of auxiliary tools and aftermarket behaviors Anakin had tinkered onto his starfighter's astromech, even beyond the sophisticated upgrades performed by the Royal Engineers of Naboo. The little device was virtually a partner in its own right. R2's saw cut through one of the Buzz droid's grapplers, sending the jointed arm flipping lazily off into space. Then it did the same to another. Then a panel opened in R2-D2's side, and its state attack arm stabbed out and smacked the crippled Buzz droid right off Anakin's hull. The Buzz droid spun aft until it was caught in the blast wash of Anakin's sublights, then blew away faster than even Obi-Wan's eye could follow. Obi-Wan reflected that the Separatist droids weren't the only ones that were getting smarter. The data jack retracted, and a different panel opened, this time in R2-D2's dome. A claw cable shot from it into the cloud of gas that still billowed from Obi-Wan's right forward wing, and pulled back out dragging a struggling Buzz droid. The silver droid twisted and squirmed and its straplers took hold of the cable, climbing back along it, saw arms waving, until Anakin popped the starfighter's underjets, and R2 cut the cable, and the Buzz droid dropped away, tumbling helplessly through the battle. You know, Obi-Wan said, I begin to understand why you speak of R2 as though he's a living creature. Do you? He could hear Anakin's smile. Don't you mean it? Yes. He frowned. Yes, of course. Thank it for me, will you? Thank him yourself. Yes. Thanks, R2. The whistle that came back over the comm had a clear flavor of your welcome. Then the last of the fog finally dispersed, and the sky ahead was full of ship. More than 1 kilometer from end to end, the vast command cruiser filled his visual field. At this range, all he could see were savannas of sand-colored hull studded with turbolaser mountains that lit up space with thunderbolts of disintegrating energy. And that immense ship was getting bigger. Fast. Anakin, we're going to collide. That's the plan. Head for the hangar. That's not. I know, first Jedi principle of. No, it's not going to work. Not for me. What? My controls are gone. I can't head for anything. Oh, well, alright, no problem. No problem. Then his starfighter plunged as if he'd crashed into a ship-sized gong. Obi-Wan jerked and twisted his head around to find the other starfighter just above his tail. Literally just above. Anakin's left lead control surface was barely a handspan from Obi-Wan's sublight thrusters. Anakin had hit him. On purpose. Then he did it again. Clang. What are you doing? Just giving you. Anakin's voice came slow, tight with concentration. A little help with your steering. Obi-Wan shook his head. This was completely impossible. No other pilot would even attempt it. But for Anakin Skywalker, the completely impossible had an eerie way of being merely difficult. He reflected that he should be used to it by now. While these thoughts chased each other aimlessly through his mind, he had been staring bleakly at a blue shimmer of energy filling the yawning hangar bay ahead. Belatedly, he registered what he was looking at. He thought, oh, this is bad. Anakin. Obi-Wan began. He tried rerouting control paths through his yoke. No luck. Anakin drew up and tipped his forward surfaces down behind the sparking scrap that used to be Arthur. Anakin. Give me just a second, Master. Anakin's voice had gone even tighter. A muffled thump, then another. Louder. And a scrape, and a squeal of ripping metal. This isn't quite as easy as it looks. Anakin. What? The hangar bay? What about it? Have you noticed that the shield's still up? Really? Really? not to mention so close that Obi-Wan could practically taste it. Oh, sorry. I've been busy. Obi-Wan closed his eyes. Reaching into the Force, his mind followed the starfighter's mangled circuitry to locate and activate the sublight engine's manual test board. With a slight push, he triggered a command normally used only in bench tests. Full reverse. The cometary tail of glowing debris shed by his disintegrating starfighter shot past him and evaporated in a cascade of miniature starbursts on contact with the hangar shield, which was exactly what was about to happen to him. The only effect on full reverse from his failing engines was to give him more time to see it coming. Then Anakin's starfighter swooped in front of him, crossing left to right at a steep deflection. Energy flared from his cannons, and the shield emitter at the right side of the hangar door exploded into scrap. The blue shimmer of the May shield flickered, faded, and vanished just as Obi-Wan came spinning across the threshold and slammed along the deck, trailing sparks and a scream of tortured metal. His entire starfighter, what was left of it, vibrated with the roar of atmosphere howling out from the unshielded bay. Massive blast doors ground together like jaws. Another force touch on the manual test board cut power to his engines, but he couldn't trigger the explosive bolts on his cockpit canopy, and he had a bad feeling that those canopy bolts were the only thing on his craft that weren't about to explode. His lightsaber found his hand, and blue energy flared. One swipe, and the canopy burst away, ripped into space by the hurricane of escaping air. Obi-Wan flipped himself up into the stunningly cold gale, and let it blow him tumbling away as the remnants of his battered craft finally exploded. He rode the shock wave, while he let the force right him in the air. He landed cat-footed on the blackened streak, still hot enough to scorch his boots, that his landing had gouged into the deck. The hangar was full of battle droids. His shoulders dropped, and his knees bent, and his lightsaber came up to angle in front of his face. There were far too many for him to fight alone, but he didn't mind. At least he was out of that blasted starfighter. Anakin slipped his craft toward the hangar through a fountain of junk and flash-frozen gas. One last touch on the yoke twisted his starfighter through the closing teeth of the blast doors just as Obi-Wan's canopy went the other way. Obi-Wan's ship was a hunk of glowing scrap punctuating a long smoking skid mark. Obi-Wan himself, beard rimed with frost, lightsaber out, and flaming, stood in a tightening ring of battle droids. Anakin slewed his starfighter into a landing that scattered droids with the particle blast from his sublight thrusters, and for 1 second he was 9 years old again, behind the controls of a starfighter in the Theed Royal hangar, his first touch of a real ship's real cannons blasting battle droids. He'd have done the same right here, except that Palpatine was somewhere on this ship. They just might need one of the light shuttles in this hangar to get the Chancellor safely to the surface. A few dozen cannon blasts bouncing around in here could wreck them all. This he'd have to do by hand. One touch blew his canopy, and he sprang from the cockpit, flipping upward to stand on the wing. Battle droids opened fire instantly, and Anakin's lightsaber flashed. R2, locate a computer link. The little droid whistled at him, and Anakin allowed himself a tight smile. Sometimes he thought he could almost understand the droid's electrosonic code. Don't worry about us. Find Palpatine. Go on, I'll cover you. R2 popped out of its socket and bounced to the deck. Anakin jumped ahead of it into a cascade of blaster fire and let the force direct his blade. Battle droids began to spark and collapse. Get to that link. Anakin had to shout above the whine of blasters and the roar of exploding droids. I'm going for Obi-Wan. No need. Anakin whirled to find Obi-Wan right behind him in the act of slicing neatly through the brain case of a battle droid. I appreciate the thought, Anakin, the Jedi Master said with a gentle smile. But I've already come for you. This, then, is Obi-Wan and Anakin. They are closer than friends. Closer than brothers. Though Obi-Wan is 16 standard years Anakin's elder, they have become men together. Neither can imagine life without the other. The war has forged their two lives into one. The war that has done this is not the Clone Wars. Obi-Wan and Anakin's war began on Naboo, when Qui-Gon Jinn died at the hand of a Sith Lord. Master and Padawan, and Jedi Knights together, they have fought this war for 13 years. Their war is their life. And their life is a weapon. Say what you will about the wisdom of ancient Master Yoda, or the deadly skill of Grim Mace Windu, the courage of Ki-Adi-Mundi, or the subtle wiles of Shakti. The greatness of all these Jedi is unquestioned, but it pales next to the legend that has grown around Kenobi and Skywalker. They stand alone. Together, they are unstoppable. Unbeatable. They are the ultimate go-to guys of the Jedi Order. When the good guys absolutely, positively have to win, the call goes out. Obi-Wan and Anakin always answer. Whether Obi-Wan's legendary cleverness might beat Anakin's raw power, straight up, no rules, is the subject of schoolyard fistfights, crash-school riddle matches, and pod-chamber stink wars across the Republic. These struggles always end, somehow, with the combatants on both sides admitting that it doesn't matter. Anakin and Obi-Wan would never fight each other. They couldn't. They're a team. They're the team. And both of them are sure they always will be. Dooku. The storm of blaster fire ricocheting through the hangar bay suddenly ceased. Clusters of battle droids withdrew behind ships and slipped out hatchways. Obi-Wan's familiar grimace showed past his blade as he let it shrink away. I hate it when they do that. Anakin's lightsaber was already back on his belt. When they do what? Disengage and fall back for no reason. There's always a reason, Master. Obi-Wan nodded. That's why I hate it. Anakin looked at the litter of smoking droid parts scattered throughout the hangar bay, shrugged, and snugged his black glove. R2, where's the Chancellor? The little droid's data jack rotated in the wall socket. Its holoprojector eye swiveled, and the blue scanning laser built a ghostly image near Anakin's boot. Palpatine shackled into a large swivel chair. Even in the tiny translucent lure, he looked exhausted and in pain, but alive. Anakin's heart thumped once, painfully, against his ribs. He wasn't too late. Not this time. He dropped to one knee and squinted at the image. Palpatine looked as if he'd aged 10 years since Anakin had last seen him. Muscle bulged along the young Jedi's jaw. If Grievous had hurt the Chancellor had so much as touched him. The hand of jointed durasteel inside his black glove clenched so hard that electronic feedback made his shoulder ache. Obi-Wan spoke from over that shoulder. Do you have a location? The image rippled and twisted into a schematic map of the cruiser. Far up at the top of the conning spire R2 showed a pulsar of brighter blue. In the General's quarters. Obi-Wan scowled. Any sign of Grievous himself? The pulsar shifted to the cruiser's bridge. And guards. The holoimage rippled again, and transformed into an image of the cruiser's General's quarters once more. Palpatine appeared to be alone. The chair sat in the center of an arc of empty floor, facing a huge curved viewing wall. Anakin muttered, that doesn't make sense. Of course it does. It's a trap. Anakin barely heard him. He stared down at his black-gloved fist. He opened his fist, closed it, opened it again. The ache from his shoulder flowed down to the middle of his bicep. And didn't stop. His elbow sizzled, and his forearm. His wrist had been packed with red-hot gravel, and his hand. His hand was on fire. But it wasn't his hand, or his wrist, or his forearm, or his elbow. It was a creation of jointed durasteel and electro drivers. Anakin. Anakin's lips drew back from his teeth. It hurts. What, your replacement arm? When did you have it equipped with pain sensors? I didn't. That's the point. The pain is in your mind, Anakin. No. Anakin's heart froze over. His voice went cold as space. I can feel him. Him? Dooku. He's here. Here on this ship. Ah. Obi-Wan nodded. I'm sure he is. You knew? I guessed. Do you think Grievous couldn't have found Palpatine's beacon? It can hardly be accident that through all the ECM, the Chancellor's homing signal was in the clear. This is a trap. A Jedi trap. Obi-Wan laid a warm hand upon Anakin's shoulder, and his face was as grim as Anakin had ever seen it. Possibly a trap set for us. Personally. Anakin's jaw tightened. You're thinking of how he tried to recruit you on Geonosis, before he sent you down for execution. It's not impossible that we will again face that choice. It's not a choice. Anakin rose. His durasteel hand clenched, and stayed that way, a centimeter from his lightsaber. Let him ask. My answer is right here on my belt. Be mindful, Anakin. The Chancellor's safety is our only priority. Yes, of course. The ice in Anakin's chest thawed. All right, it's a trap. Next move. Obi-Wan allowed himself a bit of a smile on his own as he headed for the nearest exit from the hangar bay. Same as always, my young friend, we spring it. I can work with this plan. Anakin turned to his astromech. You stay here, R2. The little droid interrupted him with a wheedling whir. No arguments. Stay. I mean it. R2-D2's whistling reply had a distinctly sulky tone. Listen, R2, someone has to maintain computer contact. Do you see a data jack anywhere on me? The droid seemed to acquiesce, but not before weeping what sounded like it might have been a suggestion where to look. Waiting by the open hatchway, Obi-Wan shook his head. Honestly, the way you talk to that thing. Anakin started to warn him. Careful, Master, you'll hurt his feelings. He stopped in his tracks, a curious look on his face as if he was trying to frown and to smile at the same time. Anakin? He didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He was looking at an image inside his head. Not an image. A reality. A memory of something that hadn't happened yet. He saw Count Dooku on his knees. He saw lightsabers crossed at the Count's throat. Clouds lifted from his heart. Clouds on Jabim, on Marganar, on Camino, on even the Tusken camp. For the first time in too many years he felt young as he really was. Young, and free, and full of light. Master. His voice seemed to be coming from someone else. Someone who hadn't seen what he'd seen. Hadn't done what he'd done. Master, right here, right now, you and I. Yes. He blinked. I think we're about to win the war. The vast hemisphere on the new wall bloomed with battle. Sophisticated sensor algorithms compressed the combat that sprawled throughout the galactic capital's orbit to a view the naked eye could enjoy. Cruisers hundreds of kilometers apart, exchanging fire at near light speed, appeared to be practically hull to hull, joined by pulsing cables on flame. Turbolaser blasts became swift shafts of light that shattered into prismatic splinters against shields, or bloomed into miniature supernovae that swallowed ships whole. The invisible clouds of starfighter dogfights became a gleaming dance of shadow moths at the end of Coruscant Street's ring. Within that immense curve of computer-filtered carnage, the only furnishing was one lone chair, centered in an expanse of empty floor. This was called the General's chair, just as this apartment atop the flagship's conning spire was called the General's quarters. With his back to that chair and to the man shackled within it, hands folded behind him beneath his cloak of silken armor weave, stood Count Dooku. Stood Darth Tyrannus, Lord of the Sith. He looked upon his master's handiwork, and it was good. More than good. It was magnificent. Even the occasional tremor on the deck beneath his boots, as the entire ship shuddered under enemy torpedo and turbolaser blasts, felt to him like applause. Behind him sounded the initiating hum of the intra-ship holocom, which crackled into a voice both electronic and oddly expressive, as though a man spoke through a droid's electrosonic vocabulator. Lord Tyrannus, Kenobi and Skywalker have arrived. Yes. Dooku had felt them both in the Force. Drive them toward me. My lord, I must express once more my objections. Dooku turned. From his commanding height, he stared down at the blue-scanned holoimage of Invisible Hand's commander. Your objections have been noted already, General. Leave the Jedi to me. But driving them to you also sends them directly toward the Chancellor himself. Why does he remain on this ship at all? He should be hidden. He should be guarded. We should have had him out system hours ago. Matters are so, Count Dooku said, because Lord Sidious wishes them so. Should you desire to press your objections, please feel at liberty to take them up with him. I don't believe that will be necessary. Very well, then. Confine your efforts to preventing support troops from boarding. Without their pet clones to back them up, no Jedi is a danger to me. The deck shuddered again, more sharply, followed by a sudden shift in the vector of the cruiser's artificial gravity that would have sent a lesser man stumbling. With the force to maintain the dignified solidity of his posture, the effect on Dooku was confined to the lift of one eyebrow. And may I suggest that you devote some attention to protecting this ship? Having it destroyed with both you and me aboard might put something of a cramp in the war effort, don't you think? It is already being done, my lord. Does my lord wish to observe the progress of the Jedi? I can feed the security monitors onto this channel. Thank you, General. That will be welcome. Gracious as ever, my lord. Grievous out. Count Dooku allowed himself a near-invisible smile. His inviolable courtesy, the hallmark of a true aristocrat, was effortless, yet somehow it seemed always to impress the common rabble, as well as those with the intellect of common rabble, regardless of accomplishment or station, like, for example, that repulsive cyborg Grievous. He sighed. Grievous had his uses. Not only was he an able field commander, but he would soon make a marvelous scapegoat upon whom to hang every atrocity of this sadly necessary war. Someone had to take that particular fall, and Grievous was just the creature for the job. It certainly would not be Dooku. This was, in fact, one purpose of the cataclysmic battle outside. But not the only one. The blue-scanned image before him now became miniatures of Kenobi and Skywalker as he had seen them so many times before, shoulder to shoulder, lightsabers whirling as they enthusiastically dismantled droid after droid after droid, feeling as if they were winning, while in truth they were being chivied exactly where the Lords of the Sith wanted them to go. Such children they were. Dooku shook his head. It was almost too easy. This is Dooku, Darth Tyrannus, Count of Sereno. Once a great Jedi Master, now an even greater Lord of the Sith, Dooku is a dark colossus bestriding the galaxy. Nemesis of the corrupt Republic, or Islam of the principled Confederacy of Independent Systems, he is the very personification of shock and awe. He was one of the most respected and powerful Jedi in the Order's 25,000-year history, yet at the age of 70 Dooku's principles would no longer allow him to serve a republic in which political power was for sale to the highest bidder. He'd said farewell to his close friends on the Jedi Council, Mace Windu and the ancient Master Yoda. He'd said farewell to the Jedi Order itself. He is numbered among the lost, the Jedi who renounced their fealty to the Order and resigned their commissions of Jedi Knighthood in service of ideals higher than even the Order itself professed. The Lost 20, as they have been known since Dooku joined their number, are remembered with both honor and regret among the Jedi. Their images, sculpted from bronzium, stand enshrined in the temple archives. These bronzium images serve as melancholy reminders that some Jedi have needs the Order cannot satisfy. Dooku had retired to his family estate, the planetary system of Sereno. Assuming his hereditary title as its count made him one of the wealthiest beings in the galaxy. Amid the unabashed corruption endemic to the Republic, his immense wealth could have bought the allegiance of any given number of senators. He could, perhaps, have bought control of the Republic itself. But a man of such heritage, such principle, could never stoop to be lord of a garbage heap, chief of a horde of scavengers squabbling over scraps. The Republic, to him, was nothing more than this. Instead, he used all the great power of his family fortune, and the vastly greater power of his unquestioned integrity, to begin the cleansing of the galaxy from the fester of this so-called democracy. He is the icon of the Separatist movement, its public face. He is to the Confederacy of Independent Systems what Palpatine is to the Republic, the living symbol of the justice of its cause. This is the public story. This is the story that even Dooku, in his weaker moments, almost believes. The truth is more complicated. Dooku is different. He doesn't remember quite when he discovered this. It may have been when he was a young Padawan, betrayed by another learner who had claimed to be his friend. Lorian Nod had said it to his face. You don't know what friendship is. And he didn't. He had been angry, certainly, furious that his reputation had been put at risk. And he had been angry at himself, for his error in judgment, trusting as an ally one who was in fact an enemy. The most astonishing part of the whole affair had been that even after turning on him before the Jedi, the other boy had expected him to participate in a lie, in the name of their friendship. It had been all so preposterous that he hadn't known how to reply. In fact, he has never been entirely sure what beings mean when they speak of friendship. Love, hate, joy, anger, even when he can feel the energy of these emotions in others, they translate in his perception to other kinds of feelings. The kinds that make sense. Jealousy he understands, and possessiveness. He is fierce when any being encroaches on what is rightfully his. Intolerance, at the intractability of the universe, and at the undisciplined lives of its inhabitants. This is his normal state. Spite is a recreation. He takes considerable pleasure from the suffering of his enemies. Pride is a virtue in an aristocrat, and indignation his inalienable right, when any dare to impugn his integrity, his honor, or his rightful place atop the natural hierarchy of authority. And moral outrage makes perfect sense to him, when the incorrigibly untidy affairs of ordinary beings refuse to conform to the plainly obvious structure of how society ought to be. He is entirely incapable of caring what any given creature might feel for him. He cares only what that creature might do for him, or to him. Very possibly, he is what he is because other beings just aren't very interesting. Or even, in a sense, entirely real. For Dooku, other beings are mostly abstractions, simple schematic sketches, who fall into two essential categories. The first category is assets, beings who can be used to serve his various interests. such as, for most of his life, and to some extent even now, the Jedi, particularly Mace Windu and Yoda, both of whom had regarded him as their friend for so long that it had effectively blinded them to the truth of his activities. And of course, for now, the Trade Federation, and the Intergalactic Banking Clan, the Techno-Union, the Corporate Alliance, and the Weapon Lords of Geonosis, and even the common rabble of the galaxy, who exist largely to provide an audience of sufficient size to do justice to his grandeur. The other category is threats. In this second set, he numbers every sentient being he cannot include in the first. There is no third category. Someday there may be not even a second. Being considered a threat by Count Dooku is a death sentence. A death sentence he plans to pronounce, for example, on his current allies, the heads of the aforementioned Trade Federation, Intergalactic Banking Clan, Techno-Union, and Corporate Alliance, and Genosian Weaponeers. Treachery is the way of the Sith. Count Dooku watched with clinical distaste as the blue-scanned images of Kenobi and Skywalker engaged in a preposterous fast chase, pursued by destroyer droids into and out of turbolift pods that shot upward and downward and even sideways. It will be, he said slowly, meditatively, as though he spoke only to himself, an embarrassment to be captured by him. The voice that answered him was so familiar that sometimes his very thoughts spoke in it, instead of in his own. An embarrassment you can survive, Lord Tyrannus. After all, he is the greatest Jedi alive, is he not? And have we not ensured that all the galaxy shares this opinion? Quite so, my master. Quite so. Again, Dooku sighed. Today he felt every hour of his 83 years. It is fatiguing to play the villain for so long, master. I find myself looking forward to an honorable captivity. A captivity that would allow him to sit out the rest of the war in comfort. A captivity that would allow him to forswear his former allegiances when he would conveniently appear to finally discover the true extent of the Separatists' crimes against civilization, and bind himself to the new government with his reputation for integrity and idealism fully intact. The new government. This had been their star of destiny for these many years. A government clean, pure, direct. None of the messy scramble for the favor of ignorant rabble and subhuman creatures that made up the republic he so despised. The government he would serve would be authority personified. Human authority. It was no accident that the primary powers of the Confederacy of Independent Systems were Neimoidian, Skakon, Quarren and Aqualish, Mur and Gossam, Simiothian, and Korrivar and Genosian. At war's end the aliens would be crushed, stripped of all they possessed, and their systems and their wealth would be given into the hands of the only beings who could be trusted with them. Human beings. Dooku would serve an empire of man. And he would serve it as only he could, as he was born to. He would smash the Jedi Order to create it anew, not shackled by the corrupt, narcissistic, shabby little beings who called themselves politicians, but free to bring true authority and true peace to a galaxy that so badly needed both. An order that would not negotiate, would not mediate. An order that would enforce. The survivors of the Jedi Order would become the Sith Army. The fist of the Empire. And that fist would become a power beyond any Jedi's darkest dreams. The Jedi were not the only users of the Force in the galaxy. From Capes to Hara and Cal, from Kithu to Dathomir, powerful Force-capable humans and near-humans had long refused to surrender their children to lifelong bound servitude in the Jedi Order. They would not so refuse the Sith Army. They would not have the choice. Dooku frowned down at the holoimage. Kenobi and Skywalker were going through more low-comedy business with another bulky turbolift, possibly Grievous having some fun with the shaft controls, while battle droids haplessly pursued. Really, it was all so undignified. May I suggest, Master, that we give Kenobi one last chance? The support of a Jedi of his integrity would be invaluable in establishing the political legitimacy of our empire. Ah, yes. Kenobi. His master's voice went silken. You have long been interested in Kenobi, haven't you? Of course. His master was my Padawan, in a sense, he's practically my grandson. He is too old, too indoctrinated, irretrievably poisoned by Jedi fables. We established that on Geonosis, did we not? In his mind, he serves the Force itself. Reality is nothing in the face of such conviction. Dooku sighed. He should, he supposed, have no difficulty with this, having ordered the Jedi Master's death once already. True enough, I suppose. How fortunate we are that I never labored under any such illusions. Kenobi must die. Today. At your hand. His death may be the code key of the final lock that will seal Skywalker to us forever. Dooku understood. Not only would the death of his mentor tip Skywalker's already unstable emotional balance down the darkest of slopes, but it would also remove the greatest obstacle to Skywalker's successful conversion. As long as Kenobi was alive, Skywalker would never be securely in the camp of the Sith. Kenobi's unshakable faith in the values of the Jedi would keep the Jedi blindfold on Skywalker's eyes, and the Jedi shackles on the young man's true power. Still, though, Dooku had some reservations. This had all come about too quickly. Had Sidious thought through all the implications of this operation? But I must ask, my master, is Skywalker truly the man we want? He is powerful. Potentially more powerful than even myself. Which is precisely, Dooku said meditatively, why it might be best if I were to kill him, instead. Are you so certain that you can? Please. Of what use is power unstructured by discipline? The boy is as much a danger to himself as he is to his enemies. And that mechanical arm? Dooku's lip curled with cultivated distaste. Revolting. Then perhaps you should have spared his real arm. HMP. A gentleman would have learned to fight one-handed. Dooku flicked a dismissive wave. He's no longer even entirely human. With Grievous, the use of these bio-droid devices is almost forgivable. He was such a disgusting creature already that his mechanical parts are clearly an improvement. But a blend of droid and human? Appalling. The depths of bad taste. How are we to justify associating with him? How fortunate I am, the silk in his master's voice softened further. To have an apprentice who feels it inappropriate to lecture me. Dooku lifted an eyebrow. I have overstepped, my master, he said with his customary grace. I am only observing, not arguing, not at all. Skywalker's arm makes him, for our purposes, even better. It is the permanent symbol of the sacrifices he has made in the name of peace and justice. It is a badge of heroism that he must publicly wear for the rest of his life. No one can ever look at him and doubt his honor, his courage, his integrity. He is perfect, just as he is. Perfect. The only question that remains is whether he is capable of transcending the artificial limitations of his Jedi indoctrination. And that, my Lord Count, is precisely what today's operation is designed to discover. Dooku could not argue. Not only had the Dark Lord introduced Dooku to realms of power beyond his most spectacular fantasies, but Sidious was also a political manipulator so subtle that his abilities might be considered to dwarf even the power of the dark side itself. It was said that, whenever the Force closes a hatch, it opens a viewport, and every viewport that had so much as cracked in this past 13 standard years had found a Dark Lord of the Sith already at the rim, peering in, calculating how best to slip through. Improving upon his master's plan was near to impossible. His own idea, of substituting Kenobi for Skywalker, he had to admit was only the product of a certain misplaced sentimentality. Skywalker was almost certainly the man for the job. He should be. Darth Sidious had spent a considerable number of years making him so. Today's test would remove the almost. He had no doubt that Skywalker would fall. Dooku understood that this was more than a test for Skywalker, though Sidious had never said so directly. Dooku was certain that he himself was being tested as well. Success today would show his master that he was worthy of the mantle of mastery himself. By the end of the coming battle, he would have initiated Skywalker into the manifold glories of the dark side, just as Sidious had initiated him. He gave no thought to failure. Why should he? But, forgive me, master, but Kenobi having fallen to my blade, are you certain Skywalker will ever accept my orders? You must admit that his biography offers little confidence that he is capable of obedience at all. Skywalker's power brings with it more than mere obedience. It brings creativity and luck. We need never concern ourselves with the sort of instruction that Grievous, for example, requires. Even the blind fools on the Jedi Council see clearly enough to understand this. Even they no longer try to tell him how, they merely tell him what. And he finds a way. He always has. Dooku nodded. For the first time since Sidious had revealed the true subtlety of this masterpiece, Dooku allowed himself to relax enough to imagine the outcome. With his heroic capture of Count Dooku, Anakin Skywalker will become the ultimate hero, the greatest hero in the history of the Republic, perhaps of the Jedi Order itself. The loss of his beloved partner will add just exactly the correct spice of tragedy to give melancholy weight to his every word, when he gives his holonet interviews denouncing the Senate's corruption and impeding the war effort, when he delicately, oh, so delicately, not to mention reluctantly, insinuates that corruption in the Jedi Order prolonged the war as well. When he announces the creation of a new order of Force-using warriors. He will be the perfect commanding general for the Sith Army. Dooku could only shake his head in awe. And to think that only days earlier, the Jedi had seemed so close to uncovering, even destroying, all he and his master had worked for. But he should never have feared. His master never lost. He would never lose. He was the definition of unbeatable. How can one defeat an enemy one thinks is a friend? And now, with a single brilliant stroke, his master would turn the Jedi Order back upon itself like an Ethrani Ouroboros devouring its own tail. This was the day. The hour. The death of Obi-Wan Kenobi would be the death of the Republic. Today would see the birth of the Empire. Tyrannus, are you well? Am I? Dooku realized that his eyes had misted. Yes, my master, I am beyond well. Today, the climax, the grand finale, the culmination of all your decades of work, I find myself somewhat overcome. Compose yourself, Tyrannus. Kenobi and Skywalker are nearly at the door. Play your part, my apprentice, and the galaxy is ours. Dooku straightened, and for the first time looked his master in the eyes. Darth Sidious, Dark Lord of the Sith, sat in the general's chair, shackled to it at the wrist and ankle. Dooku bowed to him. Thank you, Chancellor. Palpatine of Naboo, Supreme Chancellor of the Republic, replied, withdraw. They are here. The way of the Sith. The turbolift's door wished open. Anakin pressed himself against the wall, a litter of saber-sliced droid parts around his feet. Beyond appeared to be a perfectly ordinary lift lobby, pale and bare and empty. Made it. At last. Anakin's whole body hummed to the tune of his blue-hot blade. Anakin. Obi-Wan stood against the opposite wall. He looked calm in a way Anakin could barely understand. He gave a significant stare down at the lightsaber in Anakin's hand. Anakin, rescue, he said softly. Not mayhem. Anakin kept his weapon right where it was. And Dooku? Once the Chancellor is safe, Obi-Wan said with a ghost of a smile, we can blow up the ship. Anakin's mechanical fingers tightened until the grip of his lightsaber creaked. I'd rather do it by hand. Obi-Wan slipped cautiously through the turbolift's door. Nothing shot at him. He beckoned. I know this is difficult, Anakin. I know it's personal for you on many levels. You must take extra care to be mindful of your training here and not only your combat training. Heat rose in Anakin's cheeks. I am not your Padawan anymore snarled inside his head, but that was adrenaline talking. He bit back the words and said instead, going to let you down, Master, or Chancellor Palpatine. I have no doubt of that. Just remember that Dooku is no mere dark Jedi like that venturous woman, he is a Lord of the Sith. The jaws of this trap are about to snap shut, and there may be danger here beyond the merely physical. Yes. Anakin let his blade shrink away and moved past Obi-Wan into the turbolift lobby. Distant concussions boomed throughout the ship, and the floor rocked like a raft on a river in flood. He barely noticed. There has been so much what he's done, not just to the Jedi, but to the galaxy. Anakin, Obi-Wan began warningly. Don't worry, I'm not angry, and I'm not looking for revenge. He lifted his lightsaber. I'm just looking forward to ending it. Anticipation is distraction. I know. And I know that hope is as hollow as fear. Anakin let himself smile, just a bit. And I know everything else you're dying to tell me right now. Obi-Wan's slightly rueful bow of acknowledgement was as affectionate as a hug. I suppose at some point I will eventually have to stop trying to train you. Anakin's smile broadened toward a soft chuckle. I think that's the first time you've ever admitted it. They stopped at the door to the general's quarters. A huge oval of opale centiridiite chased with gold. Anakin stared at his ghostly almost reflection while he reached into the room beyond with the Force, and let the Force reach into him. I'm ready, Master. I know you are. They stood a moment, side by side. Anakin didn't look at him. He stared into the door, through the door, searching in its shimmering depths for a hint of an unusable future. He couldn't imagine not being at war. Anakin. Obi-Wan's voice had gone soft, and his hand was warm on Anakin's arm. There is no other Jedi I would rather have at my side right now. No other man. Anakin turned, and found within Obi-Wan's eyes a depth of feeling he had only rarely glimpsed in all their years together, and the pure uncomplicated love that rose up within him then felt like a promise from the Force itself. I wouldn't have it any other way, Master. I believe, his one-time master said with a gently humorous look of astonishment at the words coming out of his mouth, that you should get used to calling me Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan, Anakin said. Let's go get the Chancellor. Yes, Obi-Wan said. Let's. Inside the turbolift pod, Dooku watched holographic images on Kenobi and Skywalker cautiously pick their way down the curving stairs from the entrance balcony to the main level of the General's quarters, moving slowly to stay braced against the pitching of the cruiser. The ship shuddered and bucked with multiple torpedo bursts, and the lights went out again. Lighting was always the first to fail as power was diverted from life support to damage control. My lord. On the intra-ship comm, Grievous sounded actively concerned. Damage to this ship is becoming severe. 30% of automated weapons systems are down, and we may soon lose hyperspace capability. Dooku nodded judiciously to himself, frowning down at the translucent blue ghosts slinking toward Palpatine. Sound the retreat for the entire strike force, General, and prepare the ship for jump. Once the Jedi are dead, I will join you on the bridge. As my lord commands. Grievous out. Indeed you are, you vile creature, Dooku muttered to the dead comlink. Out of luck, and out of time. He cast the comlink aside, and ignored its clatter across the deck. He had no further use for it. Let it be destroyed along with Grievous, those repulsive bodyguards of his, and the rest of the cruiser, once he was safely captured, and away. He nodded to the two hulking super battle droids that flanked him. One opened the lift door, and they marched through, pivoting to take positions on either side. Dooku straightened his cloak of shimmering armor weave, and strode grandly into the half-dark lift lobby. In the pale emergency lighting, the door to the General's quarters still smoldered, where those two idiotic peasants had lightsabered it. To pick his way through the hole would risk getting his trousers scorched. Dooku sighed, and gestured, and the opalescent wreckage on the door silently slid itself out of his way. He certainly did not intend to fight two Jedi with his pants on fire. Anakin slid along the bank of chairs on one side of the immense situation table that dominated the center of the General's quarters main room. Obi-Wan mirrored him on the opposite side. Silent lightning flashed and flared. The room's sole illumination came from the huge curving view wall at its far end, a storm of turbolaser blasts and flak bursts, and the miniature supernovae that were the deaths of entire ships. A stark shadow against that backdrop of carnage, the silhouette of one tall chair. Anakin caught Obi-Wan's eye across the table, and nodded toward the dark shape ahead. Obi-Wan replied with the Jedi hand signal for approach with caution, and added the signal for be ready for action. Anakin's mouth compressed, like he needed to be told. After all the trouble they'd had with the turbolifts, anything could be up here by now. The place could be full of droidekers, for all they knew. The lights came back on. Anakin froze. The dark figure in the chair, it was Chancellor Palpatine, it was, and there were no droids to be seen, and his heart should have leapt within his chest, but Palpatine looked bad. The Chancellor looked beyond old, looked ancient like Yoda was ancient, possessed of incomprehensible age, and exhausted, and in pain, and worse. Anakin saw in the Chancellor's face something he'd never dreamed he'd find there, and it squeezed breath from his lungs, and wiped words from his brain. Palpatine looked frightened. Anakin didn't know what to say. He couldn't imagine what to say. All he could imagine was what Grievous and Dooku must have done to put fear on the face of this brave good man. And that imagining ignited a sizzle in his blood that drew his face tight, and clouded his heart, and started again the low roll of thunder in his ears. Thunder from Argonar. From Jabim. Thunder from the Tusken camp. If Obi-Wan was struck by any similar distress, it was invisible. With his customary grave courtesy, the Jedi Master inclined his head. Chancellor, he said, a calmly respectful greeting as though they had met by chance on the grand concourse of the Galactic Senate. Palpatine's only response was a tight murmur. Anakin, behind you. Anakin didn't turn. He didn't have to. It wasn't just the clack of boot heels and clank of magnates crossing the threshold of the entrance balcony. The force gathered within him and around him in a sudden clench like the fists of a startled man. In the force, he could feel the focus of Palpatine's eyes, the source of the fear that rolled off him in billows like vapor down a block of frozen air, and he could feel the even colder wave of power, colder than the frost on a Minok's mouth, that slid into the room behind him like an ice dagger into his back. Funny, he thought. After Ventress, somehow I always expect the dark side to be hot. Something unlocked in his chest. The thunder in his ears dissolved into red smoke that coiled at the base of his spine. His lightsaber found his hand, and his lips peeled off his teeth in a smile that a great dragon would have recognized. That trouble he was having with talking went away. This, he murmured to Palpatine, and to himself, is not a problem. The voice that spoke from the entrance balcony was an elegant basso with undernotes of oily resonance like a crinoid oak cavern horn. Count Dooku's voice. General Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker. Gentlemen, a term I use in its loosest possible sense, you are my prisoners. Now Anakin didn't have any troubles at all. The entrance balcony provided an appropriate angle, far above the Jedi, looking down upon them, for Dooku to make final assessments before beginning the farce. Like all true farce, the coming denouement would proceed with remorseless logic from its ridiculous premise, that Dooku could never be overcome by mere Jedi, any Jedi. What a pity his old friend Mace couldn't have joined them today. He had no doubt the Koran Master would have enjoyed the coming show. Dooku had always preferred an educated audience. At least Palpatine was here, shackled within the great chair at the far end of the room, the space battle whirling upon the new wall behind him as though his stark silhouette spread great wings of war. But Palpatine was less audience than he was author. Not at all the same thing. Skywalker gave Dooku only his back, but his blade was already out, and his tall, lean frame stood frozen with anticipation, so motionless he almost seemed to shiver. Pathetic. It was an insult to call this boy a Jedi at all. Kenobi, now, he was something else entirely, a classic of his obsolete kind. He simply stood gazing calmly up at Dooku and the super battle droids that flanked him, hands open, utterly relaxed, on his face only an expression of mild interest. Dooku derived a certain melancholy satisfaction, a pleasurably lonely contemplation of his own unrecognized greatness, from a brief reflection that Skywalker would never understand how much thought and planning, how much work, Lord Sidious had invested in so hastily orchestrating his sham victory. Nor would he ever understand the artistry, the true mastery, that Dooku would wield in his own defeat. But thus was life. Sacrifices must be made, for the greater good. There was a war on, after all. He called upon the Force, gathering it to himself, and wrapping himself within it. He breathed it in, and held it whirling inside his heart, clenching down upon it until he could feel the spin of the galaxy around him. Until he became the axis of the universe. This was the real power of the dark side, the power he had suspected even as a boy, had sought through his long life until Darth Sidious had shown him that it had been his all along. The dark side didn't bring him to the center of the universe. It made him the center. He drew power into his innermost being until the Force itself existed only to serve his will. Now the scene below subtly altered, though to the physical eye there was no change. Powered by the dark side, Dooku's perception took the measure of those below him with exhilarating precision. Kenobi was luminous, a transparent being, a window onto a sunlit meadow of the Force. Skywalker was a storm cloud, flickering with dangerous lightning, building the rotation that threatened a tornado. And then there was Palpatine, of course. He was beyond power. He showed nothing of what might be within. Though seen with the eyes of the dark side itself, Palpatine was an immense horizon. Beneath his entirely ordinary surface was absolute, perfect nothingness. Darkness beyond darkness. A black hole of the Force. And he played his helpless hostage role perfectly. Get help. The edge of panic in his hoarse half-whisper sounded real even to Dooku. You must get help. Neither of you is any match for a Sith Lord. Now Skywalker turned, meeting Dooku's direct gaze for the first time since the abandoned hangar on Geonosis. His reply was clearly intended as much for Dooku as for Palpatine. Tell that to the one Obi-Wan left in pieces on Naboo. HMP. Empty bravado. Maul had been an animal. A skilled animal, but a beast nonetheless. Anakin. In the Force, Dooku could feel Kenobi's disapproval of Skywalker's boasting, and he could also feel Kenobi's effortless self-restraint in focusing on the matter at hand. This time, we do it together. Dooku's sharp eye picked up the tightening of Skywalker's droid hand on his lightsaber's grip. I was about to say exactly that. Fine, then. Time to move this little comedy along. Dooku leaned forward, and his cloak of armor weave spread like wings. He lifted gently into the air and descended to the main level in a slow, dignified Force glide. Touching down at the head of the situation table, he regarded the two Jedi from under a lifted brow. Your weapons, please, gentlemen. Let's not make a mess of this in front of the Chancellor. Obi-Wan lifted his lightsaber into the balanced two-handed guard of Ataro, Qui-Gon's style, and Yoda's. His blade crackled into existence, and the air smelled of lightning. You won't escape us this time, Dooku. Escape you? Please. Dooku allowed his customary mild smile to spread. Do you think I orchestrated this entire operation with the intent to escape? I could have taken the Chancellor out system hours ago, but I have better things to do with my life than to babysit him while I wait for the pair of you to attempt a rescue. Skywalker brought his lightsaber to a sheath ready, hand on black-gloved durasteel cocked high at his shoulder, blade angling upward and away. This is a little more than an attempt, and a little less than a rescue. With a flourish, Dooku cast his cloak back from his right shoulder, clearing his sword arm, which he used to gesture idly at the pair of super battle droids still on the entrance balcony above. Now please, gentlemen, must I order the droids to open fire? That becomes so untidy, what with blaster bolts bouncing about at random. Little danger to the three of us, of course, but I should certainly hate for any harm to come to the Chancellor. Kenobi moved toward him with a slow, hypnotic grace, as though he floated on an invisible repulsor plate. Why do I find that difficult to believe? Skywalker mirrored him, swinging wide toward Dooku's flank. You weren't so particular about bloodshed on Geonosis. Ah. Dooku's smile spread even farther. And how is Senator Amidala? Don't. The thunderstorm that was Skywalker in the Force boiled with sudden power. Don't even speak her name. Dooku waved this aside. The lad's personal issues were too tiresome to pursue. He knew far too much already about Skywalker's messy private life. I bear Chancellor Palpatine no ill will, foolish boy. He is neither soldier nor spy, whereas you and your friend here are both. It is only an unfortunate accident of history that he has chosen to defend a corrupt republic against my endeavor to reform it. You mean destroy it? The Chancellor is a civilian. You and General Kenobi, on the other hand, are legitimate military targets. It is up to you whether you will accompany me as captives. At which of the Force brought his lightsaber to his hand with invisible speed, its brilliant scarlet blade angled downward at his side. Or as corpses. Now, there's a coincidence. Kenobi replied dryly as he swung around Dooku to place the count precisely between Skywalker and himself. You face the identical choice. Dooku regarded each of them in turn with impregnable calm. He lifted his blade in the Makashi salute and swept it again to a low guard. Just because there are two of you, do not presume you have the advantage. Oh, we know, Skywalker said. Because there are two of you. Dooku barely managed to restrain a jolt of surprise. Or maybe I should say, we're two of you, the young Jedi went on. We're on to your partner Sidious. We tracked him all over the galaxy. He's probably in Jedi custody right now. Is he? Dooku relaxed. He was terribly tempted to wink at Palpatine, but of course that would never do. How fortunate for you. Quite simple, in the end, he thought. Isolate Skywalker, slaughter Kenobi. Beyond that, it would be merely a matter of spinning Skywalker up into enough of a frenzy to break through his Jedi restraint and reveal the infinite vista of Sith power. Lord Sidious would take it from there. Surrender. Kenobi's voice deepened into finality. You will be given no further chance. Dooku lifted an eyebrow. Unless one of you happens to be carrying Yoda in his pocket, I hardly think I shall need one. The Force crackled between them, and the ship pitched and bucked under a new turbolaser barrage, and Dooku decided that the time had come. He flicked a false glance over his shoulder, a hint of distraction to draw the attack. And all three of them moved at once. The ship shuddered, and the red smoke surged from Anakin's spine into his arms and legs and head, and when Dooku gave the slightest glance of concern over his shoulder, distracted for half an instant, Anakin just couldn't wait anymore. He sprang, lightsaber angled for the kill. Obi-Wan leapt from Dooku's far side in perfect coordination, and they met in midair, for the Sith Lord was no longer between them. Anakin looked up just in time to glimpse the bottom of Dooku's ranker leather boot as it came down on his face and smacked him tumbling toward the floor. He reached into the Force to effortlessly right himself, and touched down in perfect balance to spring again toward the lightning flares, scarlet against sky blue, that sprayed from clashing lightsabers as Dooku pressed Obi-Wan away with a succession of weaving, flourishing thrusts that drove the Jedi's blade out of line, while they reached for his heart. Anakin launched himself at Dooku's back, and the Count half-turned, gesturing casually while holding Obi-Wan at bay with an elegant one-handed bind. Chairs leapt up from the situation table and whirled toward Anakin's head. He slashed the first one in half contemptuously, but the second caught him across the knees, and the third battered his shoulder and knocked him down. He snarled to himself, and reached through the force to pick up some chair on his own, and the situation table itself slammed into him, and drove him back to crush him against the wall. His lightsaber came loose from his slackening fingers, and clattered across the tabletop to drop to the floor on the far side. And Dooku barely even seemed to be paying attention to him. Pinned, breathless, half-stunned, Anakin thought, if this keeps up, I am going to get mad. While effortlessly deflecting a rain of blue streaking cuts from Kenobi, Dooku felt the force shove the situation table away from the wall, and send it hurtling toward his back with astonishing speed. He barely managed to lift himself enough that he could back roll over it, instead of having it shatter his spine. My, he said, chuckling. The boy has some power after all. His back roll brought him to his feet directly in front of the lad, who was charging, headlong and unarmed, after the table he had tossed, and was already thoroughly red in the face. I'm twice the Jedi I was last time. Dooku thought. Such a fragile little ego. Sidious will have to help him with that. But until then... The grip of Skywalker's blade whistled through the air to meet his hand in perfect synchrony with a sweeping slash. My powers have doubled since we last met. How lovely for you. Dooku neatly sidestepped, cutting at the boy's leg, yet Skywalker's blade met the cut as he passed, and he managed to sweep his blade behind his head to slap aside the casual thrust Dooku aimed at the back of his neck, but his clumsy charge had put him in Kenobi's path, so that the Jedi Master had to force roll over his partner's head. Directly at Dooku's upraised blade. Kenobi drove a slash at the scarlet blade, while he pivoted in the air, and again Dooku sidestepped so that now it was Kenobi in Skywalker's way. Really? Dooku said. This is pathetic. Oh, they were certainly energetic enough, leaping and whirling, raining blows almost at random, cutting chairs to pieces, and force-hurling them in every conceivable direction, while Dooku continued, in his gracefully methodical way, to outmaneuver them so thoroughly it was all he could do to keep from laughing out loud. It was a simple matter of countering their tactics, which were depressingly straightforward. Skywalker was the swift one, whooshing here and there like a spastic hawk bat, attempting a Jedi variant of Neek in the middle so they could come at him from both sides, while Kenobi came on in a measured Shiicho cadence, deliberate as a lumber droid, moving step by step, cutting off the angles, clumsy but relentlessly dogged as he tried to chibi Dooku into a corner. Whereas all Dooku need do was to slip from one side to another, and occasionally flip over a head here and there, so that he could fight each of them in turn, rather than both of them at the same time. He supposed that in their own milieu, they might actually prove reasonably effective. It was clear that their style had been developed by fighting as a team against large numbers of opponents. They were not prepared to fight together against a single force user, certainly not one of Dooku's power. He, on the other hand, had always fought alone. It was laughably easy to keep the Jedi tripping, and stumbling and getting in each other's way. They didn't even comprehend how utterly he dominated the combat, because they fought as they had been trained, by releasing all desire, and allowing the force to flow through them. They had no hope of countering Dooku's mastery of Sith techniques. They had learned nothing, since he had bested them on Geonosis. They allowed the force to direct them. Dooku directed the force. He drew their strikes to his parries, and drove his own ripostes with thrusts of dark power that subtly altered the Jedi's balance, and disrupted their timing. He could have slaughtered both of them as casually as that creature Maul had destroyed the Vigos of the Black Sun. However, only one death was in his plan, and this dumb show was becoming tiresome, not to mention tiring. The dark power that served him went only so far, and he was, after all, not a young man. He leaned into a thrust at Kenobi's gut that the Jedi Master deflected with a rising parry, bringing them chest to chest, blades flaring, locked together a handbreadth from each other's throats. Your moves are too slow, Kenobi. Too predictable. You'll have to do better. Kenobi's response to this friendly word was to regard him with a twinkle of gentle amusement in his eye. Very well, then, the Jedi said, and shot straight upward over Dooku's head so fast it seemed he'd vanished. And in the space where Kenobi's chest had been was now only the blue lightning of Skywalker's blade driving straight for Dooku's heart. Only a desperate whirl to one side made what would have been a smoking hole in his chest into a line of scorch through his armor-weave cloak. Dooku thought, what? He threw himself spinning up and away from the two Jedi to land on the situation table, disengaging for a moment to recover his composure. That had been entirely too close, but by the time his boots touched down Kenobi was there to meet him, blade weaving through a defensive velocity so bewilderingly fast that Dooku dared not even try a strike. He threw a feint toward Kenobi's face, then dropped, and spun in a reverse ankle sweep. But not only did Kenobi easily overleap this attack, Dooku nearly lost his own foot to a slash from Skywalker, who had again come out of nowhere and now carved through the table so that it collapsed under Dooku's weight, and dumped the Sith Lord unceremoniously to the floor. This was not in the plan. Skywalker slammed his following strike down so hard that the shock of deflecting it buckled Dooku's elbows. Dooku threw himself into a back roll that brought him to his feet, and Kenobi's blade was there to meet his neck. Only a desperate whirling slash block, coupled with a wheel kick that caught Kenobi on the thigh, bought him enough time to leap away again, and when he touched down, Skywalker was already there. The first overhand chop on Skywalker's blade slid off Dooku's instinctive guard. The second bent Dooku's wrist. The third flash on blue forced Dooku's scarlet blade so far to the inside that his own lightsaber scorched his shoulder, and Dooku was forced to give ground. Dooku felt himself blanch. Where had this come from? Skywalker came on, mechanically inexorable, impossibly powerful, a destroyer droid with a lightsaber. Each step a blow, and each blow a step. Dooku backed away as fast as he dared. Skywalker stayed right on top of him. Dooku's breath went short and hard. He no longer tried to block Skywalker's strikes, but only to guide them slanting away. He could not meet Skywalker's strength to strength. Not only did the boy wield tremendous reserves of force energy, but his sheer physical power was astonishing. And only then did Dooku understand that he'd been suckered. Skywalker's sheer resistance had been a ruse, as had his Ataro gymnastics. The boy was a gemso stylist, and as fine a one as Dooku had ever seen. His own elegant Makashi simply did not generate the kinetic power to meet Gemso head-to-head, especially not while also defending against a second attacker. It was time to alter his own tactics. He dropped low and spun into another reverse ankle sweep. The weakness of Gemso was its lack of mobility that slapped Skywalker's boot sharply enough to throw the young Jedi off balance, giving Dooku the opportunity to leap away. Only to find himself again facing the wheel of blue lightning that was Kenobi's blade. Dooku decided that the comedy had ended. Now it was time to kill. Kenobi's master had been Qui-Gon Jinn, Dooku's own Padawan. Dooku had fenced Qui-Gon thousands of times, and he knew every weakness of the Ataro form, with its ridiculous acrobatics. He drove a series of flashing thrusts toward Kenobi's legs to draw the Jedi Master into a flipping overhead leap so that Dooku could burn through his spine from kidneys to shoulder blades, and this image, this plan, was so clear in Dooku's mind that he almost failed to notice that Kenobi met every one of his thrusts without so much as moving his feet, staying perfectly centered, perfectly balanced, blade never moving a millimeter more than was necessary, deflecting without effort, riposting with flickering strikes, and stabbed swifter than the tongue of a Garolian ghost viper, and when Dooku felt Skywalker regain his feet and stride once more toward his back, he finally registered the source of that blinding defensive velocity Kenobi had used a moment ago, and only then, belatedly, did he understand that Kenobi's Ataro and Shiicho had been ploys, as well. Kenobi had become a master of Sorsu. Dooku found himself having a sudden, unexpected, overpowering, and entirely distressing bad feeling about this. His fast had suddenly, inexplicably, spun from humorous to deadly serious, and was tumbling rapidly toward terrifying. Realization burst through Dooku's consciousness like the blossoming fireball of dying ships outside. This pair of Jedi fools had somehow managed to become entirely dangerous. These clowns might just possibly actually be able to beat him. No sense taking chances. Even his master would agree with that. Lord Sidious could come up with a new plan more easily than a new apprentice. He gathered the Force once more in a single indrawn breath that summoned power from throughout the universe. The slightest whip crack of that power, negligent as a flick on his wrist, sent Kenobi flying backward to crash hard against the wall, but Dooku didn't have time to enjoy it. Skywalker was all over him. The shining blue lightsaber whirled and spat, and every overhand chop crashed against Dooku's defense with the unstoppable power of a meteor strike. The Sith Lord spent lavishly on his reserve of the Force merely to meet these attacks without being cut in half, and Skywalker was getting stronger. Each parry cost Dooku more power than he'd used to throw Kenobi across the room. Each block aged him a decade. He decided he'd best revise his strategy once again. He no longer even tried to strike back. Force exhaustion began to close down his perceptions, drawing his consciousness back down to his physical form, trapping him within his own skull until he could barely even feel the contours of the room around him. He dimly sensed stairs at his back, stairs that led up to the entrance balcony. He retreated up them, using the higher ground for leverage, but Skywalker just kept on coming, tirelessly ferocious. That blue blade was everywhere, flashing and whirling faster and faster until Dooku saw the room through an electric haze, and now Kenobi was back in the picture. With a shout on the Force, he shot like a torpedo up the stairs behind Skywalker, and Dooku decided that under these rather extreme circumstances, it was at least arguably permissible for a gentleman to cheat. "Guards," he said to the pair of super battle droids that still stood at attention to either side of the entrance. "Open fire." Instantly the two droids sprang forward and lifted their hands. Energy hammered out from the heavy blasters built into their arms. Skywalker whirled, and his blade batted every blast back at the droids, whose mirror-polished carapace armor deflected the bolts again. Galvanized particle beams screeched through the room in blinding ricochets. Kenobi reached the top of the stairs, and a single slash of his lightsaber dismantled both droids. Before their pieces could even hit the floor, Dooku was in motion, landing a spinning side stamp that folded Skywalker in half. He used his last burst of dark power to continue his spin into a blindingly fast wheel kick that brought his heel against the point of Kenobi's chin with a crack like the report of a huge bore slug thrower, knocking the Jedi Master back down the stairs. Sounded like he'd broken his neck. Wouldn't that be lovely? There was no sense in taking chances, however. While Kenobi's bonelessly limp body was still tumbling toward the floor far below, Dooku sent a surge of energy through the Force. Kenobi's fall suddenly accelerated like a missile, burning the last of its drives before impact. The Jedi Master struck the floor at a steep angle, skidded along it, and slammed into the wall so hard the hydrophomed permacrete buckled and collapsed onto him. This Dooku found exceedingly gratifying. Now, as for Skywalker, which was as far as Dooku got, because by the time his attention returned to the younger Jedi, his vision was rather completely obstructed by the soul of a boot approaching his face with something resembling terminal velocity. The impact was a blast of white fire, and there was a second impact against his back that was the balcony rail, and then the room turned upside down, and he fell toward the ceiling, but not really, of course. It only felt that way because he had flipped over the rail, and he was falling headfirst toward the floor, and neither his arms nor his legs were paying any attention to what he was trying to make them do. The Force seemed to be busy elsewhere, and really, the whole process was entirely mortifying. He was barely able to summon a last surge of dark power before what would have been a disabling impact. The Force cradled him, cushioning his fall, and setting him on his feet. He dusted himself off, and fixed a supercilious gaze on Skywalker, who now stood upon the balcony looking down at him, and Dooku couldn't hold the stare. He found this reversal of their original position oddly unsettling. There was something troublingly appropriate about it. Seeing Skywalker standing where Dooku himself had stood only moments ago, it was as though he was trying to remember a dream he'd never actually had. He pushed this aside, drawing once more upon the certain knowledge of his personal invincibility to open a channel to the Force. Power flowed into him, and the weight of his years dropped away. He lifted his blade, and beckoned. Skywalker leapt from the balcony. Even as the boy hurtled downward, Dooku felt a new twist in the currents of the Force between them, and he finally understood. He understood how Skywalker was getting stronger, why he no longer spoke, how he had become a machine of battle. He understood why Sidious had been so interested in him for so long. Skywalker was a natural. There was a thermonuclear furnace where his heart should be, and it was burning through the firewall of his Jedi training. He held the Force in the clench of a white-hot fist. He was half Sith already, and he didn't even know it. This boy had the gift of fury. And even now, he was holding himself back. Even now, as he landed at Dooku's flank, and rained blows upon the Sith Lord's defenses, even as he drove Dooku backward step after step, Dooku could feel how Skywalker kept his fury banked behind walls of will, walls that were hardened by some uncontrollable dread. Dread, Dooku surmised, of himself, of what might happen if he should ever allow that furnace he used for a heart to go supercritical. Dooku slipped aside from an overhand chop, and sprang backward. I sense great fear in you. You are consumed by it. Hero with no fear, indeed. You're a fraud, Skywalker. You are nothing but a posturing child. He pointed his lightsaber at the young Jedi like an accusing finger. Aren't you a little old to be afraid of the dark? Skywalker leapt for him again, and this time Dooku met the boy's charge easily. They stood nearly toe-to-toe, blades flashing faster than the eye could see, but Skywalker had lost his edge. A simple taunt was all that had been required to shift the focus of his attention from winning the fight to controlling his own emotions. The angrier he got, the more afraid he became, and the fear fed his anger in turn, like the proverbial Corellian multipede. Now that he had started thinking about what he was doing, he could no longer walk. Dooku allowed himself to relax. He felt that spirit of playfulness coming over him again as he and Skywalker spun round each other in their lethal dance. Whatever fun was to be had, he should enjoy while he could. Then Sidious, for some reason, decided to intervene. "Don't fear what you're feeling, Anakin, use it," he barked in Palpatine's voice. "Call upon your fury. Focus it, and he cannot stand against you. Rage is your weapon. Strike now. Strike. Kill him." Dooku thought blankly, "Kill me?" He and Skywalker paused for one single, final instant, blades locked together, staring at each other past a sizzling cross of scarlet against blue, and in that instant Dooku found himself wondering in bewildered astonishment if Sidious had suddenly lost his mind. Didn't he understand the advice he'd just given? Whose side was he on, anyway? And through the cross of their blades he saw in Skywalker's eyes the promise of hell, and he felt a sickening presentiment that he already knew the answer to that question. Treachery is the way of the Sith. Jedi trap. This is the death of Count Dooku. A starburst of clarity blossoms within Anakin Skywalker's mind, when he says to himself, "Oh, I get it," now, and discovers that the fear within his heart can be a weapon, too. It is that simple, and that complex. And it is final. Dooku is dead already. The rest is mere detail. The play is still on, the comedy of lightsabers flashes, and snaps and kisses. Dooku and Skywalker, a one-time only command performance, for an audience of one. Jedi and Sith and Jedi, spinning, whirling, crashing together, slashing and chopping, parrying, binding, slipping and whipping, and ripping the air around them with snarls of power. And all for nothing, because a nuclear flame has consumed Anakin Skywalker's Jedi restraint, and fear becomes fury without effort, and fury is a blade that makes his lightsaber into a toy. The play goes on, but the suspense is over. It has become mere pantomime, as intricate and as meaningless as the space-time curves that guide galactic clusters through a measureless cosmos. Dooku's decades of combat experience are irrelevant. His mastery of swordplay is useless. His vast wealth, his political influence, impeccable breeding, immaculate manners, exquisite taste, all the pursuits and points of pride to which he has devoted so much of his time and attention over the long years of his life, are now chains hung upon his spirit, bending his neck before the axe. Even his knowledge of the Force has become a joke. It is this knowledge that shows him his death, makes him handle it, turn it this way and that in his mind, examine it in detail like a black gemstone so cold it burns. Dooku's elegant farce has degenerated into magnetic melodrama, and not one shed tear will mark the passing of its hero. But for Anakin, in the fight there is only terror and rage. Only he stands between death and the two men he loves best in all the world, and he can no longer afford to hold anything back. That imaginary Death Star dragon tries its best to freeze away his strength, to whisper to him that Dooku has beaten him before, that Dooku has all the power of the darkness, to remind him how Dooku took his hand, how Dooku could strike down even Obi-Wan himself seemingly without effort, and now Anakin is all alone, and he will never be a match for any Lord of the Sith. But Palpatine's words, "Rage is your weapon," have given Anakin permission to unseal the shielding around his furnace heart, and all his fears and all his doubts shrivel in its flame. When Count Dooku flies at him, blade flashing, Watto's fist cracks out from Anakin's childhood to knock the Sith Lord tumbling back. When with all the power that the dark side can draw from throughout the universe, Dooku hurls a jagged fragment of the Durasteel table, SHMI Skywalker's gentle murmur, "I knew you would come for me," Anakin smashes it aside. His head has been filled with the smoke from his smothered heart for far too long, it has been the thunder that darkens his mind. On Argonar, on Jabim, in the Tusken camp on Tatooine, that smoke had clouded his mind, had blinded him, and left him flailing in the dark, a mindless machine of slaughter. But here, now, within this ship, this microscopic cell of life in the infinite sterile desert of space, his firewalls have opened so that the terror and the rage are out there, in the fight, instead of in his head, and Anakin's mind is clear as a crystal bell. In that pristine clarity, there is only one thing he must do. Decide. So he does. He decides to win. He decides that Dooku should lose the same hand he took. Decision is reality, here. His blade moves simultaneously with his will, and blue fire vaporizes black Corellian nanosilk, and disintegrates flesh, and shears bone, and away falls the Sith Lord's lightsaber hand, trailing smoke that tastes of charred meat and burned hair. The hand falls with a bar of scarlet blade still extending from its spastic death grip, and Anakin's heart sings for the fall of that red blade. He reaches out, and the Force catches it for him. And then Anakin takes Dooku's other hand as well. Dooku crumples to his knees, face blank, mouth slack, and his weapon whirls through the air to the victor's hand, and Anakin finds his vision of the future happening before his eyes. Two blades that count Dooku's throat. But here, now, the truth belies the dream. Both lightsabers are in his hands, and the one in his hand on flesh flares with the synthetic bloodshine of a Sith blade. Dooku, cringing, shrinking with dread, still finds some hope in his heart that he is wrong, that Palpatine has not betrayed him, that this has all been proceeding according to plan. Until he hears, "Good, Anakin. Good. I knew you could do it." And registers this in Palpatine's voice, and feels within the darkest depths of all he is the approach of the words that are to come next. "Kill him," Palpatine says. "Kill him now." In Skywalker's eyes he sees only flames. "Chancellor, please." He gasps, desperate and helpless, his aristocratic demeanor invisible, his courage only a bitter memory. He is reduced to begging for his life, as so many of his victims have. "Please, you promised me immunity. We had a deal. Help me." And his begging gains him a share of mercy equal to that which he has dispensed. "A deal only if you release me," Palpatine replies, cold as intergalactic space. "Not if you used me as bait to kill my friends." And he knows, then, that all has indeed been going according to plan. Sidious's plan, not his own. This had been a Jedi trap indeed, but Jedi were not the quarry. They were the bait. "Anakin," Palpatine says quietly. "Finish him." Years of Jedi training make Anakin hesitate. He looks down upon Dooku, and sees not a Lord of the Sith, but a beaten, broken, cringing old man. "I shouldn't." But when Palpatine barks, "Do it. Now," Anakin realizes that this isn't actually an order. That it is, in fact, nothing more than what he's been waiting for his whole life. Permission. And Dooku. As he looks up into the eyes of Anakin Skywalker for the final time, Count Dooku knows that he has been deceived not just today, but for many, many years. That he has never been the true apprentice. That he has never been the heir to the power of the Sith. He has been only a tool. His whole life, all his victories, all his struggles, all his heritage, all his principles, and his sacrifices, everything he's done, everything he owns, everything he's been, all his dreams, and grand vision for the future empire, and the army of Sith, have been only a pathetic sham, because all of them, all of him, add up only to this. He has existed only for this. This. To be the victim of Anakin Skywalker's first cold-blooded murder. First but not, he knows, the last. Then the blades crossed at his throat uncross like scissors. Snip. And all of him becomes nothing at all. Murderer and murdered each stared blindly. But only the murderer blinked. "I did that." The severed head's stare was fixed on something beyond living sight. The desperate plea frozen in place on its lips echoed silence. The headless torso collapsed with a slowly fading sigh from the cauterized gape of its trachea, folding forward at the waist as though making obeisance before the power that had ripped away its life. The murderer blinked again. "Who am I?" Was he the slave boy on a desert planet, valued for his astonishing gift with machines? Was he the legendary pod racer, the only human to survive that deadly sport? Was he the unruly, high-spirited, trouble-prone student of a great Jedi Master? The star pilot? The hero? The lover? The Jedi? Could he be all these things? Could he be any of them, and still have done what he has done? He was already discovering the answer at the same time that he finally realized that he needed to ask the question. The deck bucked as the cruiser absorbed a new barrage of torpedoes and turbolaser fire. Dooku's severed staring head bounced along the deck and rolled away, and Anakin woke up. What? He'd been having a dream. He'd been flying, and fighting again, and somehow, in the dream, he could do whatever he wanted. In the dream, whatever he did was the right thing to do simply because he wanted to do it. In the dream there were no rules, there was only power. And the power was his. Now he stood over a headless corpse that he couldn't bear to see, but he couldn't make himself look away, and he knew it hadn't been a dream at all, that he'd really done this. The blades were still in his hands, and the ocean of wrong he'd dived into had closed over his head. And he was drowning. The dead man's lightsaber tumbled from his loosening fingers. I couldn't stop myself. And before the words left his lips he heard how hollow and obvious was the lie. "You did well, Anakin. Palpatine's voice was warm as an arm around Anakin's shoulders. You did not only well, but right. He was too dangerous to leave alive. From the Chancellor this sounded true, but when Anakin repeated it inside his head he knew that Palpatine's truth would be one he could never make himself believe. A tremor that began between his shoulder blades threatened to expand into a full case of the shakes. He was an unarmed prisoner. That simple unbearable fact, that was truth. Though it burned him like his own lightsaber, truth was something he could hang on to, and somehow it made him feel a little better, a little stronger. He tried another truth, not that he couldn't have stopped himself, but I shouldn't have done that, he said, and now his voice came out solid, and simple, and final. Now he could look down at the corpse at his feet. He could look at the severed head. He could see them for what they were. A crime. He'd become a war criminal. Guilt hit him like a fist. He felt it, a punch to his heart that smacked breath from his lungs, and buckled his knees. It hung on his shoulders like a yoke of collapsium, an invisible weight beyond his mortal strength, crushing his life. There were no words in him for this. All he could say was, it was wrong. And that was the sum of it, right there. It was wrong. Nonsense. Disarming him was nothing. He had powers beyond your imagination. Anakin shook his head. That doesn't matter. It's not the Jedi way. The ship shuddered again, and the lights went out. Have you never noticed that the Jedi way, Palpatine said, invisible now within the stark shadow of the general's chair, is not always the right way? Anakin looked toward the shadow. You don't understand. You're not a Jedi. You can't understand. Anakin, listen to me. How many lives have you just saved with this stroke of a lightsaber? Can you count them? But it wasn't wrong, Anakin. It may be not the Jedi way, but it was right. Perfectly natural. He took your hand. You wanted revenge. And your revenge was justice. Revenge is never just. It can't be. Don't be childish, Anakin. Revenge is the foundation of justice. Justice began with revenge, and revenge is still the only justice some beings can ever hope for. After all, this is hardly your first time, is it? Did Dooku deserve mercy more than did the Sand People who tortured your mother to death? That was different. In the Tusken camp he had lost his mind. He had become a force of nature, indiscriminate, killing with no more thought or intention than a sand gale. The Tuskens had been killed, slaughtered, massacred, but that had been beyond his control, and now it seemed to him as if it had been done by someone else, like a story he had heard that had little to do with him at all. But Dooku had been murdered. By him. On purpose. Here in the general's quarters, he had looked into the eyes of a living being, and coldly decided to end that life. He could have chosen the right way. He could have chosen the Jedi way. But instead, he stared down at Dooku's severed head. He could never unchoose this choice. He could never take it back. As Master Windu liked to say, there is no such thing as a second chance. And he wasn't even sure he wanted one. He couldn't let himself think about this, just as he didn't let himself think about the dead on Tatooine. He put his hand to his eyes, trying to rub away the memory. You promised we would never talk about that again. And we won't. Just as we need never speak of what has happened here today. It was as though the shadow itself spoke kindly. I have always kept your secrets, have I not? Yes, of course, Chancellor, but Anakin wanted to crawl away into a corner somewhere. He felt sure that if things would just stop for a while, an hour, a minute, he could pull himself together and find some way to keep moving forward. He had to keep moving forward. Moving forward was all he could do. Especially when he couldn't stand to look back. The new wall behind the general's chair blossomed with looping ion spirals of inbound missiles. The shuddering of the ship built itself into a continuous quake, gathering magnitude with each hit. Anakin, my restraints, please, the shadow said. I'm afraid this ship is breaking up. I don't think we should be aboard when it does. In the Force, the field signatures of the magnetic locks on the Chancellor's shackles were as clear as text saying unlock me like this. A simple twist of Anakin's mind popped them open. The shadow grew a head, then shoulders, then underwent a sudden mitosis that left the general's chair standing behind, and turned its other half into the Supreme Chancellor. Palpatine picked his way through the debris that littered the gloom-shrouded room, moving surprisingly quickly toward the stairs. Come along, Anakin. There is very little time. The new wall flared white with the missile's impacts, and one of them must have damaged the gravity generators. The ship seemed to heel over, forcing Palpatine to clutch desperately at the banister and sending Anakin skidding down a floor that had suddenly become a 45-degree ramp. He rolled hard into a pile of rubble, shattered permacrete, hydrofoamed to reduce weight. Obi-Wan! He sprang to his feet and waved away the debris that had buried the body of his friend. Obi-Wan lay entirely still, eyes closed, dust-caked blood matting his hair where his scalp had split. Bad as Obi-Wan looked, Anakin had stood over the bodies of too many friends on too many battlefields to be panicked by a little blood. One touch to Obi-Wan's throat confirmed the strength of his pulse, and that touch also let Anakin's force perception flow through the whole body of his friend. His breathing was strong and regular, and no bones were broken. This was a concussion, no more. Apparently Obi-Wan's head was somewhat harder than the cruiser's interior walls. Leave him, Anakin. There is no time. Palpatine was half hanging from the banister, both arms wrapped around a stanchion. This whole spire may be about to break free. Then we'll all be adrift together. Anakin glanced up at the Supreme Chancellor, and for that instant he didn't like the man at all, but then he reminded himself that brave as Palpatine was, his was the courage of conviction. The man was no soldier. He had no way of truly comprehending what he was asking Anakin to do. His fate, he said in case Palpatine had not understood, will be the same as ours. With Obi-Wan unconscious and Palpatine waiting above, with responsibility for the lives of his two closest friends squarely upon him, Anakin found that he had recovered his inner balance. Under pressure, in crisis, with no one to call upon for help, he could focus again. He had to. This was what he'd been born for, saving people. The Force brought Obi-Wan's lightsaber to his hand, and he clipped it to his friend's belt, then hoisted the limp body over his shoulder and let the Force help him run lightly up the steeply canted floor to Palpatine's side. Impressive, Palpatine said, but then he cast a significant gaze up the staircase, which the vector of the artificial gravity had made into a vertical cliff. But what now? Before Anakin could answer, the erratic gravity swung like a pendulum. While they both clung to the railing, the room seemed to roll around them. All the broken chairs and table fragments and hunks of rubble slid toward the opposite side, and now, instead of a cliff, the staircase had become merely a corrugated stretch of floor. People say, Anakin nodded toward the door to the turbolift lobby. When the Force closes a hatch, it opens a viewport. After you. Grievous. The Arc 170 of Squad 7 had joined the V-Wing of Squad 4 in swarming the remaining vulture fighters that had screened the immense Trade Federation flagship, Invisible Hand. Clone pilots destroyed droid after droid with machine-like precision of their own. When the last of the vultures had been converted to an expanding globe of superheated gas, the clone fighters peeled away, leaving Invisible Hand exposed to the full fire of Home Fleet Strike Group 5. 3 Karak-class light cruisers, Integrity, Indomitable, and Perseverance, in support of the dreadnought Masramba. Strike Group 5 had deployed in a triangle around Masramba, maintaining a higher orbit to pin Invisible Hand deep in Coruscant's gravity well. Turbolasers blasted against Invisible Hand's faltering shields, but the flagship was giving as good as it got. Masramba had sustained so much damage already that it was little more than a target to absorb the Hand's return fire, and Indomitable was only a shell, most of its crew dead or evacuated, being run remotely by its commander and bridge crew. It swung unsteadily through the Hand's vector cone of escape routes to block any attempt to run up toward jump. As its shields finally failed, Invisible Hand began to roll, whirling like a bullet from a rifled slug thrower, trailing spiral jets of crystallizing gas that gushed from multiple hull ruptures. The rolling picked up speed, breaking the targeting locks of the ship's Republic adversaries. Unable to pound the same point again and again, their turbolasers weren't powerful enough to breach the Hand's heavy armor directly. Their tracking points became rings that circled the ship, chewing gradually into the hull in tightening garrotes of fire. On the Hand's bridge, overheated Neimoidians were strapped into their battle stations in full crash webbing. The air reeked of burning metal and the funk of reptilian stress hormones, and the erratically shifting gravity threatened to add a sharper stench. The faces of several of the bridge officers had already paled from healthy grey-green to nauseated pink. The sole being on the bridge, who was not strapped into a chair, stalked from one side to the other, floor-length cape draped over shoulders angular and exposed bone. He ignored the jolts of impact, and was unaffected by the swirl of unpredictable gravity as he paced the deck with metal-on-metal clanks. He walked on taloned creations of magnetized uranium, jointed to grab and crush like the feet of a erratic and blood eagle. His expression could not be read, his face was a mask of bleached ceramic armorplast stylized to evoke a humanoid skull, but the pure venom in the voice that hissed through the mask's electrosonic vocabulator made up for it. Either get the gravity generators calibrated, or disable them altogether. He snarled at a blue-scanned image of a cringing Neimoidian engineer. If this continues, you won't live long enough to be killed by the Republic. But sir, it's really up to the repair droids. And, because they are droids, it's useless to threaten them. So I am threatening you. Understand? He turned away before the stammering engineer could summon a reply. The hand he extended toward the forward view screen wore a jointed gauntlet of armorplast fused to its stones of uranium alloy. Concentrate fire on Indomitable, he told the senior gunnery officer. All batteries at maximum. Fire for effect. Blast that hulk out of space, and we'll make a hyperspace jump through its wreckage. But, the forward towers are already overloading, sir. The officer's voice trembled on the edge of panic. They'll be at critical failure in less than a minute. Burn them out. But sir, once they are gone. The rest of the senior gunnery officer's objection was lost in the wetly final crunching sound his face made under the impact of an armorplast fist. That same fist opened, seized the collar of the officer's uniform, and yanked his corpse out of the chair, ripping the crash webbing free along with it. An expressionless skull face turned toward the junior gunnery officer. Congratulations on your promotion. Take your post. Why yes, sir. The newly promoted senior gunnery officer's hands shook so badly he could barely unbuckle his crash web, and his face had gone deathly pink. Do you understand your orders? Why? Do you have any objections? NNN. Very well, then, General Grievous said with flat, impenetrable calm. Carry on. This is General Grievous. Durasteel. Ceramic armorplast plated uranium. Electrodrivers and crystal circuitry. Within them, the remnants of a living being. He doesn't breathe. He doesn't eat. He cannot laugh, and he does not cry. A lifetime ago he was an organic sentient being. A lifetime ago he had friends, a family, an occupation. A lifetime ago he had things to love, and things to fear. Now he has none of these. Instead, he has purpose. It's built into him. He is built to intimidate. The resemblance to a human skeleton melded with limbs styled after the legendary craft war droids is entirely intentional. It is a face and form born of childhood's infinite nightmares. He is built to dominate. The ceramic armorplast plates protecting limbs and torso and face can stop a burst from a starfighter's laser cannon. Those indestructible arms are 10 times stronger than human, and move with the blurring speed of electronic reflexes. He is built to eradicate. Those human-sized hands have human-sized fingers for exactly one reason: to hold a lightsaber. 4 of them hang inside his cloak. He has never constructed a lightsaber. He has never bought one, nor has he recovered one that was lost. Each and all, he has taken from the dead hands of Jedi he has killed. Personally. He has many such trophies. The 4 he carries with him are his particular favorites. One belonged to the interminable K-Krook, whom he had bested at Hyper-I, another to the Verontes Jedi JMR, who'd fallen at Mandos. The other 2 have been created by Puroth and Nistamal, whom Grievous had slaughtered together on the flame brass plains of Tomascal so that each would know the other's death, as well as their own. These are murders he recalls with so much pleasure that touching these souvenirs with his hands of armorplast and Durasteel brings him something resembling joy. But only resembling. He remembers joy. He remembers anger and frustration. He remembers grief and sorrow. He doesn't actually feel any of them. Not anymore. He's not designed for it. White-hot sparks zipped and crackled through the smoke that billowed across the turbolift lobby. Over Anakin's shoulder, the unconscious Jedi Master wheezed faintly. Beside his other shoulder, Palpatine coughed harshly into the sleeve of his robe, held over his face for protection from caustic combustion products of the overloading circuitry. R2. Anakin shook his comlink sharply. The blasted thing had been on the blink ever since Obi-Wan had stepped on it during one of the turbolift fights. R2, do you copy? I need you to activate. The smoke was so thick he could barely make out the numerals on the code plate. Elevator 3224. 3224, do you copy? The comlink emitted a fading F-weep that might have been an acknowledgement, and the doors slid apart, but before Anakin could carry Obi-Wan through, the turbolift pod shot upward, and the artificial gravity vector shifted again, throwing him and his partner into a heap next to Palpatine in the lobby's opposite corner. Palpatine was struggling to rise, still coughing, sounding weak. Anakin let the Force lift Obi-Wan back to his shoulder, then picked himself up. "Perhaps you should stay down, sir," he said to the Chancellor. "The gravity swings are getting worse." Palpatine nodded. "But, Anakin..." Anakin looked up. The turbolift doors still stood open. "Wait here, sir." He opened himself more fully to the Force, and in his mind placed himself and Obi-Wan balanced on the edge of the open doorway above. Holding this image, he leapt, and the Force made his intention into reality. His leap carried him and the unconscious Jedi Master precisely to the rim. The altered gravitic vector had made the turbolift shaft into a horizontal hallway of unlit durasteel, laser straight, shrinking into darkness. Anakin was familiar with the specs for Trade Federation command cruisers. The angled conning spire was some 300 meters long. As it stood, they could walk it in 2 or 3 minutes. But if the wrong gravity shift were to catch them inside the shaft. He shook his head, grimly calculating the odds. "We'll have to be fast." He glanced back over his shoulder, down at Palpatine, who still huddled below. "Are you all right, Chancellor? Are you well enough to run?" The Supreme Chancellor finally rose, patting his robes in a futile attempt to dust them off. "I haven't run since I was a boy on Naboo." It's never too late to start getting into shape. Anakin reached through the Force to give Palpatine a little help in clambering up to the open doorway. "There are light shuttles on the hangar deck. We can be there in 5 minutes." Once Palpatine was safely within the shaft hall, Anakin said, "Follow me," and turned to go, but the Chancellor stopped him with a hand on his arm. "Anakin, wait. We need to get to the bridge." "Through an entire ship full of combat droids? Not likely. The hangar deck's right below, well, beside us, now. It's our best chance." "But the bridge, Grievous is there." Now Anakin did stop. Grievous. The most prolific slaughterer of Jedi since Dirge. In all the excitement, Anakin had entirely forgotten that the bio-droid general was aboard. "You've defeated Dooku," Palpatine said. "Capture Grievous, and you will have dealt a wound from which the Separatists may never recover." Anakin thought blankly. I could do it. He had dreamed of capturing Grievous ever since Mayunilinst, and now the general was close. So close Anakin could practically smell him, and Anakin had never felt so powerful. The Force was with him today in ways more potent than he had ever experienced. "Think of it, Anakin." Palpatine stood close by his shoulder, opposite to Obi-Wan, so close he needed only to whisper. "You have destroyed their political head. Take their military commander, and you will have practically won the war. Single-handed. Who else could do that, Anakin? Yoda? Mace Windu? They couldn't even capture Dooku. Who would have a chance against Grievous, if not Anakin Skywalker? The Jedi have never faced a crisis like the Clone Wars, but also they have never had a hero like you. You can save them. You can save everyone." Anakin jerked, startled. He turned a sharp glance toward Palpatine. The way he had said that. Like a voice out of his dreams. "That's..." Anakin tried to laugh. It came out a little shaky. "That's not what Obi-Wan keeps telling me." "Forget Obi-Wan," Palpatine said. "He has no idea how powerful you truly are. Use your power, Anakin. Save the Republic." Anakin could see it, vivid as a HoloNet feature, arriving at the Senate with Grievous in Electro-bonds, standing modestly aside as Palpatine announced the end of the war, returning to the temple, to the council chamber, where finally, after all this time, there would be a chair waiting, just for him. They could hardly refuse him mastership now, after he had won the war for them. But then Obi-Wan shifted on his shoulder, moaning faintly, and Anakin snapped back to reality. "No," he said. "Sorry, Chancellor. My orders are clear. This is a rescue mission. Your safety is my only priority." "I will never be safe while Grievous lives," Palpatine countered. "Master Kenobi will recover at any moment. Leave him here with me. He can see me safely to the hangar deck. Go for the general." I would like to, sir, but..." "I can make it an order, Anakin." "With respect, sir, no, you can't. My orders come from the Jedi Council, and the Council's orders come from the Senate. You have no direct authority." The Chancellor's face darkened. "That may change." Anakin nodded. And perhaps it should, sir. But until it does, we'll do things my way. Let's go. Sir. The thin voice of the comm officer interrupted Grievous's pacing. We are being hailed by integrity, sir. They propose a ceasefire. Dark yellow eyes squinted through the skull mask at the tactical displays. A pause in the combat would allow invisible hands turbolaser batteries to cool, and give the engineers a chance to get the gravity generators under control. Acknowledge receipt of transmission. Stand by to ceasefire. Standing by, sir. The gunnery officer was still shaking. Ceasefire. The lances of energy that had joined the hand to the home fleet strike force melted away. Further transmission, sir. It's Integrity's commander. Grievous nodded. Initiate. A ghostly image built itself above the bridge's ship-to-ship hologenerator. A young human male of distinctly average height and build, wearing the uniform of a lieutenant commander. The only thing distinctive about his otherwise rather bland features was the calm confidence in his eyes. General Grievous, the young man said briskly, I am Lieutenant Commander Lord Leader of RSS Integrity. At my request, my superiors have consented to offer you the chance to surrender your ship, sir. Surrender? Grievous's vocabulator produced a very creditable reproduction of a snort. Preposterous. Please give this offer careful deliberation, General, as it will not be repeated. Consider the lives of your crew. Grievous cast an icy glance around his bridge full of craven Neimoidians. Why should I? The young man did not look surprised, though he did show a trace of sadness. Is this your reply, then? Not at all. Grievous drew himself up. By straightening the angles of his levered joints, he could add half a meter to his already imposing height. I have a counteroffer. Maintain your ceasefire, move that Hulk Indomitable out of my way, and withdraw to a minimum range of 50 kilometers until this ship achieves hyperspace jump. If I may use your word, sir, preposterous. Tell these superiors of yours that, if my demands are not met within 10 minutes, I will personally disembowel Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, live on the HoloNet. Am I understood? The young officer took this without a blink. Ah, the Chancellor is aboard your ship, then. He is. Your pathetic Jedi so-called heroes have failed. They are dead, and Palpatine remains in my hands. Ah, the young officer repeated. So you will, of course, allow me to speak with him. To, reassure my superiors that you are not simply, well, to put it charitably, bluffing. I would not lower myself to lie to the likes of you. Grievous turned to the comm officer. Patch in Count Dooku. The comm officer stroked his screen, then shook his head. He's not responding, sir. Grievous shook his head disgustedly. Just show the Chancellor, then. Bring up my quarters on the security screen. The security officer stroked his own screen, and made a choking sound. HRM, sir. What are you waiting for? Bring it up. He's gone as pink as the gunner. Perhaps you should have a look first, sir. The plain urgency in his tone brought Grievous to his side without another word. The general bent over the screen that showed the view inside his quarters, and found himself looking at jumbled piles of energy-sheared wreckage surrounding the empty shape of the general's chair. And that looked like it could have been a body. Draped in a cape of armor weave. Grievous turned back towards the intership holocom. The Chancellor is indisposed. Ah, I see. Grievous suspected that the young officer saw entirely too well. I assure you. I do not require your assurance, General. You have the same amount of time you offered us. 10 minutes from now, I will have either your surrender, or confirmation that Supreme Chancellor Palpatine is alive, unharmed, and present, or Invisible Hand will be destroyed. Wait, you can't simply. 10 minutes, General. Neither out. When Grievous turned to the bridge security officer, his mask was blankly expressionless as ever, but he made up for it with the open murder in his voice. Dooku is dead, and the Jedi are loose. They have the Chancellor. Find them, and bring them to me. His armor-plast fingers curled into a fist that crashed down on the security console so hard the entire thing collapsed into a sparking, smoking ruin. Find them. Rescue. Anakin counted paces as he trotted along the turbolift shaft, Obi-Wan over his shoulder and Palpatine at his side. He reached 102, only a third of the way along the conning spire, when he felt the gravity begin to shift. Exactly the wrong way, changing the rest of the long shaft from ahead to down. He put out his free arm to stop the Chancellor. This is a problem. Find something to hang on to while I get out of here. One of the turbolift doors was nearby, seemingly lying on its side. Anakin's lightsaber found his hand, and its sizzling blade burned open the door controls, but before he could even move aside the sparking wires, the gravitic vector lurched toward vertical, and he fell, skidding along the wall, free hand grabbing desperately at a loop of cable, catching it, hanging from it. And the turbolift doors opened. Inviting, safe, and mockingly out of reach, a meter above his outstretched arm. And his other arm was the only thing holding Obi-Wan above a 200-meter drop, down which his lightsaber's hand rip now clanked and clattered, fading toward infinity. For half a second Anakin was actually glad Obi-Wan was unconscious, because he wasn't in the mood for another lecture about hanging onto his lightsaber right now, and that thought flew away and vanished because something had grabbed onto his leg. He looked down. It was Palpatine. The Chancellor hugged Anakin's ankle with improbable strength, peering fearfully into the darkness below. Anakin, do something. You have to do something. I'm open to suggestions, he thought, but he said, don't panic. Just hang on. I don't think I can. The Chancellor turned his anguished face upward imploringly. Anakin, I'm slipping. Give me your hand, you have to give me your hand. And drop Obi-Wan, not in this millennium. Don't panic. Anakin repeated. The Chancellor had clearly lost his head. I can get us out of this. He wished he were as confident as he sounded. He had been counting on the artificial gravity to continue to swing until the shaft turned back into a hallway, but instead it seemed to have stopped where it was. This would be an especially lousy time for the generators to start working right. He fixed a measuring glance on the open lift doorway above. Perhaps the Force could give him enough of a boost to carry all three of them to safety. But that was an exceedingly large perhaps. Obi-Wan, old buddy old pal, he thought, this would be a really good time to wake up. Obi-Wan Kenobi opened his eyes to find himself staring at what he strongly suspected was Anakin's butt. It looked like Anakin's butt, well, his pants, anyway, though it was thoroughly impossible for Obi-Wan to be certain, since he had never before had occasion to examine Anakin's butt upside down, which it currently appeared to be, nor from this rather uncomfortably close range. And how he might have arrived at this angle and this range was entirely baffling. He said, have I missed something? Hang on, he heard Anakin say. We're in a bit of a situation here. So it was Anakin's butt after all. He supposed he might take a modicum of comfort from that. Looking up, he discovered Anakin's legs, and his boots, and a somewhat astonishing close-up view of the Supreme Chancellor, as Palpatine seemingly balanced overhead, supported only by a white-knuckled death grip on Anakin's ankle. Oh, hello, Chancellor, he said mildly. Are you well? The Chancellor cast a distressed glance over his shoulder. I hope so. Obi-Wan followed the Chancellor's gaze. Above Palpatine rose a long vertical shaft. Which was when he finally realized that he wasn't looking up at all. This must be what Anakin had meant by a bit of a situation. Ah, Obi-Wan said. At least he was finally coming to understand where he stood. Well, lay, hung, whatever. And Count Dooku? Anakin said, dead. Pity. Obi-Wan sighed. Alive, he might have been a help to us. Obi-Wan? Not in this particular situation, granted, but nonetheless. Can we discuss this later? The ship's breaking apart. Ah. A familiar electrosonic furry weep came thinly through someone's comlink. Was that R2? What does he want? I asked him to activate the elevator, Anakin said. From the distant darkness above came a clank, and a shur, and a clonk, all of which evoked in Obi-Wan's still somewhat addled brain the image of turbolift brakes unlocking. The accuracy of his imagination was swiftly confirmed by a sudden downdraft that smelled strongly of burning oil, followed closely by the bottom of a turbolift pod hurtling down the shaft like a meteorite down a well. Obi-Wan said, oh. It seemed like a good idea at the time. No need to get defensive. R2. Anakin shouted. Shut it down. No time for that, Obi-Wan said. Jump. Jump? Palpatine asked with a shaky laugh. Don't you mean, fall? Actually, yes, Anakin. Anakin let go. They fell. And fell. The sides of the turboshaft blurred. and fell some more, until the gravitic vector finally eased a couple of degrees, and they found themselves sliding along the side of the shaft, which was quickly turning into the bottom of the shaft, and the lift pod was still shrieking toward them faster than they could possibly run until Anakin finally got the comlink working, and shouted, "R2, open the doors. All of them. All floors." One door opened just as they skidded onto it, and all three of them tumbled through. They landed in a heap on a turbolift lobby's opposite wall as the pod shot past overhead. They gradually managed to untangle themselves. "Ah, all of your rescues so?" Palpatine gasped breathlessly. "Entertaining?" Obi-Wan gave Anakin a thoughtful frown. Anakin returned it with a shrug. "Actually, now that you mention it," Obi-Wan said, "yes." Anakin stared into the tangled masses of wreckage that littered the hangar bay, trying to pick out anything that still even resembled a ship. This place looked as if it had taken a direct hit. Wind howled against his back through the open hatchway where Obi-Wan stood with Chancellor Palpatine, and scraps of debris whirled into the air, blown toward space through gaps in the scorched and buckled blast doors. "None of those ships will get us anywhere," Palpatine shouted above the wind, and Anakin had to agree. "What are we going to do?" Anakin shook his head. He didn't know, and the Force wasn't offering any clues. "Obi-Wan?" "How should I know?" Obi-Wan said, bracing himself in the doorway, robe whipping in the wind. "You're the hero, I'm just a master." Past Obi-Wan's shoulder Anakin saw a cadre of super battle droids marching around a corner into the corridor. "Master, behind you." Obi-Wan whirled, lightsaber flaring to meet a barrage of blaster bolts. "Protect the Chancellor." "And let you have all the fun." Anakin pulled the Chancellor into the hangar bay and pressed him against the wall beside the hatch. "Stay under cover until we handle the droids." He was about to jump out beside Obi-Wan when he remembered that he had dropped his lightsaber down the turbo shaft. Fighting super battle droids without it would be a bit tricky, not to mention that Obi-Wan would never let him hear the end of it. "Droids are not our only problem." Palpatine pointed across the hangar bay. "Look." On the far side of the bay, masses of wreckage were shifting, sliding toward the wall against which Anakin and Palpatine stood. Then debris closer to them began to slide, followed by piles closer still. An invisible wave front was passing through the hangar bay. Behind it, the gravitic vector was rotated a full 90 degrees. Gravity shear. Anakin's jaw clenched. This just kept getting better and better. He unspooled a length of his utility belt's safety cable and passed the end to Palpatine. The wind made it sing. "Cinch this around your waist. Things are about to get a little wild." "What's happening?" "The gravity generators have desynchronized. They'll tear the ship apart." Anakin grabbed one of the zero-G handles beside the hatchway, then leaned out into the firestorm of blaster bolts and saber flares, and touched Obi-Wan's shoulder. "Time to go." "What?" Explanation was obviated as the shear front moved past them, and the wall became the floor. Anakin grabbed the back of Obi-Wan's collar, but not to save him from falling. The torque of the gravity shear had buckled the blast doors, which were now overhead, and the hurricane of escaping air blasting from the corridor shaft blew the Jedi Master up through the hatch. Anakin dragged him out of the gale just as pieces of super battle droids began hurtling upward into the hangar bay like misfiring torpedoes. Some of the super battle droids were still intact enough to open fire as they flew past. "Hang on to my belt," Obi-Wan shouted, and spun his lightsaber through an intricate flurry to deflect bolt after bolt. Anakin could do nothing but hold him braced against the gale. His grip on the zero-G handle was the only thing keeping him and Obi-Wan from being blown out into space and taking Palpatine with them. "This is not the best plan we've ever had," he shouted. "This was a plan?" Palpatine sounded appalled. "We'll make our way forward," Obi-Wan shouted. "There are only droids back here. Once we hit live crew areas, there will be escape pods." "Only droids back here," echoed inside Anakin's head. "Obi-Wan, wait," he cried. "R2's still here somewhere. We can't leave him. He's probably been destroyed, or blown into space." Obi-Wan deflected blaster bursts from the last two gale-blown droids. They tumbled up to the gap in the blast doors, and vanished into the infinite void. Obi-Wan put away his lightsaber, and fought his way back to a grip beside Anakin's. "We can't afford the time to search for him. I'm sorry, Anakin. I know how much he meant to you." Anakin desperately fished out his comlink. R2, come in." He shook it, and shook it again. R2 couldn't have been destroyed. He just couldn't. R2, do you copy? Where are you? Anakin. Obi-Wan's hand was on his arm, and the Jedi Master leaned so close that his low tone could be heard over the rising gale. We must go. Being a Jedi means allowing things, even things we love, to pass out of our lives. Anakin shook the comlink again. R2. He couldn't just leave him. He couldn't. And he didn't exactly have an explanation. Not one he could ever give Obi-Wan, anyway. There are so few things a Jedi ever owns. Even his lightsaber is less a possession than an expression of his identity. To be a Jedi is to renounce possessions. And Anakin had tried so hard, tried for so long, to do just that. Even on their wedding day, Anakin had no devotion gift for his new wife. He didn't actually own anything. But love will find a way. He had brought something like a gift to her apartment since he'd, still a little shy with her, still overwhelmed by finding the feelings in her he'd felt so long himself, not knowing quite how to give her a gift which wasn't really a gift, nor was it his to give. Without anything of his own to give except his love, all he could bring her was a friend. I didn't have many friends when I was a kid, he'd told her, so I built one. And C-3PO had shuffled in behind him, gleaming as though he'd been plated with solid gold. Padme had lit up, her eyes gleaming, but she had at first tried to protest. I can't accept him, she'd said. I know how much he means to you. Anakin had only laughed. What use is a protocol droid to a Jedi? Even one as upgraded as 3PO, Anakin had packed his creation with so many extra circuits, and sub-programs and heuristic algorithms that the droid was practically human. I'm not giving him to you, he'd told her. He's not even really mine to give. When I built him, I was a slave, and everything I did belonged to Watto. Klieglas bought him along with my mother, Owen gave him back to me, but I'm a Jedi. I have renounced possessions. I guess that means he's free now. What I'm really doing is asking you to look after him for me. Look after him? Yes, maybe even give him a job. He's a little fussy, he admitted. And maybe I shouldn't have given him quite so much self-consciousness. He's a warrior, but he's very smart, and he might be a real help to a big-time diplomat, like, say, a senator from Naboo. Padme then had extended her hand and graciously invited C-3PO to join her staff, because on Naboo, high-functioning droids were respected as thinking beings, and 3PO had been so flustered at being treated like a sentient creature that he'd been barely able to speak, beyond muttering something about hoping he might make himself useful, because after all he was fluent in over 6 million forms of communication. Then she had turned to Anakin and laid her soft hand along his jawline to draw him down to kiss her, and that was all he had needed, all he had hoped for. He would give her everything he had, everything he was. And there had come another day, 2 years later, a day that had meant nearly as much to him as the day they had wed. The day he had finally passed his trials. The day he had become a Jedi Knight. As soon as circumstances allowed, he had slipped away, on his own. No master over his shoulder, no one to monitor his comings and his goings, and so he could take himself to the vast Coruscant complex at 500 Republica, where Naboo's senior senator kept her spacious apartments. And he had then, finally, 2 years late, a devotion gift for her. He had then one thing that he truly owned, that he had earned, that he was not required to renounce. One gift he could give her to celebrate their love. The culmination of the ceremony of Jedi Knighthood is the severing of the new Jedi Knight's Padawan braid. And it was this that he laid into Padme's trembling hand. One long, thin braid on his glossy hair, such a little thing, of no value at all. Such a little thing, that meant the galaxy to him. And she had kissed him then, and laid her soft cheek against his jaw, and she had whispered in his ear that she had something for him as well. Out from her closet had whirred R2-D2. Of course Anakin knew him. He had known him for years. The little droid was a decorated war hero himself, having saved Padme's life back when she had been Queen of Naboo, not to mention helping the 9-year-old Anakin destroy the Trade Federation's droid control ship, breaking the blockade, and saving the planet. The Royal Engineers of Naboo's aftermarket wizardry made their modified R units the most sought after in the galaxy. He'd tried to protest, but she had silenced him with a soft finger against his lips, and a gentle smile, and a whisper of, after all, what does a politician need with an astromech? But I'm a Jedi. That's why I'm not giving him to you, she'd said with a smile. I'm asking you to look after him. He's not really a gift. He's a friend. All this flashed through Anakin's mind in the stretching second before his comlink finally crackled to life with a familiar FWU, and his heart unclenched. R2, where are you? Come on, we have to get out of here. High above, on the wall that was supposed to be the floor, the lid of a battered Durasteel storage locker shifted, pushed aside by a dome of silver and blue. The lid swung fully open, and R2-D2 righted itself, deployed its booster rockets, and floated out from the locker, heading for the far exit. Anakin gave Obi-Wan a fierce grin. Let someone he loves pass out of his life? Not likely. What are we waiting for? He said. Let's go. From Invisible Hand's bridge, the ship's spin made the vast curve on Coruscant's horizon appear to orbit the ship in a dizzying whirl. Each rotation also brought a view on the lazily tumbling wreckage of the conning spire, ripped from the ship, and cast out of orbit by centripetal force, as it made the long-burning fall toward the planetary city's surface. General Grievous watched them both, while his droid circuitry ticked off the seconds remaining in the life of his ship. He had no fear for his own life. His specially designed escape module was pre-programmed to take him directly to a ship already primed for jump. Mere seconds after he sealed himself and the Chancellor within the module's heavily armored hull, they would be taken aboard the fleeing ship, which would then make a series of randomized microjumps to prevent being tracked before entering the final jump to the secret base on Utapau. But he was not willing to go without the Chancellor. This operation had cost the Confederacy dearly in ships and personnel. To leave empty-handed would be an even greater cost in prestige. Winning this war was more than half a matter of propaganda. Much of the weakness of the Republic grew from its citizens' superstitious dread of the Separatists' seemingly inevitable victory, a dread cultivated and nourished by the CIS shadow feed that poisoned government propaganda on the HoloNet. The common masses of the Republic believed that the Republic was losing. To see the legendary Grievous himself beaten back and fleeing a battle would give them hope that the war might be won. And hope was simply not to be allowed. His built-in comlink buzzed in his left ear. He touched the sensor implant in the jaw of his mask. Yes. The Jedi almost certainly escaped the conning spire, sir. The voice was that of one of his precious, custom-built IG-100 series Magna Guards. Prototype self-motivating humaniform combat droids designed, programmed, and armed specifically to fight Jedi. We recovered a lightsaber from the base of the turbolift shaft before the spire tore free. Copy that. Stand by for instructions. One long stride put Grievous next to the Neimoidian security officer. Have you located them, or are you about to die? The security officer's trembling finger pointed to a schematic of Invisible Hand's hangar deck, where a bright blip slid slowly through A1. What is that? It's the Chancellor's beacon, sir. What? The Jedi never deactivated it. Why not? Well, I can't actually. Idiots. He looked down at the cringing security officer, considering killing the fool just for taking so long to figure this out. The Neimoidian might as well have read Grievous's thoughts spelled out across his bone-colored mask. If you hadn't, please recall my security console has been destroyed, and so I have been forced to reroute. Silence. Grievous gave a mental shrug. The fool would be dead or captured soon enough regardless. Order all combat droids to terminate their search algorithms and converge on the bridge. Wait, strike that. Leave the battle droids. Useless things, he muttered into his mask. A greater danger to us than to Jedi. Super battle droids and droidekers only, do you understand? We will take no chances. As the security officer turned to his screens, Grievous again touched the sensor implant along the jaw of his mask. IG-101. Sir. Assemble a team of super battle droids and droidekers, as many as you can gather, and report to the hangar deck. I'll give you the exact coordinates as soon as they are available. Yes, sir. You will find at least one Jedi, possibly two, in the company of Chancellor Palpatine, imprisoned in a ray shield. They are to be considered extremely dangerous. Disarm them and deliver them to the bridge. If they are so dangerous, perhaps we should execute them on the spot. No. My orders are clear that the Chancellor is not to be harmed. And the Jedi? The General's right hand slipped beneath his cape to stroke the array of lightsabers clipped there. The Jedi, I will execute personally. A sheet of shimmering energy suddenly flared in front of them, blocking the corridor on the far side of the intersection they were trotting across, and Obi-Wan stopped so short that Anakin almost slammed into his back. He reached over and caught Palpatine by the arm. Careful, sir, he said, low. Better not touch it till we know what it is. Obi-Wan unclipped his lightsaber, activated it, and cautiously extended its tip to touch the energy field. An explosive burst of power flared sparks and streaks in all directions, nearly knocking the weapon from his hands. Ray shield, he said, more to himself than to the others. We'll have to find a way around. But even as he spoke, another sheet shimmered into existence across the mouth of the corridor they'd just left, and two more sizzled into place to seal the corridors to either side. They were boxed in. Caught. Obi-Wan stood there for a second or two, blinking, then looked at Anakin and shook his head in disbelief. I thought we were smarter than this. Apparently not. The oldest trap in the book, and we walked right into it. Anakin felt as embarrassed as Obi-Wan looked. Well, you walked right into it. I was just trying to keep up. Oh, so now this is my fault? Anakin gave him a slightly wicked smile. Hey, you're the master. I'm just a hero. Joke some other time, Obi-Wan muttered. It's the dark side, the shadow on the Force. Our instincts still can't be trusted. Don't you feel it? The dark side was the last thing Anakin wanted to think about right now. Or, it could be that knock on the head, he offered. Obi-Wan didn't even smile. No. All our choices keep going awry. How could they even locate us so precisely? Something is definitely wrong, here. Dooku's death should have lifted the shadow. If you've a taste for mysteries, Master Kenobi, Palpatine interrupted pointedly, perhaps you could solve the mystery on how we are going to escape. Obi-Wan nodded, scowling darkly at the ray shield box as though seeing it for the first time. After a moment, he took out his lightsaber again, ignited it, and sank its tip into the deck at his feet. The blade burned through the durasteel plate almost without resistance, and then flared, and bucked and spat lightning as it hit a shield in place in a gap below the plate, and almost threw Obi-Wan into the annihilating energy of the ray shield behind him. No doubt in the ceiling as well. He looked at the others, and sighed. Ideas? Perhaps, Palpatine said thoughtfully, as though the idea had only just occurred to him. We should simply surrender to General Grievous. With the death of Count Dooku, I'm sure that the two of you can. He cast a significant sidelong glance at Anakin. Negotiate our release. He's persistent, I'll give him that, Anakin thought. He caught himself smiling as he recalled discussing negotiation with Padme on Naboo before the war. He came back to the present when he realized that undertaking aggressive negotiations could prove embarrassing under his current lightsaber-challenged circumstances. I say, he put in slowly, patience. Patience? Obi-Wan lifted an eyebrow. That's a plan? You know what Master Yoda says. Patience you must have, until the mud settles and the water becomes clear. So let's wait. Obi-Wan looked skeptical. Wait. For the security patrol. A couple of droids will be along in a moment or two. They'll have to drop the ray shield to take us into custody. And then? Anakin shrugged cheerfully. And then we'll wipe them out. Brilliant as usual, Obi-Wan said dryly. What if they turn out to be destroyer droids? Or something worse? Oh, come on, Master. Worse than destroyers. Besides, security patrols are always those skinny useless little battle droids. At that moment, 4 of those skinny useless battle droids came marching toward them, one along each corridor, clanking along with blaster rifles leveled. One of them triggered one of its pre-programmed security commands. Hand over your weapons. The other 3 chimed in with enthusiastic barks of, Roger, Roger. And a round of spastic head bobbing. See? Anakin said. No problem. Before Obi-Wan could reply, concealed doors in the corridor walls zipped suddenly aside. Through them rolled the massive bronzium wheels of destroyer droids, 2 into each corridor. The 8 destroyers unrolled themselves behind the battle droids, haloed by sparkling energy shields, twin blaster cannons targeting the 2 Jedi's chests. Obi-Wan sighed. You were saying? Okay, fine. It's the dark side, or something. Anakin rolled his eyes. I guess you're off the hook for the ray shield trap. Through those same doorways marched 16 super battle droids to back up the destroyers, their arm cannons raised to fire over the destroyers' shields. Behind the super battle droids came 2 droids of a type Anakin had never seen. He had an idea what they were, though. And he was not happy about it. Obi-Wan scowled at them as they approached. You're the expert, Anakin. What are those things? Remember what you were saying about worse than destroyers? Anakin said grimly. I think we're looking at them. They walked side by side, their gait easy and straightforward, almost as smooth as a human's. In fact, they could have been humans who were 2 meters tall and made out of metal. They wore long swirling cloaks that had once been white, but now were stained with smoke, and what Anakin strongly suspected was blood. They walked with the cloaks thrown back over one shoulder, to clear their left arms, where they held some unfamiliar staff-like weapon about 2 meters long, something like the force pike of a Senate guard, but shorter, and with an odd-looking discharge blade at each end. They walked like they were made to fight, and they had clearly seen some battle. The chest plate of one bore a round shallow crater surrounded by a corona of scorch, a direct blaster hit that hadn't come close to penetrating. The other bore a scar from its cranial dome down through one dead photoreceptor, a scar that looked like it might have come from a lightsaber. This droid looked like it had fought a Jedi, and survived. The Jedi, he guessed, hadn't. These 2 droids threaded between the super battle droids and destroyers and casually shoved aside one battle droid hard enough that it slammed into the wall and collapsed into a sparking heap of metal. The one with the damaged photoreceptor pointed its staff at them, and the ray shields around them dropped. He said, hand over your weapons, Jedi. This definitely wasn't a pre-programmed security command. Anakin said softly, I saw an intel report on this. I think those are Grievous's personal bodyguard droids. Prototypes built to his specifications. He looked from Obi-Wan to Palpatine, and back again. To fight Jedi. Ah, Obi-Wan said. Then under the circumstances, I suppose we need a plan B. Anakin nodded at Palpatine. The Chancellor's idea is sounding pretty good right now. Obi-Wan nodded thoughtfully. When the Jedi Master turned away to offer his lightsaber to the bodyguard droid, Anakin leaned close to the Supreme Chancellor and murmured, so you get your way, after all. Palpatine answered with a slight, unreadable smile. I frequently do. As super battle droids came forward with electrominders for their wrists and a restraining bolt for R2-D2, Obi-Wan cast one frowning look back over his shoulder. Oh, Anakin, he said, with the sort of quiet, pained resignation that would be recognized instantly by any parent exhausted by a trouble-prone child. Where is your lightsaber? Anakin couldn't look at him. It's not lost, if that's what you're thinking. This was the truth. Anakin could feel it in the Force, and he knew exactly where it was. No. No. Where is it, then? Can we talk about this later? Without your lightsaber, you may not ever later. I don't need a lecture, okay? How many times have we had this talk? Apparently, 1 time less than we needed to. Anakin sighed. Obi-Wan could still make him feel about 9 years old. He gave a sullen nod toward one of the droid bodyguards. He's got it. He does. And how did this happen? I don't want to talk about it. Anakin. Hey, he's got yours, too. That's different. This weapon is your life, Obi-Wan. He did a credible enough Kenobi impression that Palpatine had to smother a snort. You must take care of it. Perhaps, Obi-Wan said, as the droids clicked the binders onto their wrists and led them all away, we should talk about this later. Anakin intoned severely, without your lightsaber, you may not have may. All right. The Jedi Master surrendered with a rueful smile. You win. Anakin grinned at him. I'm sorry, what was that? He couldn't remember the last time he'd won an argument with Obi-Wan. Could you speak up a little? It's not very Jedi to gloat, Anakin. I'm not gloating, Master, he said with a sidelong glance at Palpatine. I'm just savoring the moment. This is how it feels to be Anakin Skywalker, for now. The Supreme Chancellor returns your look with a hint of smile and a sliver of an approving nod, and for you, this tiny, trivial, comradely victory sparks a warmth and ease that relaxes the dragon grip of dread on your heart. Forget that you are captured. You and Obi-Wan have been captured before. Forget the deteriorating ship. Forget the Jedi killing droids. You've faced worse. Forget General Grievous. What is he compared with Dooku? He can't even use the Force. So now, here, for you, the situation comes down to this. You are walking between the 2 best friends you have ever had, with your precious droid friend faithfully whirring after your heels. On your way to win the Clone Wars. What you have done, what happened in the General's quarters and, more important, why it happened, is all burning away in Coruscant's atmosphere along with Dooku's decapitated corpse. Already it seems as if it happened to somebody else, and if you were somebody else when you did it, and it seems as if that man, the dragon-haunted man with a furnace for a heart, and a mind as cold as the surface of that Death Star, had really only been an image reflected in Dooku's open staring eyes. And by the time what's left of the conning spire crashes into the kilometer-thick crust of city that is the surface on Coruscant, those dead eyes will have burned away, and the dragon will burn with them. And you, for the first time in your life, will truly be free. This is how it feels to be Anakin Skywalker. For now. Obi-Wan and Anakin too. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi in the light. As he is prodded onto the bridge along with Anakin and Chancellor Palpatine, he has no need to look around to see the banks of control consoles tended by terrified Neimoidians. He doesn't have to turn his head to count the droidekers and super battle droids, or to gauge the positions of the brutal droid bodyguards. He doesn't bother to raise his eyes to meet the cold yellow stare fixed on him through a skull mask of armorplast. He doesn't even need to reach into the Force. He has already let the Force reach into him. The Force flows over him and around him as though he has stepped into a crystal pure waterfall lost in the green coils of a forgotten rainforest. When he opens himself to that sparkling stream, it flows into him and through him and out again without the slightest interference from his conscious will. The part of him that calls itself Obi-Wan Kenobi is no more than a ripple, an eddy in the pool into which he endlessly pours. There are other parts of him here, as well. There is nothing here that is not a part of him, from the scuff mark on R2-D2's dome to the tattered hem on Palpatine's robe, from the spidering crack in one transparent steel panel on the curving new wall above to the great starships that still battle beyond it. Because this is all part of the Force. Somehow, mysteriously, the cloud that has darkened the Force for near to a decade and a half has lightened around him now, and he finds within himself the limpid clarity he recalls from his school days at the Jedi Temple, when the Force was pure, and clean, and perfect. It is as though the darkness has withdrawn, has coiled back upon itself, to allow him this moment of clarity, to return to him the full power of the light, if only for the moment. He does not know why, but he is incapable of even wondering. In the Force, he is beyond questions. Why is meaningless, it is an echo of the past, or a whisper from the future. All that matters, for this infinite now, is what, and where, and who. He is all 16 of the super battle droids, gleaming in laser-reflective chrome, arms loaded with heavy blasters. He is those blasters, and he is their targets. He is all 8 destroyer droids waiting with electronic patience within their energy shields, and both bodyguards, and every single one of the shivering Neimoidians. He is their clothes, their boots, even each drop of reptile-scented moisture that rolls off them from the misting sprays they use to keep their internal temperatures down. He is the binders that cuff his hands, and he is the electrostaff in the hands of the bodyguard at his back. He is both of the lightsabers that the other droid's bodyguard marches forward to offer to General Grievous. And he is the General himself. He is the General's uranium ribs. He is the beating of Grievous's alien heart, and is the silent pulse of oxygen pumped through his alien veins. He is the weight of 4 lightsabers at the General's belt, and is the greedy anticipation the captured weapons parked behind the General's eyes. He is even the plan for his own execution simmering within the General's brain. He is all these things, but most important, he is still Obi-Wan Kenobi. This is why he can simply stand. Why he can simply wait. He has no need to attack, or to defend. There will be battle here, but he is perfectly at ease, perfectly content to let the battle start when it will start, and let it end when it will end. Just as he will let himself live, or let himself die. This is how a great Jedi makes war. General Grievous lifted the 2 lightsabers, one in each uranium hand, to admire them by the light of turbolaser blasts outside, and said, "Rare trophies, these. The weapon of Anakin Skywalker, and the weapon of General Kenobi. I look forward to adding them to my collection." That will not happen. I am in control here. The reply came through Obi-Wan's lips, but it was not truly Obi-Wan who spoke. Obi-Wan was not in control. He had no need for control. He had the Force. It was the Force that spoke through him. Grievous stalked forward. Obi-Wan saw death in the cold yellow stare through the skull mask's eyeballs, and it meant nothing to him at all. There was no death. There was only the Force. He didn't have to tell Anakin to subtly nudge Chancellor Palpatine out of the line of fire. Part of him was Anakin, and was doing this already. He didn't have to tell R2-D2 to access its combat sub-programs, and divert power to its booster rockets, claw arm, and cable gun. The part of him that was the little astromech had seen to all these things before they had even entered the bridge. Grievous towered over him. So confident you are, Kenobi. Not confident, merely calm. From so close, Obi-Wan could see the hairline cracks and pitting in the bone pale mask, and could feel the resonance of the General's electrosonic voice humming in his chest. He remembered the question of Master General: what is the good, if not the teacher of the bad? What is the bad, if not the task of the good? He said, we can resolve this situation without further violence. I am willing to accept your surrender. I'm sure you are. The skull mask tilted inquisitively. Does this preposterous "I will accept your surrender" line of yours never actually work? Sometimes. When it doesn't, people get hurt. Sometimes they die. Obi-Wan's blue-grey eyes met squarely those of yellow behind the mask. My people, in this case, you should understand that I mean you. I understand enough. I understand that I will kill you. Grievous threw back his cloak and ignited both lightsabers. Here, now, with your own blade. The Force replied through Obi-Wan's lips. I don't think so. The electro drivers that powered Grievous's limbs could move them faster than the human eye can see. When he swung his arm, it and his fist and the lightsaber within it would literally vanish, wiped from existence by sheer mind-numbing speed, an imitation quantum event. No human being could move remotely as fast as Grievous, not even Obi-Wan, but he didn't have to. In the Force, part of him was Grievous's intent to slaughter, and the surge from intent to action translated to Obi-Wan's response without thought. He had no need for a plan, no use for tactics. He had the Force. That sparkling waterfall coursed through him, washing away any thought of danger, or safety, of winning, or losing. The Force, like water, takes on the shape of its container without effort, without thought. The water that was Obi-Wan poured itself into the container that was Grievous's attack, and while some materials might be watertight, Obi-Wan had yet to encounter any that were entirely, as it were, Force-tight. While the intent to swing was still forming in Grievous's mind, the part of the Force that was Obi-Wan was also the part of the Force that was R2-D2, as well as an internal fusion welder Anakin had retrofitted into R2-D2's primary grappling arm, and so there was no need for actual communication between them. It was only Obi-Wan's personal sense of style that brought his customary gentle smile to his face and his customary gentle murmur to his lips. R2. Even as he opened his mouth, a panel was sliding aside in the little droid's fuselage. By the time the droid's nickname had left his lips, the fusion welder had deployed and fired a blinding spray of sparks hot enough to melt uranium, and in the quarter of a second, while even Grievous's electronically enhanced reflexes had him startled and distracted, the part of the Force that was Obi-Wan tried a little trick, a secret one that it had been saving up for just such an occasion as this. Because all there on the bridge was one in the Force, from the gross structure of the ship itself to the quantum dance of the electron shells of individual atoms, and because, after all, the nerves and muscles of the bio-droid General were creations of electronics and uranium, not living tissue with will of its own, it was just barely possible that with exactly the right twist of his mind, in that one vulnerable quarter of a second, while Grievous was distracted, flinching backward from a spray of flame hot enough to burn even his armored body, Obi-Wan might be able to temporarily reverse the polarity of the electro drivers in the General's mechanical hands. Which is exactly what he did. Your steel fingers sprang open, and two lightsabers fell free. He reached through the Force, and the Force reached through him. His blade flared to life while still in the air. It flipped toward him, and as he lifted his hands to meet it, its blue flame flashed between his wrists and severed the binders before the hand grip smacked solidly into his palm. Obi-Wan was so deep in the Force that he wasn't even surprised it had worked. He made a quarter turn to face Anakin, who was already in the air, having leapt simultaneously with Obi-Wan's gentle murmur because Obi-Wan and Anakin were, after all, two parts of the same thing. Anakin's flip carried him over Obi-Wan's head at the perfect range for Obi-Wan's blade to flick out and burn through his partner's binders, and while Grievous was still flinching away from the fountain of fusion fire, Anakin landed with his own hand extended. Obi-Wan felt a liquid surge in the waterfall that he was, and Anakin's lightsaber sang through the air, and Anakin caught it, and so, one single second after Grievous had begun to summon the intent to swing, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker stood back to back in the center of the bridge, expressionlessly staring past the snarling blue energy of their lightsabers. Obi-Wan regarded the General without emotion. Perhaps you should reconsider my offer. Grievous braced himself against a control console, its steel housing buckling under his grip. This is my answer. He ripped the console wholly into the air, right out from under the hands of the astonished Neimoidian operator, raised it over his head, and hurled it at the Jedi. They split, rolling out of the console's way as it crashed to the deck, spitting smoke and sparks. Open fire. Grievous shook his fists as though each held a Jedi's neck. Kill them. Kill them all. For one more second there was only the scuttle of priming levers on dozens of blasters. 1 second after that, the bridge exploded into a firestorm. Grievous hung back, crouching, watching for a moment as his 2 Magna Guards waded into the Jedi, electrostaff swirling through the blinding hail of blaster fire that ricocheted around the bridge. Grievous had fought Jedi before, sometimes even in open battle, and he had found that fighting any one Jedi was much like fighting any other. Kenobi, though. The ease with which Kenobi had taken command of the situation was frightening. More frightening was the fact that of the 2, Skywalker was reportedly the greater warrior. And even their R2 unit could fight. The little astromech had some kind of aftermarket cable gun it had used to entangle the legs of a super droid and yank it off its feet, and now was jerking the droid this way and that so that its arm cannons were blasting chunks off its squadmates instead of the Jedi. Grievous was starting to think less about winning this particular encounter than about surviving it. Let his Magna Guards fight the Jedi, that's what they were designed for, and they were doing their jobs well. IG-101 had pressed Kenobi back against a console, lightning blazing from his electrostaff's energy shield, where it pushed on Kenobi's blade. The Jedi General might have died then and there, except that one of the simple-minded super battle droids turned both arm cannons on his back, giving Kenobi the chance to duck and allow the hammering blaster bolts to slam 101 stumbling backward. Skywalker had stashed the Chancellor somewhere. That sniveling coward Palpatine was probably trembling under one of the control consoles, and had managed to sever both of 102's legs below the knee, which for some reason he apparently expected to end the fight. He seemed completely astonished when 102 whirled nimbly on one end of his electrostaff, and used the stumps on his legs to thump Skywalker so soundly the Jedi went down skidding. On the other hand, Grievous thought, this might be salvageable after all. He tapped his internal comlink store sensor to the General Droid command frequency. The Chancellor is hiding under one of the consoles. Squad 16, find him, and deliver him to my escape pod immediately. Squad 8, stay on mission. Kill the Jedi. Then the ship bucked, sharper than it ever had, and the new wall panels whited out as radiation scatter-sleeted through the bridge. Alarm klaxons blared. The nav console flared sparks into the face of an Neimoidian pilot, setting his uniform on fire and adding his screams to the din, and another console exploded, ripping the newly promoted senior gunnery officer into a pile of shredded meat. Grievous thought. In all the excitement, he had entirely forgotten about Lieutenant Commander Neither and integrity. The other pilot, the one who wasn't shrieking and slapping at the flames on his uniform until his own hands caught fire, leaned as far away from his screaming partner as his crash webbing would allow, and shouted, "General, that shot destroyed the last of the aft control cells. The ship is deorbiting. We're going to burn." "Very well," Grievous said calmly. "Stay on course." Now it no longer mattered whether his bodyguards could overpower the Jedi or not. They would all burn together. He tapped his door sensor to the control frequency for the escape pods. One coded order ensured that his personal pod would be waiting for him with engines hot and systems checks complete. When he looked back to the fight, all he could see on IG-102 was one arm, the saber-cut joint still white hot. Skywalker was pursuing 2 super battle droids that had Palpatine by the arms. While Skywalker dismantled the droids with swift cuts, Kenobi was in the process of doing the same to IG-101. The Magna Guard was hopping on its one remaining leg, whirling its electrostaff with its one remaining arm, and screeching some improbable threat regarding its staff and Kenobi's body cavities, and after Kenobi cut off the arm, 101 went hopping after him, still screeching. The droid actually managed to land one glancing kick before the Jedi casually severed its other leg, after which 101's limbless torso continued to rise on the deck, howling. With both Magna Guards down, all 8 destroyers opened up, dual cannons erupting gouts of galvaned particle beams. The 2 Jedi leapt together to screen the Chancellor, and before Grievous could command the destroyers to cease fire, the Jedi had deflected enough of the bolts to blow apart 3/4 of the remaining super battle droids, and send the survivors scurrying for cover beside what was left of the cringing Neimoidians. The destroyers began to close in, hosing down the Jedi with heavy fire, advancing step by step, cannons against lightsabers, The Jedi caught every blast, and sent them back against the destroyer's shields that flared in spherical halos as they absorbed the reflected bolts. The destroyers might very well have prevailed over the Jedi, except for one unexpected difficulty. Gravity shear. All 8 of them suddenly seemed, inexplicably, to leap into the air, followed by Skywalker, and Palpatine, and chairs, and pieces of Magna Guards, and everything else on the bridge that was not bolted to the deck, except for Kenobi, who managed to grab a control console, and now was hanging by one hand, upside down, still effortlessly deflecting blaster bolts. The surviving Neimoidian pilot was screaming orders for the droids to magnetize, then started howling that the ship was breaking up, and managed to make so much annoying noise that Grievous smashed his skull out of simple irritation. Then he looked around, and realized he'd just killed the last of his crew. All the bridge crew he hadn't slain personally had sucked up the bulk of the random blaster ricochets. Grievous shook the pilot's reins off his fist. Disgusting creatures, Neimoidians. The invisible plane of altered gravity passed over the bio-droid general without effect. His talons of magnetized uranium kept him right where he was, and as one of the Magna Guard's electrostaffs fell past him, his invisibly fast hand snatched it from the air. When another plane of gravity shear swept through the bridge, droids, Chancellor, and Jedi all fell back to the floor. Though the Droideka, also known as the Destroyer Droid, was the most powerful infantry combat droid in general production, it had one major design flaw. The energy shield that was so effective in stopping blasters, slugs, shrapnel, and even lightsabers was precisely tuned to englobe the droid in a standing position. If the droid was no longer standing, say, if it was knocked down, or thrown into a wall, the shield generator could not distinguish a floor or a wall from a weapon, and would keep ramping up power to disintegrate this perceived threat until the generator shorted itself out. Between falling to the ceiling, bouncing off it, and falling back to the floor, the sum total output of all the shield generators on Squad 8 was, currently, one large cloud of black smoke. It was impossible to say which one of them opened fire on the Jedi, and it didn't matter. Inside of 2 seconds, 8 droidekas had become 8 piles of smoking scrap, and 2 Jedi, entirely unscathed, walked out of the smoke side by side. Without a word, they parted to bracket the general. Grievous clicked the electrostaff's power setting to overload, it spat lightning around him as he lifted it to combat ready. I am sorry I don't have time to fight you, it would have been an interesting match, but I have an appointment with an escape pod. And you? He pointed at the transparent steel new wall and triggered his own concealed cable gun, not unlike the one that fancy astromech of theirs had. The cable shot out, and its grappling claw buried itself in one of the panel supports. You, he said, have appointments with death. The Jedi leapt, and Grievous hurled the overloading electrostaff, but not at the Jedi. He threw it at a window. One of the transparent steel panels on the new wall had cracked under a glancing hit from a starfighter's cannon. When the sparking electrostaff hit it squarely and exploded like a proton grenade, the whole panel blew out into space. A hurricane roared to life, raging through the bridge, seizing Neimoidian corpses and pieces of droids and wreckage and hurling them out through the gap along with a white fountain of flash-frozen air. Grievous sprang straight up into the instant hurricane, narrowly avoiding the 2 Jedi, whose leaps had become frantic tumbles as they tried to avoid being sucked through along with him. Grievous, though, had no need to breathe, nor had he any fear of his body fluids boiling in the vacuum, the pressurized synth flesh that enclosed the living parts within his droid exoskeleton sorted that, so he simply rode the storm right out into space until he reached the end of the cable, and it snapped tight, and swung him whipping back toward Invisible Hand's hull. He cast off the cable. His hands and feet of magnetized uranium let him scramble along the hull without difficulty, the light-spidered curve of Coruscant side whirling around him. He clambered over to the external locks of the bridge escape pods, and punched in a command code. Looking back over his shoulder, he experienced a certain chilly satisfaction as he watched empty escape pods blast free on the Hand's bridge and streak away. All of them. Well, all but one. No trick of the Force would spring Kenobi and Skywalker out of this one. It was a shame he didn't have a spy probe handy to leave on the bridge. He would have enjoyed watching the Republic's greatest heroes burn. The ion streaks of the escape pods spiraled through the battle that still flashed and flared silently in the void, pursued by starfighters and armed retrieval ships. Grievous nodded to himself. That should occupy them long enough for his command pod to make the run to his escape ship. As he entered his customized pod, he reflected that he was, for the first time in his career, violating orders. Though he was under strict orders to leave the Chancellor unharmed, Palpatine was about to die alongside his precious Jedi. Then Grievous shrugged, and sighed. What more could he have done? There was a war on, after all. He was sure Lord Sidious would forgive him. On the bridge, a blast shield had closed over the destroyed transparent steel window, and every last surviving combat model droid had been cut to pieces even before the atmosphere had had a chance to stabilize. But there was a more serious problem. The working of the ship had become continuous. White-hot sparks outside streamed backward past the view wall windows. Those sparks, according to the 3 different kinds of alarms that were all screaming through the bridge at once, were what was left of the ablative shielding on the nose of the disabled cruiser. Anakin stared grimly down at a console readout. All the escape pods are gone. Not one left on the whole ship. He looked up at Obi-Wan. We're trapped. Obi-Wan appeared more interested than actually concerned. Well, here's a chance to display your legendary piloting skills, my young friend. You can fly this cruiser, can't you? Flying's no problem. The trick is landing, which, Anakin gave a slightly shaky laugh. Which, you know, this cruiser is not exactly designed to do, even when it's in one piece. Obi-Wan looked unimpressed. And so? Anakin unsapped the crash webbing that held the pilot's corpse and pulled the body from its chair. And so you'd better strap in, he said, settling into the chair, his fingers sliding over the unfamiliar controls. The cruiser bounced even harder, and its attitude began to skew as a new klaxon joined the glare of the other alarms. That wasn't me. Anakin jerked his hands away from the board. I haven't even done anything yet. It certainly wasn't. Palpatine's voice was unnaturally calm. It seems someone is shooting at us. Wonderful, Anakin muttered. Could this day get any better? Perhaps we can talk with them. Obi-Wan moved over to the comm station and began working the screen. Let them know we've captured the ship. All right, take the comm, Anakin said. He pointed at the co-pilot's station. R2, second chair. Chancellor. Yes. Strap in. Now, we're going in hot. Anakin grimaced at the scraps of burning hull flashing past the view wall. In more ways than one. The vast space battle that had ripped and battered Coruscant space all this long day, finally began to flicker out. The shimmering canopy of ion trails and turbolaser bursts was fading into streaks of ships achieving jump as the Separatist strike force fled in full retreat. The light of Coruscant's distant star splintered through iridescent clouds of gas crystals that were the remains of starfighters and of pilots. Damaged cruisers limped toward space yards, passing shattered hulks that hung dead in the infinite day that is interplanetary space. Prize crews took command of surrendered ships, imprisoning the living among their crews and affixing restraining bolts to the droids. The dayside surface of the capital planet was shrouded in smoke from a million fires touched off by meteorite impacts on ship fragments. Far too many had fallen to be tracked and destroyed by the planet's surface defense umbrella. The night-side's sheet of artificial lights faded behind the red-white glow from craters of burning steel. Each impact left a caldera of unimaginable death. In the skies of Coruscant now, the important vessels were no longer warships, but were, instead, the fire suppression and rescue craft that crisscrossed the planet. Now one last fragmentary ship screamed into the atmosphere, coming in too fast, too steep, pieces breaking off to spread apart and stream their own contrails of superheated vapor. Banks of turbolasers on the surface defense towers isolated their signature, and starfighters whipped onto interception courses to thin out whatever fragments the SD towers might miss. And far above, beyond the atmosphere, on the bridge of RSS Integrity, Lieutenant Commander Lord Needer spoke urgently to a knee-high blue ghost scanned into existence by the phased array lasers in a holocom. An alien in Jedi robes, with bulging eyes set in a wrinkled face and long, pointed, oddly flexible ears. You have to stand down the surface defense system, sir. It's General Kenobi. Needer insisted. His code verifies, Skywalker is with him, and they have Chancellor Palpatine. Heard and understood this is, the Jedi responded calmly. Tell me what they require. Needer glanced down at the boil of hull plating that was burning off the falling cruiser, and even as he looked, the ship broke in half at the hangar deck. The rear half tumbled, exploding in sections, but whoever was flying the front half must have been one of the greatest pilots Needer had ever even heard of. The front half wobbled and slewed but somehow righted itself using nothing but a bank of thrusters and its atmospheric drag fins. First, a flight of fireships, Needer said, more calmly now. If they don't get the burn-off under control, there won't be enough hull left to make the surface. And a hardened docking platform, the strongest available, they won't be able to set it down. This won't be a landing, it will be a controlled crash. Repeat, a controlled crash. Heard and understood. This is, the holographic Jedi repeated. Crossload their transponder signature. When this was done, the Jedi nodded brave approval. Thank you, Lieutenant Commander. Valiant service for the Republic you have done today, and the gratitude of the Jedi Order you have earned. Yoda out. On the bridge of integrity, Lord Vader now could only stand and watch, hands clasped behind his back. Military discipline kept him expressionless, but pale bands began at his knuckles and spread whiteness nearly to his wrists. Every bone in his body ached with helplessness. Because he knew that fragment of a ship was a death trap. No one could land such a hulk, not even Skywalker. Each second that passed before its final breakup and burn was a miracle in itself, a testament to the gifts of a pilot who was justly legendary. But when each second is a miracle, how many of them can be strung together in a row? Lord Vader was not religious, nor was he a philosopher or metaphysician. He knew of the Force only by reputation, but nonetheless now he found himself asking the Force, in his heart, that when the fiery end came for the men in that scrap of a ship, it might at least come quickly. His eyes stung. The irony of it burned the back of his throat. The home fleet had fought brilliantly, and the Jedi had done their superhuman part. Against all odds, the Republic had won the day. Yet this battle had been fought to save Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. They had won the battle, but now, as Vader stood watching helplessly, he couldn't help feeling that they were about to lose the war. This is Anakin Skywalker's masterpiece. Many people say he is the best star pilot in the galaxy, but that's merely talk, born of the constant HoloNet references to his unmatched string of kills in starfighter combat. Blowing up vulture droids and tri-fighters is simply a matter of superior reflexes and trust in the Force. He has spent so many hours in the cockpit that he wears a Jedi starfighter-like clothes. It's his own body, with thrusters for legs and cannons for fists. What he is doing right now transcends mere flying the way Jedi combat transcends a schoolyard scuffle. He sits in a blood-spattered, blaster-chopped chair behind a console he's never seen before, a console with controls designed for alien fingers. The ship he's in is not only bucking like a maddened dewback through brutal coils of clear air turbulence, it's on fire and breaking up like a comet ripping apart as it crashes into a gas giant. He has only seconds to learn how to maneuver an alien craft that not only has no aft control cells, but has no aft at all. This is, put simply, impossible. It can't be done. He's going to do it anyway. Because he is Anakin Skywalker, and he doesn't believe in impossible. He extends his hands, and for one long moment he merely strokes controls, feeling their shape under his fingers, listening to the shivers his soft touch brings to each remaining control surface of the disintegrating ship, allowing their resonances to join inside his head until they resolve into harmony like a Pharaoh joy harp virtuoso checking the tuning on his instrument. And at the same time, he draws power from the Force. He gathers perception, and luck, and sucks into himself the instinctive, preconscious what will happen in the next 10 seconds intuition that has always been the core of his talent. And then he begins. On the downbeat, atmospheric drag fins deploy, as he tweaks their angles and cycles them in and out to slow the ship's descent without burning them off altogether. Their contrabass roar takes on a punctuated rhythm like a heart that skips an occasional beat. The forward attitude thrusters, damaged in the ship-to-ship battle, now fire in random directions, but he can feel where they are taking him, and he strokes them in sequence, making their song the theme of his impromptu concerto. And the true inspiration, the sparkling grace note of genius that brings his masterpiece to life, is the soprano counterpoint, a syncopated sequence of exterior hatches in the outer hull sliding open and closed and open again, subtly altering the aerodynamics of the ship to give it just exactly the amount of side slip or lift or yaw to bring the huge half-cruiser into the approach cone of a pinpoint target an eighth of the planet away. It is the Force that makes this possible, and more than the Force. Anakin has no interest in serene acceptance of what the Force will bring. Not here. Not now. Not with the lives of Palpatine and Obi-Wan at stake. It's just the opposite. He seizes upon the Force with a stark refusal to fail. He will land this ship. He will save his friends. Between his will and the will of the Force, there is no contest. Seduction. The dark is generous, and it is patient. It is the dark that seeds cruelty into justice, that drips contempt into compassion, that poisons love with grains of doubt. The Dark can be patient, because the slightest drop of rain will cause those seeds to sprout. The rain will come, and the seeds will sprout, for the Dark is the soil in which they grow, and it is the clouds above them, and it waits behind the star that gives them light. The Dark's patience is infinite. Eventually, even stars burn out. Fault lines. Mace Windu hung onto the corrugated hatch grip beside the gunship's open troop bay with one hand, squinting into the wind that whipped his overcloak behind him. His other hand shaded his eyes against the glare from one of the orbital mirrors that concentrated the capital planet's daylight. The mirror was slowly turning aside now, allowing a band of twilight to approach the gunship's destination. That destination, a kilometer-thick landing platform in the planet's vast industrial zone, was marked with a steeply slanting tower of smoke and vapor that stretched from the planet's surface to the uppermost reaches of the atmosphere, a tower that only now was beginning to spread and coil from its tiny source point to a horizon-spanning smear across the stratospheric winds. The gunship roared over the bottomless canyons of Durasteel and permacrete that formed the landscape of Coruscant, arrowing straight for the industrial zone without regard for the rigid traffic laws that governed flight on the galactic planet. Until martial law was officially lifted by the Senate, the darkening skies would be traveled only by Republic military craft, Jedi transports, and emergency vehicles. The gunship qualified as all three. Mace could see the ship now, what was left of it, resting on the scorched platform far ahead. A piece of a ship, a fragment, less than a third of what once had been the Trade Federation flagship, still burning, despite the gouts of fire suppression foam raining down on it from 5 different ships, and the emergency support clone troops, who surrounded it on the platform. Mace shook his head. Skywalker again. The chosen one. Who else could have brought in this Hulk? Who else could have even come close? The gunship swung into a hot landing, repulsors howling. Mace hopped out before it could settle, and gave the pilot an open palm gesture to signal him to wait. The pilot, faceless within his helmet, responded with a closed fist. No, of course, the pilot wasn't faceless at all. Under his armored helmet, that clone pilot had a face that Mace Windu remembered all too well. That face would always remind him that he had once held Dooku within his grasp, and had let him slip away. Across the platform, an escape pod hatch cycled open. Emergency crews scrambled with an escape slide, and a moment later the Supreme Chancellor, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Anakin Skywalker were all on the deck beside the burning ship, closely followed by a somewhat battered R2 unit that lifted itself down on customized maneuvering rockets. Mace strode swiftly out to meet them. Palpatine's robes were scorched and tattered at the hem, and he seemed weak. He leaned a bit on Skywalker's shoulder as they moved away from the ship. On Skywalker's other side, Master Kenobi seemed a touch the worse for wear himself, caked with dust and leaking a trickle of blood from a scalp wound. Skywalker, by contrast, looked every bit the HoloNet hero he was supposed to be. He seemed to tower over his companions, as though he had somehow gotten even taller in the months since Mace had seen him last. His hair was tousled, his color was high, and his walk still had the rounded grace of a natural fighter, but there was something new in his physicality, in the way he moved his head, perhaps, or the way the weight of Palpatine's arm on his shoulder seemed somehow to belong there, or something less definable. Some new ease, new confidence, an aura of inner power. Presence. Skywalker was not the same young man the Council had sent off to the Outer Rim 5 standard months ago. Chancellor, Mace said as he met them. Are you well? Do you need medical attention? He gestured over his shoulder at the waiting gunship. I have a fully equipped field surgery. No need, Palpatine said, rather faintly. Thank you, Master Windu, but I am well. Quite well, thanks to these two. Mace nodded. Master Kenobi, Anakin. Never better, Skywalker replied, looking as if he meant it, and Kenobi only shrugged, with a slight wince as he touched his scalp wound. Only a bump on the head. That field surgery must be needed elsewhere. It is. Mace looked grim. We don't have even a preliminary estimate of civilian casualties. He waved off the gunship, and it roared away toward the countless fires that painted red the approach of night. A shuttle is on its way. Chancellor, we'll have you on the Senate floor within the hour. The HoloNet have already been notified that you will want to make a statement. I will, indeed. Palpatine touched Mace on the arm. You have always been of great value to me, Master Windu. Thank you. The Jedi are honored to serve the Senate, sir. There might have been the slightest emphasis on the word Senate, Mace remained expressionless as he subtly moved his arm away from the Chancellor's hand. He looked at Obi-Wan. Is there anything else to report, Master Kenobi? What of General Grievous? Count Dooku was there, Skywalker interjected. He had a look on his face that Mace couldn't decipher, proud yet wary, even unhappy. He's dead now. Dead? He looked from Anakin to Obi-Wan, and back again. Is this true? You killed Count Dooku? My young friend is too modest. He killed Count Dooku. Smiling, Kenobi touched the lump on his head. I was taking a nap. But Mace linked. Dooku was to the Separatists what Palpatine was to the Republic. The center of gravity binding together a spiral galaxy of special interests. With Dooku gone, the Confederacy of Independent Systems would no longer really be a confederacy at all. They'd fly to pieces within weeks. Within days. Mace said again, but... And, in the end, he couldn't think of a but. This was all so astonishing that he very nearly, almost, but not quite, cracked a smile. That is, he said, the best news I've heard since. He shook his head. Since I can't remember. Anakin, how did you do it? Inexplicably, young Skywalker looked distinctly uncomfortable. That newly confident presence on his collapsed as suddenly as an overloaded deflector, and instead of meeting Mace's eyes, his gaze flicked to Palpatine. Somehow Mace didn't think this was modesty. He looked to the Chancellor as well, his elation sinking, becoming puzzlement tinged with suspicion. It was entirely extraordinary, Palpatine said blandly, oblivious to Mace's narrowing stare. I know next to nothing on swordplay, of course. To my amateur eye, it seemed that Count Dooku may have been a trace overconfident, especially after having disposed of Master Kenobi so neatly. Obi-Wan flushed, just a bit, and Anakin flushed considerably more deeply. Perhaps young Anakin was simply more highly motivated, Palpatine said, turning a fond smile upon him. After all, Dooku was fighting only to slay an enemy, Anakin was fighting to save, if I may presume the honor, a friend. Mace's scowl darkened. Fine words. Perhaps even true words, but he still didn't like them. No one on the Jedi Council had ever been comfortable with Skywalker's close relationship with the Chancellor. They'd had more than one conversation about it with Obi-Wan, while Skywalker had still been his Padawan, and Mace was less than happy to hear Palpatine speaking for a young Jedi who seemed unprepared to speak for himself. He said, I'm sure the Council will be very interested in your full report, Anakin, with just enough emphasis on full to get his point across. Skywalker swallowed, and then, just as suddenly as it had collapsed, that aura of calm, centered confidence revealed itself around him. Yes, of course, Master Windu. And we must report that Grievous escaped, Obi-Wan said. He is as cowardly as ever. Mace accepted this news with a nod. But he is only a military commander. Without Dooku to hold the coalition together, these so-called independent systems will splinter, and they know it. He looked straight into the Supreme Chancellor's eyes. This is our best chance to sue for peace. We can end this war right now. And while Palpatine answered, Mace Windu reached into the Force. To Mace's Force perception, the world crystallized around them, becoming a gem of reality shot through with flaws and fault lines of possibility. This was Mace's particular gift. To see how people and situations fit together in the Force, to find the sheer planes that can cause them to break in useful ways, and to intuit what sort of strike would best make the cut. Though he could not consistently determine the significance of the structures he perceived, the darkening cloud upon the Force that had risen with the rebirth of the Sith made that harder and harder with each passing day. The presence of shatterpoints was always clear. Mace had supported the training of Anakin Skywalker, though it ran counter to millennia of Jedi tradition, because from the structure of fault lines in the Force around him, he had been able to intuit the truth of Qui-Gon Jinn's guess, that the young slave boy from Tatooine was in fact the prophesied chosen one, born to bring balance to the Force. He had argued for the elevation of Obi-Wan Kenobi to mastership, and to give the training of the Chosen One into the hands of this new, untested master, because his unique perception had shown him powerful lines of destiny that bound their lives together, for good or ill. On the day of Palpatine's election to the Chancellorship, he had seen that Palpatine was himself a shatterpoint of unimaginable significance, a man upon whom might depend the fate of the Republic itself. Now he saw the three men together, and the intricate lattice of fault lines and stress fractures that bound them each to the other was so staggeringly powerful that its structure was beyond calculation. Anakin was somehow a pivot point, The fulcrum of a lever with Obi-Wan on one side, Palpatine on the other, and the galaxy in the balance, but the dark cloud on the Force prevented his perception from reaching into the future for so much as a hint of where this might lead. The balance was already so delicate that he could not guess the outcome of any given shift. The slightest tip in any direction would generate chaotic oscillation. Anything could happen. Anything at all. And the lattice of fault lines that bound all three of them to each other stank on the dark side. He lifted his head and looked to the sky, picking out the dropping star of the Jedi shuttle as it swung toward them through the darkening afternoon. I'm afraid peace is out of the question, while Grievous is at large, the Chancellor was saying sadly. Dooku was the only check on Grievous's monstrous lust for slaughter. With Dooku gone, the General has been unleashed to rampage across the galaxy. I'm afraid that, far from being over, this war is about to get a very great deal worse. And what of the Sith? Obi-Wan said. Dooku's death should have at least begun the weakening of the darkness, but instead it feels stronger than ever. I fear Master Yoda's intuition is correct. That Dooku was merely the apprentice to the Sith Lord, not the Master. Mace started walking toward the small craft dock where the Jedi shuttle would land, and the others fell in with him. The Sith Lord, if one still exists, will reveal himself in time. They always do. He hoped Obi-Wan would take the hint and shut up about it. Mace had no desire to speak openly on the investigation in front of the Supreme Chancellor. The less Palpatine knew, the better. A more interesting puzzle is Grievous, he said. He had you at his mercy, Chancellor, and mercy is not numbered among his virtues. Though we all rejoice that he spared you, I cannot help but wonder why. Palpatine spread his hands. I can only assume the Separatists preferred to have me as a hostage rather than as a martyr. Though it is of course impossible to say, it may merely have been a whim of the General. He is notoriously erratic. Perhaps the Separatist leadership can restrain him, in exchange for certain. Mace let his gaze drift casually to a point somewhere above the Chancellor's head. Considerations. Absolutely not. Palpatine drew himself up, straightening his robes. A negotiated peace would be a recognition of the CIS as the legitimate government of the rebellious systems, tantamount to losing the war. No, Master Windu, this war can end only one way. Unconditional surrender. And while Grievous lives, that will never happen. Very well, Mace said. Then the Jedi will make the capture of General Grievous our particular task. He glanced at Anakin and Obi-Wan, then back to Palpatine. He leaned close to the Chancellor and his voice went low and final, with a buried intensity that hinted just the slightest bit of suspicion and warning. This war has gone on far too long already. We will find him, and this war will end. I have no doubt of it. Palpatine strolled along, seemingly oblivious. But we should never underestimate the deviousness of the Separatists. It is possible that even the war itself has been only one further move, he said with elegant, understated precision, in some greater game. As the Jedi shuttle swung toward the Chancellor's private landing platform at the Senate offices, Obi-Wan watched Anakin pretending not to stare out the window. On the platform was a small welcome contingent of senators, and Anakin was trying desperately to look as if he wasn't searching that little crowd hungrily for a particular face. The pretense was a waste of time. Anakin radiated excitement so powerfully in the Force that Obi-Wan could practically hear the thunder of his heartbeat. Obi-Wan gave a silent sigh. He had entirely too good an idea whose face his former Padawan was so hoping to see. When the shuttle touched down, Master Windu caught his eye from beyond Anakin's shoulder. The Corran Master made a nearly invisible gesture, to which Obi-Wan did not visibly respond, but when Palpatine and Anakin and R2 all debarked toward the crowd of well-wishers, Obi-Wan stayed behind. Anakin stopped on the landing deck, looking back at Obi-Wan. You coming? I haven't the courage for politics, Obi-Wan said, showing his usual trace of a smile. I'll brief the council. Shouldn't I be there, too? No need. This isn't the formal report. Besides, Obi-Wan nodded toward the clot of holonet crews clogging the pedestrian gangway. Someone has to be the poster boy. Anakin looked pained. Poster man. Quite right, Obi-Wan said with a gentle chuckle. Go meet your public, poster man. Wait a minute, this whole operation was your idea. You planned it. You led the rescue. It's your turn to take the blows. You won't get out of it that easily, my young friend. Without you, I wouldn't even have made it to the flagship. You killed Count Dooku, and single-handedly rescued the Chancellor, all while, I might be forgiven for adding, carrying some old broken down Jedi Master unconscious on your back. Not to mention making a landing that will be the standard of impossible in every flight manual for the next 1,000 years. Only because of your training, Master. That's just an excuse. You're the hero. Go spend your glorious day surrounded by... Obi-Wan allowed himself a slightly disparaging cough. Politicians. Come on, Master, you owe me. And not just for saving your skin for the 10th time. 9th time. Carto Nemoidia doesn't count. It was your fault in the first place. Obi-Wan waved him off. See you at the Outer Rim briefing in the morning. Well, alright. Just this once. Anakin laughed and waved, and then headed briskly off to catch up with Palpatine as the Chancellor waded into the senators with the smooth as oiled transparent ease of the lifelong politician. The hatch cycled shut, the shuttle lifted off, and Obi-Wan's smile faded as he turned to Mace Windu. You wanted to speak with me. Windu moved close to Obi-Wan's position by the window, nodding out at the scene on the landing platform. It's Anakin. I don't like his relationship with Palpatine. We've had this conversation before. There is something between them. Something new. I could see it in the Force. Mace's voice was flat and grim. It felt powerful. And incredibly dangerous. Obi-Wan spread his hands. I trust Anakin with my life. I know you do. I only wish we could trust the Chancellor with Anakin's. Yes, Obi-Wan said, frowning. Palpatine's policies are sometimes questionable. But he dotes on Anakin like a kindly old uncle on his favorite nephew. Mace stared out the window. The Chancellor loves power. If he has any other passion, I have not seen it. Obi-Wan shook his head with a trace of disbelief. I recall that not so long ago, you were something of an admirer of his. Things, Mace Windu said grimly, change. Flying over a landscape pocked with smouldering wreckage, where once tall buildings filled with living beings had gleamed in the sun, toward a temple filled with memories of so many Jedi who would never return from this war, Obi-Wan could not disagree. After a moment, he said, what would you have me do? I am not certain. You know my power. I cannot always interpret what I've seen. Be alert. Be mindful of Anakin, and be careful of Palpatine. He is not to be trusted, and his influence on Anakin is dangerous. But Anakin is the chosen one. All the more reason to fear an outsider's influence. We have circumstantial evidence that traces Sidious to Palpatine's inner circle. Suddenly Obi-Wan had difficulty breathing. Are you certain? Mace shook his head. Nothing is certain. But this raid, the capture of Palpatine had to be an inside job. And the timing, we were closing in on him, Master Kenobi. The information you and Anakin discovered, we had traced the Sith Lord to an abandoned factory in the works, not far from where Anakin landed the cruiser. When the attack began, we were tracking him through the down-level tunnels. Mace stared out the viewport at a vast residential complex that dominated the skyline to the west. The trail led to the sub-basement of 500 Republica. 500 Republica was the most exclusive address on the planet. Its inhabitants included only the incredibly wealthy or the incredibly powerful, from Wraith Cianar of the Cianar Systems conglomerate to Palpatine himself. Obi-Wan could only say, oh. We have to face the possibility, the probability, that what Dooku told you on Geonosis was actually true. That the Senate is under the influence, under the control, of Darth Sidious. That it has been for years. Do you? Obi-Wan had to swallow before he could go on. Do you have any suspects? Too many. All we know of Sidious is that he's bipedal, of roughly human conformation. Sate Pestage springs to mind. I wouldn't rule out Mass Ainder, either. The Sith Lord might even be hiding among the Red Guards. There's no way to know. Who's handling the questioning? Obi-Wan asked. I'd be happy to sit in. My perceptions are not so refined as some, but... Mace shook his head. Interrogate the Supreme Chancellor's personal aides and advisors? Impossible. But... Palpatine will never allow it. Though he hasn't said so. Mace stared out the window. I'm not sure he even believes the Sith exist. Obi-Wan blinked. But how can he? Look at it from his point of view. The only real evidence we have is Dooku's word. And he's dead now. The Sith Lord on Naboo, the Zabrak, who killed Qui-Gon. Mace shrugged. Destroyed. As you know. He shook his head. Relations with the Chancellor's office are difficult. I feel he has lost his trust in the Jedi. I have certainly lost my trust in him. but he doesn't have the authority to interfere with a Jedi investigation. Obi-Wan frowned, suddenly uncertain. Does he? The Senate has surrendered so much power, it's hard to say where his authority stops. It's that bad. Mace's door locked. The only reason Palpatine's not a suspect is because he already rules the galaxy. But we are closer than we have ever been to rooting out the Sith, Obi-Wan said slowly. That can only be good news. I would think that Anakin's friendship with Palpatine could be of use to us in this. He has the kind of access to Palpatine that other Jedi might only dream of. Their friendship is an asset, not a danger. You can't tell him. I beg your pardon. Of the whole council, only Yoda and myself know how deep this actually goes. And now you. I have decided to share this with you because you are in the best situation to watch Anakin. Watch him. Nothing more. We. Obi-Wan shook his head helplessly. We don't keep secrets from each other. You must keep this one. Mace laced his fingers together and squeezed until his knuckles crackled like blaster fire. Skywalker is arguably the most powerful Jedi alive, and he is still getting stronger. But he is not stable. You know it. We all do. It is why he cannot be given mastership. We must keep him off the council, despite his extraordinary gifts. And Jedi prophecy is not absolute. The less he has to do with Palpatine, the better. But surely, Obi-Wan stopped himself. He thought of how many times Anakin had violated orders. He thought of how unflinchingly loyal Anakin was to anyone he considered a friend. He thought of the danger Palpatine faced unknowingly, with a Sith Lord among his advisors. Master Windu was right. This was a secret Anakin could not be trusted to keep. What can I tell him? Tell him nothing. I sense the dark side around him. Around them both. And it is around us all, Obi-Wan reminded him. The dark side touches all of us, Master Windu. Even you. I know that too well, Obi-Wan. For 1 second Obi-Wan saw something raw and haunted in the Corran Master's eyes. Mace turned away. It is possible that we may have to move against Palpatine. Move against? If he is truly under the control of a Sith Lord, it may be the only way. Obi-Wan's whole body had gone numb. This didn't seem real. It was not possible that he was actually having this conversation. You haven't been here, Obi-Wan. Mace stared bleakly down at his hands. You've been off fighting the war in the Outer Rim. You don't know what it's been like, dealing with all the petty squabbles, and special interests, and greedy, grasping fools in the Senate, and Palpatine's constant, cynical, ruthless maneuvering for power. He carves away chunks of our freedom, and bandages the wounds with tiny scraps of security. And for what? Look at this planet, Obi-Wan. We have given up so much freedom, how secure do we look? Obi-Wan's heart clenched. This was not the Mace Windu he knew and admired. It was as though the darkness in the Force was so much thicker here on Coruscant that it had breathed poison into Mace's spirit, and perhaps was even breeding suspicion and dissension among the members of the Jedi Council. The greatest danger from the darkness outside came when Jedi fed it with the darkness within. He had feared he might find matters had deteriorated when he returned to Coruscant and the temple. Not even in his darkest dreams had he thought it would get this bad. Master Windu, Mace. We'll go to Yoda together, he said firmly. And among the three of us we'll work something out. We will, you'll see. It may be too late already. It may be. And it may not be. We can only do what we can do, Mace. A very, very wise Jedi once said to me, we don't have to win. All we have to do is fight. Some of the lines erased themselves from the Corran Master's face then, and when he met Obi-Wan's eye there was a quirk at the corner of his mouth that might someday develop into a smile, a tired, sad smile, but a smile nonetheless. I seem, he said slowly, to have forgotten that particular Jedi. Thank you for reminding me. It was the least I could do, Obi-Wan said lightly, but a sad weight had gathered on his chest. Things change, indeed. Anakin's heart pounded in his throat, but he kept smiling, and nodding, and shaking hands, and trying desperately to work his way toward a familiar golden-domed protocol droid, who hung back beyond the crowd of senators, right arm lifted in a small, tentative wave at R2-D2. She wasn't here. Why wasn't she here? Something must have happened. He knew, deep in his guts, that something had happened to her. An accident, or she was sick, or she'd been caught in one of the vast number of buildings hit by debris from the battle today. She might be trapped somewhere right now, might be wounded, might be smothering, calling out his name, might be feeling the approach of flames. Stop it, he told himself. She's not hurt. If anything had happened to her, he would know. Even from the far side of the outer rim, he would know. So why wasn't she here? Had something. He could barely breathe. He couldn't make himself even think it. He couldn't stop himself from thinking it. Had something changed? For her? In how she felt? He managed to disengage himself from Tundra Daumea's clammy grip and insistent invitations to visit his family's Deepwater estate on Mon Calamari. He slid past the Malastarian Senator Askark with an apologetic shrug. He had a different senator on his mind. R2 was weeping and beeping and whistling intensely when Anakin finally struggled free of the mass of sweaty, grasping politicians. C-3PO had turned away dismissively. It couldn't have been that bad. Don't exaggerate. You're hardly even dented. R2's answering through sounded a little defensive. C-3PO sent a wisp of static through his vocabulator that sounded distinctly like a disapproving sniff. On that point I agree, you're long overdue for a tune-up. And, if I may say so, a bath. 3PO. Anakin came up close beside the droid he had built in the back room of his mother's slave hovel on Tatooine. The droid, who had been both project and friend through his painful childhood. The droid, who now served the woman he loved. 3PO had been with her all these months, had seen her every day, had touched her, perhaps even today he could feel echoes of her resonating outward from his electroplated shell, and they left him breathless. Oh, Master Anakin! 3PO exclaimed. I am very glad to find you well. One does worry when friends fall out of touch. Why, I was saying to the senator, just the other day, or was it last week? Time seems to run together so, do you think you might have the opportunity to adjust my internal calendar settings while you're... 3PO, have you seen her? Anakin was trying so hard not to shout that his voice came out a strangled croak. Where is she? Why isn't she here? Oh, well, certainly. Officially, Senator Amidala is extremely busy, C-3PO said imperturbably. She has been sequestered all day in the Naboo embassy, reviewing the new Security Act, preparing for tomorrow's debate. Anakin couldn't breathe. She wasn't here, hadn't come to meet him, over some debate. The Senate. He hated the Senate. Hated everything about it. A red haze gathered inside his head. Those self-righteous, narrow-minded, grubby little squabblers. He'd be doing the galaxy a favor if he were to go over there right now and just... Wait, he murmured, blinking. Did you say, officially? Oh, yes, Master Anakin. 3PO sounded entirely virtuous. That is my official answer to all queries regarding the senator's whereabouts. All afternoon. The red haze evaporated, leaving only sunlight and dizzyingly fresh air. Anakin smiled. And unofficially? The protocol droid leaned close with an exaggeratedly conspiratorial whisper. Unofficially, she's waiting in the hallway. It felt like being struck by lightning, but in a good way, in the best way any man has ever felt since, roughly, the birth of the universe. 3PO gave a slight nod at the other senators and the holonet crew on the gangway. She thought it best to avoid a public scene, and she wished for me to relate to you that she believes the both of you might avoid a public scene, all afternoon, and perhaps all night, as well. 3PO. Anakin blinked at him. He felt an irrational desire to giggle. What exactly are you suggesting? I'm sure I couldn't say, sir. I am only performing as per the senator's instructions. You? Anakin shook his head in wonder while his smile grew to a grin he thought might split open his cheeks. You are amazing. Thank you, Master Anakin, though credit for that is due largely. C-3PO made an elegantly gracious bow. To my creator. Anakin could only go on grinning. With that, the golden protocol droid laid an affectionate hand on R2's dome. Come along, R2. I have found the most delightful body shop down in the Lipashan way. They moved away, whirring and clanking after the senators, who were already off among the holonet crews. Anakin's smile faded as he watched them go. He felt a presence at his shoulder and turned to find Palpatine beside him with a warm smile and a soft word, as he always seemed to be when Anakin was troubled. What is it, Anakin? The Chancellor asked kindly. Something is disturbing you, I can tell. Anakin shrugged and gave his head a dismissive shake, embarrassed. it's nothing. Anakin, anything that might upset a man such as yourself is certainly something. Let me help. There's nothing you can do. It's just... Anakin nodded after 3PO and R2. I was just thinking that even after all I've done, C-3PO is still the only person I know who calls me Master. The Jedi Council. Palpatine slid an arm around Anakin's shoulders and gave him a comradely squeeze. I believe I can be of some use to you in this problem after all. You can? I should be very much surprised if I couldn't. Palpatine's smile was still warm, but his eyes had gone distant. You may have noticed that I have a certain gift, he murmured, for getting my way. Padme. From the shadow of a great pillar stretching up into the reddening afternoon that leaked through the vaulted roof of transparent steel over the atrium of the Senate office building, she watched senators clustering in through the archway from the Chancellor's landing platform, and then she saw the Chancellor himself, and C-3PO, and yes, that was R2-D2. And so he could not be far behind, and only then did she finally find him among them, tall and straight, his hair radiation bleached to golden streaks, and on his lips a lively smile that opened her chest and unlocked her heart. And she could breathe again. Through the swirl of HoloNet reporters, and the chatter of senators, and the gently comforting tones of Palpatine's most polished, reassuringly paternal voice, she did not move, not so much as to lift a hand or turn her head. She was silent, and still, only letting herself breathe, feeling the beat of her heart, and she could have stood there forever, in the shadows, and had her fondest dreams all fulfilled, simply by watching him be alive. But when he moved away from the group, pacing in soft conversation with Bail Organa of Alderaan, and she heard Bail saying something about the end of Count Dooku, and the end of the war, and finally an end to Palpatine's police state tactics, her breath caught again, and she held it, because she knew the next thing she heard would be his voice. I wish that were so, he said, but the fighting will continue until General Grievous is spare parts. The Chancellor is very clear on this, and I believe the Senate and the Jedi Council will both agree. And beyond that, there was no hope she could be happier until his eye found her silent, still shadow, and he straightened, and a new light broke over his golden face, and he said, "Excuse me," to the senator from Alderaan, and a moment later he came to her in the shadows, and they were in each other's arms. Their lips met, and the universe became, one last time, perfect. This is Padme Amidala. She is an astonishingly accomplished young woman, who in her short life has been already the youngest ever elected queen on her planet, a daring partisan guerrilla, and a measured, articulate, and persuasive voice of reason in the Republic Senate. But she is, at this moment, none of these things. She can still play at them, she pretends to be a senator, she still wields the moral authority of a former queen, and she is not shy about using her reputation for fierce physical courage to her advantage in political debate, but her inmost reality, the most fundamental, unbreakable core of her being, is something entirely different. She is Anakin Skywalker's wife. Yet wife is a word too weak to carry the truth of her. Wife is such a small word. Such a common word, a word that can come from a downturned mouth with so many petty, unpleasant echoes. For Padme Amidala, saying I am Anakin Skywalker's wife is saying neither more nor less than I am alive. Her life before Anakin belonged to someone else, some lesser being to be pitied, some poor impoverished spirit who could never suspect how profoundly life should be lived. Her real life began the first time she looked into Anakin Skywalker's eyes, and found in there not the uncritical worship of little Annie from Tatooine, but the direct, unashamed, smouldering passion of a powerful Jedi. A young man, to be sure, but every centimeter a man whose legend was already growing within the Jedi Order and beyond. A man who knew exactly what he wanted, and was honest enough to simply ask for it. A man strong enough to unroll his deepest feelings before her without fear and without shame. A man who had loved her for a decade, with faithful and patient heart, while he waited for the act of destiny he was sure would someday open her own heart to the fire in his. But though she loves her husband without reservation, love does not blind her to his faults. She is older than he, and wise enough to understand him better than he does himself. He is not a perfect man. He is prideful, and moody, and quick to anger, but these faults only make her love him the more, for his every flaw is more than balanced by the greatness within him, his capacity for joy and cleansing laughter, his extraordinary generosity of spirit, his passionate devotion not only to her, but also in the service of every living being. He is a wild creature who has come gently to her hand, a mine tiger purring against her cheek. Every softness on his touch, every kind glance or loving word is a small miracle in itself. How can she not be grateful for such gifts? This is why she will not allow their marriage to become public knowledge. Her husband needs to be a Jedi. Saving people is what he was born for. To take that away from him would cripple every good thing in his troubled heart. Now she holds him in their infinite kiss with both arms tight around his neck, because there is a cold dread in the center of her heart that whispers this kiss is not infinite at all, that it's only a pause in the headlong rush of the universe, and when it ends, she will have to face the future. And she is terrified. Because while he has been away, everything has changed. Today, here in the hallway of the Senate office building, she brings him news of a gift they have given each other, a gift of joy, and of terror. This gift is the edge of a knife that has already cut their past from their future. For these long years they have held each other only in secret, only in moments stolen from the business of the Republic and the war. Their love has been the perfect refuge, a long quiet afternoon, warm and sunny, sealed away from fear and doubt, from beauty and from danger. But now she carries within her a planetary terminator that will end their warm afternoon forever and leave them blind in the oncoming night. She is more, now, than Anakin Skywalker's wife. She is the mother of Anakin Skywalker's unborn child. After an all too brief eternity, the kiss finally ended. She clung to him, just breathing in the presence of him after so long, murmuring love against his broad strong chest, while he murmured love into the coils of her softly scented hair. Some time later, she found words again. Anakin, Anakin, oh my Anakin, I can't believe you're home. They told me. She almost choked on the memory. There were whispers, that you'd been killed. I couldn't, every day. Never believe stories like that, he whispered. Never. I will always come back to you, Padme. I've lived a year for every hour you were away. It's been a lifetime, too. She reached up to the burn scar high on his cheek. You were hurt? Nothing serious, he said with half a smile. Just an unfriendly reminder to keep up with my lightsaber practice. 5 months. It was almost a moan. 5 months, how could they do that to us? He rested his cheek lightly on the crown of her head. If the Chancellor hadn't been kidnapped, I'd still be out there. It's terrible to say it, but I'm grateful. I'm glad he was kidnapped. It's like it was all arranged just to bring me home again. His arms were so strong, and so warm, and his hand touched her hair in the softest caress, as though he was afraid she were as fragile as a dream, and he bent down for another kiss, a new kiss, a kiss that would wipe away every dark dream, and all the days, and hours and minutes of unbearable dread. But only steps away, the main vault of the atrium still held senators and holonet crews, and the knowledge of the price Anakin would pay when their love became known made her turn her face aside, and put her hands on his chest to hold him away. Anakin, not here. It's too risky. No, here. Exactly here. He drew her against him again, effortlessly overpowering her half-hearted resistance. I'm tired of the deception, of the sneaking, and the lying. We have nothing to be ashamed of. We love each other, and we are married. Just like trillions of beings across the galaxy. This is something we should shout, not whisper. No, Anakin. Not like all those others. They are not Jedi. We can't let our love force you out of the Order. Force me out of the Order? He smiled down at her fondly. Was that a pun? Anakin. He could still make her angry without even trying. Listen to me. We have a duty to the Republic. Both of us, but yours is now so much more important. You are the face of the Jedi, Anakin. Even after these years of war, many people still love the Jedi, and it's mostly because they love you. Do you understand that? They love the story of you. You're like something out of a bedtime tale, the secret prince, hidden among the peasants, growing up without ever a clue on his special destiny, except for you it's all true. Sometimes I think that the only reason the people of the Republic still believe we can win the war is because you're fighting it for them. And it always comes back to politics for you, Anakin said. His smile had gone now. I'm barely even home, and you're already trying to talk me into going back to the war. This isn't about politics, Anakin, it's about you. Something has changed, hasn't it? Thunder gathered in his voice. I felt it, even outside. Something has changed. She lowered her head. Everything has changed. What is it? What? He took her by the shoulders now, his hands hard and irresistibly powerful. There's someone else. I can feel it in the Force. There is someone coming between us. Not the way you think, she said. Anakin, listen. Who is it? Who? Stop it. Anakin, stop. You'll hurt us. His hands sprang open as though she had burned them. He took an unsteady step backward, his face suddenly ashen. Padme, I would never, I'm so sorry, I just... He leaned on the pillar and brought a hand weakly to his eyes. The hero with no fear. What a joke. Padme, I can't lose you. I can't. You're all I live for. Wait. He lifted his head, frowning quizzically. Did you say, us? She reached for him, and he came to meet her hand. Rising tears burned her eyes, and her lip trembled. Annie, I'm pregnant. She watched him as everything their child would mean cycled through his mind, and her heart caught when she saw first of all the wild, almost explosive joy that dawned over his face, because that meant that, whatever he had gone through on the outer rim, he was still her Annie. It meant that the war that had scarred his face had not scarred his spirit. And she watched that joy fade as he began to understand that their marriage could not stay hidden much longer, that even the voluminous robes she wore could not conceal a pregnancy forever, that he would be cast out in disgrace from the Jedi Order, that she would be relieved of her post and recalled to Naboo, that the very celebrity that had made him so important to the war would turn against them both, making them the freshest possible meat for an entire galaxy full of scandalmongers. And she watched him decide that he didn't care. That is, he said slowly, that wild spark returning to his eyes. Wonderful. Padme, that's wonderful. How long have you known? She shook her head. What are we going to do? We're going to be happy, that's what we're going to do. And we're going to be together. All three of us. But... no. He laid a gentle finger on her lips, smiling down at her. No buts. No worries. You worry too much as it is. I have to, she said, smiling through the tears in her eyes. Because you never worry at all. Anakin lurched upright in bed, gasping, staring blindly into alien darkness. How she had screamed for him, how she had begged for him, how her strength had failed on that alien table, how at the last she could only whimper, Anakin, I'm sorry. I love you. I love you, thundered inside his head, blinding him to the contours of the night-shrouded room, deafening him to every sound save the turbo hammer on his heart. His hand on flesh found unfamiliar coils of sweat damp silken sheets around his waist. Finally he remembered where he was. He half-turned, and she was with him, lying on her side, her glorious fall of hair fanned across her pillow, eyes closed, half a smile on her precious lips, and when he saw the long, slow rise and fall of her chest with the cycle of her breathing, he turned away and buried his face in his hands and sobbed. The tears that ran between his fingers then were tears of gratitude. She was alive, and she was with him. In silence so deep he could hear the whirring of the electro drivers in his mechanical hand, he disentangled himself from the sheets and got up. Through the closet, a long curving sweep of stairs led to the veranda that overlooked Padme's private landing deck. Leaning on the night-chill rail, Anakin stared out upon the endless nightscape of Coruscant. It was still burning. Coruscant at night had always been an endless galaxy of light, shining from trillions of windows in billions of buildings that reached kilometers into the sky, with navigation lights, and advertising and the infinite streams of speeders running lights coursing the rivers of traffic lanes overhead. But tonight, local power outages had swallowed ragged swathes of the city into vast nebulae of darkness, broken only by the malignant red dwarf glare of innumerable fires. Anakin didn't know how long he stood there, staring. The city looked like he felt damaged, broken in battle, stained with darkness. And he'd rather look at the city than think about why he was out here looking at it in the first place. She moved more quietly than the smoky breeze, but he felt her approach. She took a place beside him at the railing, and laid her soft human hand along the back of his hard mechanical one. And she simply stood with him, staring silently out across the city that had become her second home. Waiting patiently for him to tell her what was wrong. Trusting that he would. He could feel her patience, and her trust, and he was so grateful for both that tears welled once more. He had to blink out at the burning night, and blink again, to keep those fresh tears from spilling over onto his cheeks. He put his flesh hand on top of hers, and held it gently until he could let himself speak. It was a dream, he said finally. She accepted this with a slow, serious nod. Bad. It was like the ones I used to have. He couldn't look at her. About my mother. Again, a nod, but even slower, and more serious. And, He looked down at her small, slim fingers, and he slipped his between them, clasping their two hands into a knot of prayer. It was about you. Now she turned aside, leaning once more upon the rail, staring out into the night, and in the slowly pulsing rose glow of the distant fires she was more beautiful than he had ever seen her. All right, she said softly. It was about me. Then she simply waited, still trusting. When Anakin could finally make himself tell her, his voice was raw and hoarse as though he'd been shouting all day. It was about you dying, he said. I couldn't stand it. I can't stand it. He couldn't look at her. He looked at the city, at the deck, at the stars, and he found no place he could bear to see. All he could do was close his eyes. You're going to die in childbirth. Oh, she said. That was all. She had only a few months left to live. They had only a few months left to love each other. She would never see their child. And all she said was, oh. After a moment, the touch of her hand to his cheek brought his eyes open again, and he found her gazing up at him calmly. And the baby? He shook his head. I don't know. She nodded and pulled away, drifting toward one of the veranda chairs. She lowered herself into it and stared down at her hands, clasped together in her lap. He couldn't take it. He couldn't watch her be calm and accepting about her own death. He came to her side and knelt. It won't happen, Padme. I won't let it. I could have saved my mother a day earlier, an hour. He bit down on the rising pain inside him, and spoke through clenched teeth. This dream will not become real. She nodded. I didn't think it would. He blinked. You didn't? This is Coruscant, Annie, not Tatooine. Women don't die in childbirth on Coruscant, not even the Twillighters in the down levels. And I have a top-flight medical droid, who assures me I am in perfect health. Your dream must have been some kind of metaphor, or something. My dreams are literal, Padme. I wouldn't know a metaphor if it bit me. And I couldn't see the place you were in, you might not even be on Coruscant. She looked away. I have been thinking about going somewhere else, having the baby in secret, to protect you, so you can stay in the Order. I don't want to stay in the Order. He took her face between his palms so that she had to look into his eyes, so that she had to see how much he meant every word he said. Don't protect me. I don't need it. We have to start thinking, right now, about how we can protect you, because all I want is for us to be together. And we will be, she said. But there must be more to your dream than death in childbirth. That doesn't make any sense. I know, but I can't begin to guess what it might be. It's too, I can't even think about it, Padme. I'll go crazy. What are we going to do? She kissed the palm of his hand on flesh. We're going to do what you told me when I asked you the same question this afternoon. We're going to be happy together. But we can't just wait. I can't. I have to do something. Of course you do. She smiled fondly. That's who you are. That's what being a hero is. What about Obi-Wan? He frowned. What about him? You told me once that he is as wise as Yoda and as powerful as Mace Windu. Couldn't he help us? No. Anakin's chest clenched like a fist squeezing his heart. I can't, I'd have to tell him. He's your best friend, Annie. He must suspect already. It's one thing to have him suspect. It's something else to shove it in his face. He's still on the council. He'd have to report me. And what? Is there something you haven't told me? He turned away. I'm not sure he's on my side. Your side? Anakin, what are you saying? He's on the Jedi Council, Padme. I know my name has come up for mastery. I'm more powerful than any Jedi Master alive. But someone is blocking me. Obi-Wan could tell me who and why, but he doesn't. I'm not sure he even stands up for me with them. I can't believe that. It has nothing to do with believing, he murmured, softly bitter. It's the truth. There must be some reason, then. Anakin, he's your best friend. He loves you. Maybe he does, but I don't think he trusts me. His eyes went as bleak as the empty night. And I'm not sure we can trust him. Anakin. She clutched at his arm. What would make you say that? None of them trust me, Padme. None of them. You know what I feel when they look at me? Anakin. He turned to her, and everything in him ached. He wanted to cry, and he wanted to rage, and he wanted to make his rage a weapon that would cut himself free forever. Fear, he said. I feel their fear. And for nothing. He could show them something, though. He could show them a reason for their fear. He could show them what he'd discovered within himself in the general's quarters on Invisible Hand. Something of it must have risen on his face, because he saw a flicker of doubt shadow her eyes, just for a second, just a flash, but still it burned into him like a lightsaber, and he shuddered, and his shudder turned into a shiver that became shaking, and he gathered her to his chest, and buried his face in her hair, and the strong sweet warmth of her cooled him, just enough. Padme, he murmured. Oh, Padme, I'm so sorry. Forget I said anything. None of that matters now. I'll be gone from the Order soon, because I will not let you go away to have our baby in some alien place. I will not let you face my dream alone. I will be there for you, Padme. Always. No matter what. I know it, Annie. I know. She pulled gently away and looked up at him. Tears sparkled like red gems in the firelight. Red as the synthetic bloodshine of Dooku's lightsaber. He closed his eyes. She said, "Come upstairs, Anakin. The night's getting cold. Come up to our bed." All right. All right. He found that he could breathe again, and his shaking had stilled. Just. He put his arm around her shoulders so that he didn't have to meet her eyes. Just don't say anything to Obi-Wan, all right? Masters. Obi-Wan sat beside Mace Windu while they watched Yoda scan the report. Here in Yoda's simple living space within the Jedi Temple, every softly curving pod chair and knurled organiform table hummed with gentle, comforting power, the same warm strength that Obi-Wan remembered enfolding him even as an infant. These chambers had been Yoda's home for more than 800 years. Everything within them echoed with the harmonic resonance of Yoda's calm wisdom, tuned through centuries of his touch. To sit within Yoda's chambers was to inhale serenity. To Obi-Wan, this was a great gift in these troubled times. But when Yoda looked at them through the translucent shimmer of the holoprojected report on the contents of the latest amendment to the Security Act, his eyes were anything but calm. They had gone narrow and cold, and his ears had flattened back along his skull. This report, from where does it come? The Jedi still have friends in the Senate, Mace Windu replied in his grim monotone, for now. When presented this amendment is, passed it will be. Mace nodded. My source expects passage by acclamation. Overwhelming passage. Perhaps as early as this afternoon. The Chancellor's goal in this, unclear to me it is, Yoda said slowly. Though nominally in command of the Council, the Senate may place him, the Jedi he cannot control. Moral, our authority has always been, much more than merely legal. Simply follow orders, Jedi do not. I don't think he intends to control the Jedi, Mace said. By placing the Jedi Council under the control of the office of the Supreme Chancellor, this amendment will give him the constitutional authority to disband the Order itself. Surely you cannot believe this is his intention. His intention? Mace said darkly. Perhaps not, but his intentions are irrelevant. All that matters now is the intent of the Sith Lord, who has our government in his grip. And the Jedi Order may be all that stands between him and galactic domination. What do you think he will do? Authority to disband the Jedi, the Senate would never grant. The Senate will vote to grant exactly that, this afternoon. The implications of this, they must not comprehend. It no longer matters what they comprehend, Mace said. They know where the power is. But even disbanded, even without legal authority, still Jedi we would be. Jedi Knights served the Force long before there was a Galactic Republic, and serve it we will when this Republic is but dust. Master Yoda, that day may be coming sooner than any of us think. That day may be today. Mace shot a frustrated look at Obi-Wan, who picked up his cue smoothly. We don't know what the Sith Lord's plans may be, Obi-Wan said, but we can be certain that Palpatine is not to be trusted. Not anymore. This draft resolution is not the product of some overzealous senator. We may be sure Palpatine wrote it himself, and passed it along to someone he controls, to make it look like the Senate is, once more, forcing him to reluctantly accept extra powers in the name of security. We are afraid that they will continue to do so until one day he's forced to reluctantly accept dictatorship for life. I am convinced this is the next step in a plot aimed directly at the heart of the Jedi, Mace said. This is a move toward our destruction. The dark side of the Force surrounds the Chancellor. Obi-Wan added, and it has surrounded and cloaked the Separatists since even before the war began. If the Chancellor is being influenced through the dark side, this whole war may have been, from the beginning, a plot by the Sith to destroy the Jedi Order. Speculation. Yoda thumped the floor with his dimmer stick, making his hoverchair bob gently. On theories such as these we cannot rely. Proof we need. Proof. Proof may be a luxury we cannot afford. A dangerous light has entered Mace Windu's eyes. We must be ready to act. Act? Obi-Wan asked mildly. He cannot be allowed to move against the Order. He cannot be allowed to prolong the war needlessly. Too many Jedi have died already. He is dismantling the Republic itself. I have seen life outside the Republic. So have you, Obi-Wan. Slavery. Torture. Endless war. Mace's face darkened with the same distant, haunted shadow Obi-Wan had seen him wear the day before. I have seen it in Nar Shaddaa, and I saw it on Harun Kal. I saw what it did to Depa, and to Sora Bulk. Whatever its flaws, the Republic is our sole hope for justice, and for peace. It is our only defense against the dark. Palpatine may be about to do what the Separatists cannot, bring down the Republic. If he tries, he must be removed from office. Removed? Obi-Wan said. You mean, arrested? Yoda shook his head. To a dark place, this line of thought will lead us. Great care, we must take. The Republic is civilization. It's the only one we have. Mace looked deeply into Yoda's eyes, and into Obi-Wan's, and Obi-Wan could feel the heat in the Corran Master's gaze. We must be prepared for radical action. It is our duty. But, Obi-Wan protested humbly, you're talking about treason. I'm not afraid of words, Obi-Wan. If it's treason, then so be it. I would do this right now, if I had the Council's support. The real treason, Mace said, would be failure to act. Such an act, destroy the Jedi Order it could, Yoda said. Lost the trust of the public, we have already. No disrespect, Master Yoda, Mace interrupted, but that's a politician's argument. We can't let public opinion stop us from doing what's right. Convinced it is right, I am not, Yoda said severely. Working behind the scenes we should be, to uncover Lord Sidious. To move against Palpatine, while the Sith still exist, this may be part of the Sith plan itself. To turn the Senate and the public against the Jedi. So that we are not only disbanded, but outlawed. Mace was half out of his pod. To wait gives the Sith the advantage. Have the advantage already, they do. Yoda jabbed at him with his dimmer stick. Increase their advantage we will, if in haste we act. Masters, please, Obi-Wan said. He looked from one to the other and inclined his head respectfully. Perhaps there is a middle way. Of course. Kenobi the negotiator. Mace Windu settled back into his seating pod. I should have guessed. That is why you asked for this meeting, isn't it? To mediate our differences. If you can. So sure of your skills you are. Yoda folded his fists around the head of his stick. Easy to negotiate, this matter is not. Obi-Wan kept his head down. It seems to me, he said carefully, that Palpatine himself has given us an opening. He has said both to you, Master Windu, and in the HoloNet address he gave following his rescue, that General Grievous is the true obstacle to peace. Let us forget about the rest of the Separatist leadership, for now. Let Newt Gunray and Sandhill and the rest run wherever they like, while we put every available Jedi and all of our agents, the whole of Republic intelligence, if we can, to work on locating Grievous himself. This will force the hand of the Sith Lord. He will know that Grievous cannot elude our full efforts for long, once we devote ourselves exclusively to his capture. It will draw Sidious out. He will have to make some sort of move, if he wishes the war to continue. If, Mace said. The war has been a Sith operation from the beginning, with Dooku on one side, and Sidious on the other. It has always been a plot aimed at us, at the Jedi. To bleed us dry on our youngest and best. To make us into something we were never intended to be. He shook his head bitterly. I had the truth in my hands years ago, back on Harun Kal, in the first months of the war. I had it, but I did not understand how right I was. Seen glimpses of this truth, we all have, Yoda said sadly. Our arrogance it is, which has stopped us from fully opening our eyes. Until now, Obi-Wan put in gently. We understand now the goal of the Sith Lord, we know his tactics, and we know where to look for him. His actions will reveal him. He cannot escape us. He will not escape us. Yoda and Mace frowned at each other for one long moment, then both of them turned to Obi-Wan and inclined their heads in mirror on his respectful bow. Seen to the heart of the matter, young Kenobi has. Mace nodded. Yoda and I will remain on Coruscant, monitoring Palpatine's advisors and lackeys. We'll move against Sidious the instant he is revealed. But who will capture Grievous? I have fought him blade to blade. He is more than a match for most Jedi. We'll worry about that once we find him, Obi-Wan said. A slight, wistful smile crept over his face. If I listen hard enough, I can almost hear Qui-Gon reminding me that until the possible becomes actual, it is only a distraction. General Grievous stood wide-legged, hands folded behind him, as he stared out through the reinforced viewport at the towering sphere of the Genosian dreadnought. The immense ship looked small, though, against the scale of the vast sinkhole that rose around it. This was Utapau, a remote backworld on the fringe of the Outer Rim. At ground level, far above, where Grievous stood now, the planet appeared to be a featureless wall of barren rock, scoured flat by endless hyperwinds. From orbit, though, its cities and factories and spaceports could be seen as the planet's rotation brought its cavernous sinkholes one at a time into view. These sinkholes were the size of inverted mountains, and every available square meter of their interior walls was packed with city. And every square meter of every city was under the guns of Separatist war droids, making sure that the Utapauans behaved themselves. Utapau had no interest in the Clone Wars, it had never been a member of the Republic, and had carefully maintained a stance of quiet neutrality. Right up until Grievous had conquered it. Neutrality, in these times, was a joke. A planet was neutral only so long as neither the Republic nor the Confederacy wanted it. If Grievous could laugh, he would have. The members of the Separatist leadership scurried across the permacrete landing platform like the alley rats they were, scampering for the ship that would take them to the safety of the newly constructed base on Mustafar. But one alley rat was missing from the scuttle. Grievous shifted his gaze fractionally and found the reflection of Newt Gunray in the transparisteel. The Neimoidian viceroy stood dithering in the control center's doorway. Grievous regarded the reflection of the bulbous, cold-blooded eyes below the tall peaked mitre. Gunray. He made no other motion. Why are you still here? Some things should be said privately, General. The Viceroy's reflection cast glances either way along the hallway beyond the door. I am disturbed by this new move. You told us that Utapau would be safe for us. Why is the Leadership Council being moved now to Mustafar? Grievous sighed. He had no time for lengthy explanations. He was expecting a secret transmission from Sidious himself. He could not take the transmission with Gunray in the room, nor could he follow his natural inclinations, and boot the Neimoidian Viceroy so high he'd burn upon re-entry. Grievous still hoped, every day, that Lord Sidious would give him leave to smash the skull of Gunray and his toady, Rune Harko. Repulsive snivelling grub breeded scum, both of them. And the rest of the Separatist leadership was every bit as vile. But for now, a pretense of cordiality had to be maintained. Utapau, Grievous said slowly, as though explaining to a child, is a hostile planet under military occupation. It was never intended to be more than a stopgap, while the defenses of the base on Mustafar were completed. Now that they are, Mustafar is the most secure planet in the galaxy. The stronghold prepared for you can withstand the entire Republic Navy. It should, Gunray muttered. Construction nearly bankrupted the Trade Federation. Don't whine to me about money, Viceroy. I have no interest in it. You had better, General. It's my money that finances this entire war. It's my money that pays for that body you wear, and for those insanely expensive Magna Guards of yours. It's my money. Grievous moved so swiftly that he seemed to teleport from the window to half a meter in front of Gunray. How much use is your money? He said, flexing his hand of jointed uranium in the Neimoidian's face. Against this? Gunray flinched and backed away. I have some concerns about your ability to keep us safe, General, that's all. The Trade Federation cannot work in a climate of fear. What about the Jedi? Forget the Jedi. They do not enter into this equation. They will be entering into that base soon enough. The base is secure. It can stand against 1,000 Jedi. 10,000. Do you hear yourself? Are you mad? What I am, Grievous replied evenly, is unaccustomed to having my orders challenged. We are the Leadership Council. You cannot give us orders. We give the orders here. Are you certain of that? Would you care to wager? Grievous leaned close enough that he could see the reflection of his mask in Gunray's rose-colored eyes. shall we say, bet your life on it? Gunray kept on backing away. You tell us we'll be safe on Mustafar, but you also told us you would deliver Palpatine as a hostage, and he managed to escape your grip. Be thankful, Viceroy, Grievous said, admiring the smooth flexion on his finger joints as though his hand were some species of exotic predator, that you have not found yourself in my grip. He went back to the viewport and reassumed his original position, legs wide, hands clasped behind his back. To look on the sickly pink in Gunray's pale green cheeks for 1 second longer was to risk forgetting his orders and splattering the Viceroy's brains from here toward Mantel. Your ship is waiting. His auditory sensors clearly picked up the slither of Gunray's sandals retreating along the corridor, and not a second too soon. His sensors were also registering the whine of the control center's holocom warming up. He turned to face the disk, and when the annunciator chimed to indicate the incoming transmission, he pressed the accept key and knelt. Head down, he could see only the scanned image of the hem of the Great Lord's robes, but that was all he needed to see. Yes, Lord Sidious. Have you moved the Separatist Council to Mustafar? Yes, Master. He risked a glance out the viewport. Most of the Council had reached the starship. Gunray should be joining them any second. Grievous had seen firsthand how fast the Viceroy could run, given proper motivation. The ship will lift off within moments. Well done, my general. Now you must turn your hand to preparing our trap there on Utapau. The Jedi hunt you personally at last. You must be ready for their attack. Yes, Master. I am arranging matters to give you a second chance to do my bidding, Grievous. Expect that the Jedi sent to capture you will be Obi-Wan Kenobi. Kenobi? Grievous's fists clenched hard enough that his carpal electra drivers whined in protest. And Skywalker? I believe Skywalker will be, otherwise engaged. Grievous dropped his head even lower. I will not fail you again, my master. Kenobi will die. See to it. Master, if I may trouble you with boldness, why did you not let me kill Chancellor Palpatine? We may never get a better chance. The time was not yet ripe. Patience, my general. The end of the war is near, and victory is certain. Even with the loss of Count Dooku. Dooku was not lost, he was sacrificed, a strategic sacrifice, as one offers up a piece in Dijarik, to draw the opponent into a fatal blunder. I was never much the Dijarik player, my master. I prefer real war. And you shall have your fill, I promise you. This fatal blunder you speak of, if I may once again trouble you with boldness, you will come to understand soon enough. Grievous could hear the smile in his master's voice. All will be clear, once you meet my new apprentice. Anakin finger-combed his hair as he trotted out across the restricted landing deck atop the temple ziggurat near the base of the High Council Tower. Far across the expanse of deck stood the Supreme Chancellor's shuttle. Anakin squinted at it, and at the 2 tall red-robed guards that stood flanking its open access ramp. And coming toward him from the direction of the shuttle, shielding his eyes and leaning against the morning wind that whipped across the unprotected field, was that Obi-Wan? Finally, Anakin muttered. He'd scoured the temple for his former master. He'd nearly given up hope of finding him when a passing Padawan had mentioned that he'd seen Obi-Wan on his way out to the landing deck to meet Palpatine's shuttle. He hoped Obi-Wan wouldn't notice he hadn't changed his clothes. It wasn't like he could explain. Though his secret couldn't last, he wasn't ready for it to come out just yet. He and Padme had agreed last night that they would keep it as long as they could. He wasn't ready to leave the Jedi Order. Not while she was still in danger. Padme had said that his nightmare must be only a metaphor, but he knew better. He knew that Force prophecy was not absolute, but his had never been wrong. Not in the slightest detail. He had known as a boy that he would be chosen by the Jedi. He had known his adventures would span the galaxy. As a mere 9-year-old, long before he even understood what love was, he had looked upon Padme Amidala's flawless face and seen there that she would love him, and that they would someday marry. There had been no metaphor in his dreams of his mother, screaming in pain, tortured to death. I knew you would come to me, Annie, I missed you so much. He could have saved her. Maybe. It had always seemed so obvious to him that, if he had only returned to Tatooine a day earlier, an hour, he could have found his mother and she would still be alive. And yet, and yet the great prophets of the Jedi had always taught that the gravest danger in trying to prevent a vision of the future from coming to pass is that in doing so, a Jedi can actually bring it to pass, as though, if he'd run away in time to save his mother, he might have made himself somehow responsible for her death. As though, if he tried to save Padme, he could end up, blankly impossible though it was, killing her himself. But to do nothing, to simply wait for Padme to die. Could something be more than impossible? When a Jedi had a question about the deepest subtleties of the Force, there was one source to whom he could always turn, and so, first thing that morning, without even taking time to stop by his own quarters for a change of clothing, Anakin had gone to Yoda for advice. He'd been surprised by how graciously the ancient Jedi Master had invited him into his quarters, and by how patiently Yoda had listened to his stumbling attempts to explain his question without giving away his secret. Yoda had never made any attempt to conceal what had always seemed to Anakin to be a rough disapproval of Anakin's very existence. But this morning, despite clearly having other things on his mind, even Anakin's Force perceptions, far from the most subtle, had detected echoes of conflict and worry within the Master's chamber. Yoda had simply offered Anakin a place on one of the softly rounded pod seats, and suggested that they meditate together. He hadn't even asked for details. Anakin had been so grateful, and so relieved, and so unexpectedly hopeful, that he'd found tears welling into his eyes, and some few minutes had been required for him to compose himself into proper Jedi serenity. After a time, Yoda's eyes had slowly opened, and the deep furrow on his ancient brow had deepened further. Premonitions, deep questions they are. Sense the future, once all Jedi could, now few alone have this skill. Visions, gifts from the Force, and curses. Signposts and snares. These visions of yours, they are of pain, Anakin had said. Of suffering. He had barely been able to make himself add. And death. In these troubled times, no surprise this is. Yourself you see, or someone you know. Anakin had not trusted himself to answer. Someone close to you? Yoda had prompted gently. Yes, Anakin had replied, eyes turned away from Yoda's too wise stare. Let him think he was talking about Obi-Wan. It was close enough. Yoda's voice was still gentle and understanding. The fear of loss is a path to the dark side, young one. I won't let my visions come true, Master. I won't. Rejoice for those who transform into the Force. Mourn them not. Miss them not. Then why do we fight at all, Master? Why save anybody? Speaking of anybody, we are not, Yoda had said sternly. Speaking of you, and your vision, and your fear, we are. The shadow of greed, attachment is. What you fear to lose, train yourself to release. Let go of fear, and loss cannot harm you. Which was when Anakin had realized Yoda wasn't going to be any help at all. The greatest sage of the Jedi Order had nothing better to offer him than more pious babble about letting things pass out of his life. Like he hadn't heard that a million times already. Easy for him, who had Yoda ever cared about, really cared about. Of one thing Anakin was certain, the ancient master had never been in love. Or he would have known better than to expect Anakin to just fold his hands, and close his eyes, and settle in to meditate, while what was left of Padme's life evaporated like the ghost mist of dew in a Tatooine winter dawn. So all that had been left for him was to find some way to respectfully extricate himself. And then go find Obi-Wan. Because he wasn't about to give up. Not in this millennium. The Jedi Temple was the greatest nexus of Force energy in the Republic. Its ziggurat design focused the Force the way a lightsaber's gemstone focused its energy stream. With the thousands of Jedi and Padawans within it every day contemplating peace, seeking knowledge, and meditating on justice and surrender to the will of the Force, the temple was a fountain of the light. Just being on its rooftop landing deck sent a surge of power through Anakin's whole body. If the Force was ever to show him a way to change the dark future of his nightmares, it would do so here. The Jedi Temple also contained the archives, the vast library that encompassed the Order's entire 25 millennia of existence. Everything from the widest ranging cosmographical surveys to the intimate journals of a million Jedi Knights. It was there Anakin hoped to find everything that was known about prophetic dreams, and everything that was known about preventing these prophecies from coming to pass. His only problem was that the deepest secrets of the greatest masters of the Force were stored in restricted holocrons. Since the Lorian Nod affair, some 70 standard years before, access to these holocrons was denied to all but Jedi Masters. And he couldn't exactly explain to the Archives Master why he wanted them. But now here was Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan would help him. Anakin knew he would, if only Anakin could figure out the right way to ask. While he was still hunting for words, Obi-Wan reached him. You missed the report on the Outer Rim sieges. I was held up, Anakin said. I had no excuse. That, at least, was true. Is Palpatine here? Anakin asked. It was a convenient enough way to change the subject. Has something happened? Quite the opposite, Obi-Wan said. That shuttle did not bring the Chancellor. It is waiting to bring you to him. Waiting? For me? Anakin frowned. Worries and lack of sleep had his head full of fog. He couldn't make this make sense. He patted his robes vacantly. But my beacon hasn't gone off. If the Council wanted me, why didn't they? The Council, Obi-Wan said, has not been consulted. I don't understand. Nor do I. Obi-Wan stepped close, nodding minutely back toward the shuttle. They simply arrived, some time ago. When the deck duty Padawans questioned them, they said the Chancellor has requested your presence. Why wouldn't he go through the Council? Perhaps he has some reason to believe, Obi-Wan said carefully, that the Council might have resisted sending you. Perhaps he did not wish to reveal his reason for this summons. Relations between the Council and the Chancellor are stressed. A queasy knot began to tie itself behind Anakin's ribs. Obi-Wan, what's going on? Something's wrong, isn't it? You know something, I can tell. No, only suspect. Which is not at all the same thing. Anakin remembered what he'd said to Padme about exactly that last night. The queasy knot tightened. And that's why I am out here, Anakin. So I can talk to you. Privately. Not as a member of the Jedi Council, in fact. If the Council were to find out about this conversation, well, let's say, I'd rather they didn't. What conversation? I still don't know what's going on. None of us does. Not really. Obi-Wan put a hand on Anakin's shoulder and frowned deeply into his eyes. Anakin, you know I am your friend. Of course you are. No, of course is, Anakin. Nothing is of course anymore. I am your friend, and as your friend, I am asking you, be wary of Palpatine. What do you mean? I know you are his friend. I am concerned that he may not be yours. Be careful of him, Anakin, and be careful of your own feelings. Careful? Don't you mean, mindful? Obi-Wan's frown deepened. No, I don't. The Force grows ever darker around us, and we are all affected by it, even as we affect it. This is a dangerous time to be a Jedi. Please, Anakin, please be careful. Anakin tried for his old rakish smile. You worry too much. I have to. Because I don't worry at all, right? Anakin finished for him. Obi-Wan's frown softened toward a smile. How did you know I was going to say that? You're wrong, you know. Anakin stared off through the morning haze toward the shuttle, past the shuttle. Toward 500 Republica, and Padme's apartment. He said, I worry plenty. The ride to Palpatine's office was quietly tense. Anakin had tried making conversation with the two tall helmet-masked figures in the red robes, but they weren't exactly chatty. Anakin's discomfort only increased when he arrived at Palpatine's office. He had been here so often that he didn't even really see it, most times. The deep red runner that matched the softly curving walls, the long comfortable couches, the huge arched window behind Palpatine's desk, these were all so familiar that they were usually almost invisible, but today, with Obi-Wan's voice whispering be wary of Palpatine in the back of his head, everything looked different. New. And not in a good way. Some indefinable gloom shrouded everything, as though the orbital mirrors that focused the light on Coruscant's distant sun into bright daylight had somehow been damaged, or smudged with the brown haze of smoke that still shrouded the cityscape. The light of the Chancellor's lamp disc seemed brighter than usual, almost harsh, but somehow that only deepened the gloom. He discovered now an odd, accidental echo of memory, a new harmonic resonance inside his head, when he looked at the curving view wall that threw into silhouette the Chancellor's single large chair. Palpatine's office reminded him of the General's quarters on Invisible Hand. And it struck him as unaccountably sinister that the robes worn by the Chancellor's cadre of bodyguards were the exact color of Palpatine's carpet. Palpatine himself stood at the view wall, hands clasped behind him, gazing out upon the smoke-hazed morning. Anakin. He must have seen Anakin's reflection in the curve of transparisteel. He had not moved. Join me. Anakin came up beside him, mirroring his stance. Endless cityscape stretched away before them. Here and there, the remains of shattered buildings still smoldered. Space lane traffic was beginning to return to normal, and rivers of Gnat-like speeders and their taxis and repulsor buses crisscrossed the city. In the near distance, the vast dome of the Galactic Senate squatted like a gigantic grey mushroom sprung from the bureaucrat plane that was Republic Plaza. Farther, dim in the brown haze, he could pick out the quintuple spires that topped the ziggurat of the Jedi Temple. "Do you see, Anakin?" Palpatine's voice was soft, hoarse with emotion. "Do you see what they have done to our magnificent city? This war must end. We cannot allow such. His voice trailed away, and he shook his head. Gently, Anakin laid a hand on Palpatine's shoulder, and a hint of frown fleeted over his face at how frail seemed the flesh and bone beneath the robe. "You know you have my best efforts, and those of every Jedi," he said. Palpatine nodded, lowering his head. "I know I have yours, Anakin. The rest of the Jedi." He sighed. He looked even more exhausted than he had yesterday. Perhaps he had passed a sleepless night as well. "I have asked you here," he said slowly, "because I need your help on a matter of extreme delicacy. I hope I can depend upon your discretion, Anakin." Anakin went still for a moment, then he very slowly lifted his hand from the Chancellor's shoulder. "Be wary of Palpatine. As a Jedi, there are limits to my discretion, Chancellor." "Oh, of course. Don't worry, my boy." A flash of his familiar fatherly smile forced its way into his eyes. "Anakin, in all the years we have been friends, have I ever asked you to do anything even the slightest bit against your conscience? Well, and I never will. I am very proud of your accomplishments as a Jedi, Anakin. You have won many battles the Jedi Council insisted to me were already lost, and you saved my life. It's frankly appalling that they still keep you off the Council yourself. My time will come, when I am older, and, I suppose, wiser." He didn't want to get into this with Palpatine. Talking with the Chancellor like this, seriously, man-to-man, made him feel good, feel strong, despite Obi-Wan's warning. He certainly didn't want to start whining about being passed over for mastery like some predolescent Padawan, who hadn't been chosen for a scramble team. Nonsense. Age is no measure of wisdom. They keep you off the Council because it is the last hold they have on you, Anakin. It is how they control you. Once you're a master, as you deserve, how will they make you do their bidding? Well, Anakin gave him a half-sheepish smile. "They can't exactly make me, even now." "I know, my boy. I know. That is precisely the point. You are not like them. You are younger, stronger, better. If they cannot control you now, what will happen once you are a master in your own right? How will they keep your toes on their political line? You may become more powerful than all of them together. That is why they keep you down. They fear your power. They fear you." Anakin looked down. This had struck a little close to the bone. I had sensed something like that. "I have asked you here today, Anakin, because I have fears of my own." He turned, waiting, until Anakin met his eye, and on Palpatine's face was something approaching bleak despair. "I am coming to fear the Jedi themselves." "Oh, Chancellor." Anakin broke into a smile of disbelief. "There is no one more loyal than the Jedi, sir, surely, after all this time." But Palpatine had already turned away. He lowered himself into the chair behind his desk, and kept his head down as though he was ashamed to say this directly to Anakin's face. "The Council keeps pushing for more control, more autonomy. They have lost all respect for the rule of law. They have become more concerned with avoiding the oversight of the Senate than with winning the war. With respect, sir, many on the Council would say the same of you." He thought of Obi-Wan, and he had to stop himself from wincing. Had he betrayed a confidence just now? Or had Obi-Wan been doing the Council's bidding after all? "Be wary of Palpatine," he'd said, "and be careful of your feelings." Were these honest warnings, out of concern for him? Or had they been calculated, seeds of doubt planted to head Anakin away from the one man who really understood him? The one man he could really trust? "Oh, I have no doubt of it," Palpatine was saying. "Many of the Jedi on your council would prefer I was out of office altogether because they know I'm onto them, now. They are shrouded in secrecy, obsessed with covert action against mysteriously faceless enemies." "Well, the Sith are hardly faceless, are they? I mean, Dooku himself. Was he truly a Lord of the Sith? Or was he just another in your string of fallen Jedi, posturing with a red lightsaber to intimidate you?" Anakin frowned. How could he be sure? But Sidious? Ah, yes, the mysterious Lord Sidious. The Sith infiltrator in the highest levels of government. Doesn't that sound a little overly familiar to you, Anakin? A little overly convenient? How do you know this Sidious even exists? How do you know he is not a fiction created by the Jedi Council, to give them an excuse to harass their political enemies? The Jedi are not political. In a democracy, everything is political, Anakin. And everyone. This imaginary Sith Lord of theirs, even if he does exist, is he anyone to be feared? To be hunted down and exterminated without trial? The Sith are the definition of evil. Or so you have been trained to believe. I have been reading about the history of the Sith for some years now, Anakin. Ever since the Council saw fit to finally reveal to me their assertion that these millennium-dead sorcerers have supposedly sprung back to life. Not every tale about them is sequestered in your conveniently secret temple archives. From what I have read, they were not so different from Jedi, seeking power, to be sure, but so does your council. The dark side? Oh, yes, certainly, the dark side. Listen to me. If this Darth Sidious of yours were to walk through that door right now and I could somehow stop you from killing him on the spot, do you know what I would do? Palpatine rose, and his voice rose with him. I would ask him to sit down, and I would ask him if he has any power he could use to end this war. You would. Anakin couldn't quite make himself believe what he was hearing. The blood rug beneath his feet seemed to shift under him, and his head was starting to spin. And if he said he did, I'd bloody well offer him a brandy and talk it out. You, Chancellor, you can't be serious. Well, not entirely. Palpatine sighed, and shrugged, and lowered himself once more into his chair. It's only an example, Anakin. I would do anything to return peace to the galaxy, do you understand? That's all I mean. After all, he offered a tired, sadly ironic smile. What are the chances of an actual Sith Lord ever walking through that door? I wouldn't know, Anakin said feelingly, but I do know that you probably shouldn't use that example in front of the Jedi Council. Oh, yes. Palpatine chuckled. Yes, quite right. They might take it as an excuse to accuse me. I'm sure they'd never do that. I am not. I am no longer sure they'll stop at anything, Anakin. That's actually the reason I asked you here today. He leaned forward intently, resting his elbow on the desk. You may have heard that this afternoon, the Senate will call upon this office to assume direct control of the Jedi Council. Anakin's frown deepened. The Jedi will no longer report to the Senate. They will report to me, personally. The Senate is too unfocused to conduct this war. We've seen this for years. Now that this office will be the single authority to direct the prosecution of the war, we'll bring a quick end to things. Anakin nodded. I can see how that will help, sir, but the Council probably won't. I can tell you that they are in no mood for further constitutional amendments. Yes, thank you, my friend. But in this case, I have no choice. This war must be won. Everyone agrees on that. I hope they do, my boy. I hope they do. Inside his head, he heard the echo of Obi-Wan, murmuring relations between the Council and the Chancellor are stressed. What had been going on, here in the capital? Weren't they all on the same side? I can assure you, he said firmly, that the Jedi are absolutely dedicated to the core values of the Republic. One of Palpatine's eyebrows arched. Their actions will speak more loudly than their words, as long as someone keeps an eye on them. And that, my boy, is exactly the favor I must ask of you. I don't understand. Anakin, I am asking you, as a personal favor to me, in respect for our long friendship, to accept a post as my personal representative on the Jedi Council. Anakin blinked. He blinked again. He said, me? Who else? Palpatine spread his hands in a melancholy shrug. You are the only Jedi I know, truly know, that I can trust. I need you, my boy. There is no one else who can do this job, to be the eyes and ears and the voice of the Republic on the Jedi Council. On the Council, Anakin murmured. He could see himself seated in one of the low, curving chairs, opposite Mace Windu, opposite Yoda. He might sit next to Ki-Adi-Mundi, or Plo Koon, or even beside Obi-Wan. And he could not quite ignore the quiet whisper, from down within the furnace doors that sealed his heart, that he was about to become the youngest master in the 25,000-year history of the Jedi Order. But none of that really mattered. Palpatine had somehow seen into his secret heart, and had chosen to offer him the one thing he most desired in all the galaxy. He didn't care about the Council, not really, that was a childish dream. He didn't need the Council. He didn't need recognition, and he didn't need respect. What he needed was the rank itself. All that mattered was mastery. All that mattered was Padme. This was a gift beyond gifts. As a master, he could access those forbidden holocrons in the restricted vault. He could find a way to save her from his dream. He shook himself back to the present. I am overwhelmed, sir, but the Council elects its own members. They will never accept this. I promise you they will, Palpatine murmured imperturbably. He swung his chair around to gaze out the window toward the distant spire of the temple. They need you more than they realize. All it will take is for someone to properly. He waved a hand expressively. Explain it to them. Politics. Orbital mirrors rotated, resolving the faint light on Coruscant's sun to erase the stars. Fireships cross-hatched the sky with contrails of chemical air scrubber, bleaching away the last reminders of the fires of days past. Chill remnants of night slid down the High Council Tower of the Jedi Temple, and within the cloistered chamber itself, Obi-Wan was still trying to talk them out of it. Yes, of course I trust him, he said patiently. We can always trust Anakin to do what he thinks is right, but we can't trust him to do what he's told. He can't be made to simply obey. Believe me, I've been trying for many years. Conflicting currents of energy swirled and clashed in the council chamber. Traditionally, decisions of the council were reached by quiet, mutual contemplation of the flow of the force, until all the council was of a single mind on the matter. But Obi-Wan knew of this tradition only by reputation, from tales in the archives, and stories told by masters, whose tenure on the council predated the return of the Sith. In the all too short years since Obi-Wan's own elevation, argument in this chamber was more the rule than the exception. An unintentional opportunity, the Chancellor has given us, Yoda said bravely. A window he has opened into the operations of his office. Fools we would be, to close our eyes. Then we should use someone else's eyes, Obi-Wan said. Forgive me, Master Yoda, but you just don't know him the way I do. None of you does. He is fiercely loyal, and there is not a gram of deception in him. You've all seen it. It's one of the arguments that some of you, here in this room, have used against elevating him to Master. He lacks true Jedi reserve, that's what you've said. And by that we all mean that he wears his emotions like a holonet banner. How can you ask him to lie to a friend, to spy upon him? That is why we must call upon a friend to ask him, said Agent Kohler in his gentle Zabrak baritone. You don't understand. Don't make him choose between me and Palpatine. Why not? Asked the holopresence of Plo Koon from the Bridge of Courageous, where he directed the Republic Navy strike force against the Separatist choke point in the Illandra system. Do you fear you would lose such a contest? You don't know how much Palpatine's friendship has meant to him over the years. You're asking him to use that friendship as a weapon. To stab his friend in the back. Don't you understand what this will cost him, even if Palpatine is entirely innocent? Especially if he's innocent. Their relationship will never be the same. And that, Mace Windu said, may be the best argument in favor of this plan. I have told you all what I have seen of the energy between Skywalker and the Supreme Chancellor. Anything that might distance young Skywalker from Palpatine's influence is worth the attempt. Obi-Wan didn't need to reach into the Force to know that he would lose this argument. He inclined his head. I will, of course, abide by the ruling of this council. Doubt of that, none of us has. Yoda turned his green gaze on the other councillors. But, if to be done this is, decide we must how best to use him. The holopresence of Ki-Adi-Mundi flickered in and out of focus as the Surian Master leaned forward, folding his hands. I, too, have reservations on this matter, but it seems that in these desperate times, only desperate plans have hope of success. We have seen that young Skywalker has the power to battle a Sith Lord alone, if need be. He has proven that with Dooku. If he is indeed the chosen one, we must keep him in play against the Sith, keep him in a position to fulfill his destiny. And even if the prophecy has been misread, Agent Kohler added, Anakin is the one Jedi we can best hope would survive an encounter with a Sith Lord. So let us also use him to help us set our trap. In Council, let us emphasize that we are intensifying our search for Grievous. Anakin will certainly report this to the Chancellor's office. Perhaps, as you say, that will draw Sidious into action. It may not be enough, Mace Windu said. Let us take this one step farther. We should appear short-handed and weak, giving Sidious an opening to make a move he thinks will go unobserved. I'm thinking that perhaps we should let the Chancellor's office know that Yoda and I have both been forced to take the field. Too risky that is, Yoda said. And too convenient. One of us only should go. Then it should be you, Master Yoda, Agent Cola said. It is your sensitivity to the broader currents of the Force that a Sith Lord has most reason to fear. Obi-Wan felt the ripple of agreement flow through the chamber, and Yoda nodded solemnly. The Separatist attack on Kashyyyk, a compelling excuse we'll make. And good relations with the Wookiees I have, destroy the droid armies I can, and still be available to Coruscant, should Sidious take our bait. Agreed. Mace Windu looked around the half-empty council chamber with a deepening frown. And one last touch. Let's let the Chancellor know, through Anakin, that our most cunning and insightful master and our most tenacious is to lead the hunt for Grievous. So Sidious will need to act, and act fast, if the war is to be maintained. Plo Koon added approvingly. Yoda nodded judiciously. Agreed. Agent Cola assented as well, and Ki-Adi-Mundi. This sounds like a good plan, Obi-Wan said. But what master do you have in mind? For a moment no one spoke, as though astonished he would ask such a question. Only after a few seconds, in which Obi-Wan looked from the faces of one master to the next, puzzled by the expressions of gentle amusement each and every one of them wore, did it finally register that all of them were looking at him. Bail Organa stopped cold in the middle of the grand concourse that ringed the Senate's convocation chamber. The torrent of multi-species foot traffic that streamed along the huge curving hall broke around him like a river around a boulder. He stared up in disbelief at one of the huge holoprojected proclamation boards. These had recently been installed above the concourse to keep the thousands of senators up to the moment on news of the war, and on the Chancellor's latest executive orders. His heart tripped, and he couldn't seem to make his eyes focus. He pushed his way through the press to a hard copy stand, and punched a quick code. When he had the flimsies in his hands, they still said the same thing. He'd been expecting this day. Since yesterday, when the Senate had voted to give Palpatine control of the Jedi, he'd known it would come soon. He'd even started planning for it. But that didn't make it any easier to bear. He found his way to a public comm booth and keyed a privacy code. The transparent steel booth went opaque as stone, and a moment later a hand-sized image shimmered into existence above the small holodisk. A slender woman in floor-length white, with short, neatly clipped auburn hair, and a clear, steadily intelligent gaze from her aquamarine eyes. Bail, she said. What's happened? Bail's elegantly thin goatee pulled downward around his mouth. Have you seen this morning's decree? The sector governance decree? Yes, I have. It's time, Mon, he said grimly. It's time to stop talking, and start doing. We have to bring in the Senate. I agree, but we must tread carefully. Have you thought about whom we should consult? Whom we can trust? Not in detail. Gideon Danu springs to mind. I'm sure we can trust Fangzar, too. Agreed. What about Iridic Stalu? Her hearts are in the right place. Or Chaikwe? Bail shook his head. Maybe later. It'll take a few hours at least to figure out exactly where they stand. We need to start with senators we know we can trust. All right. Then Tertanil would be my next choice. And, I think, Amidala of Naboo. Padme? Bail frowned. I'm not sure. You know her better than I do, Bail, but to my mind she is exactly the type of senator we need. She is intelligent, principled, extremely articulate, and she has the heart of a warrior. She is also a long-time associate of Palpatine, he reminded her. He was her ambassador during her term as Queen of Naboo. How sure can you be that she will stand with us, and not with him? Senator Mon Mothma replied serenely, there's only one way to find out. By the time the doors to the Jedi Council chamber finally swung open, Anakin was already angry. If asked, he would have denied it, and would have thought he was telling the truth, but they had left him out here for so long, with nothing to do but stare through the soot-smudged curve of the High Council Tower's window ring at the scarred skyline of Galactic City, damaged in a battle he had won, by the way, personally. Almost single-handedly, and with nothing to think about except why it was taking them so long to reach such a simple decision. Angry? Not at all. He was sure he wasn't angry. He kept telling himself he wasn't angry, and he made himself believe it. Anakin walked into the council chamber, head lowered in a show of humility and respect. But down inside him, down around the nuclear shielding that banked his heart, he was hiding. It wasn't anger he was hiding. His anger was only camouflage. Behind his anger hid the dragon. He remembered too well the first time he had entered this chamber, the first time he had stood within a ring of Jedi Masters gathered to sit in judgment upon his fate. He remembered how Yoda's green stare had seen into his heart, had seen the cold worm of dread eating away at him, no matter how hard he'd tried to deny it, the awful fear he'd felt that he might never see his mother again. He couldn't let them see what that worm had grown into. He moved slowly into the center of the circle of brown-toned carpet, and turned toward the senior members. Yoda was unreadable as always, his rumpled features composed in a mask of serene contemplation. Mace Windu could have been carved from stone. Ghost images of Ki-Adi-Mundi and Plo Koon hovered a centimeter above their council seats, maintained by the seat's internal holoprojectors. Agent Kola sat alone, between the empty chairs belonging to Shark Tai and Tassali. Obi-Wan sat in the chair that once had belonged to Oppo Rancisis, looking pensive, even worried. Anakin Skywalker. Master Windu's tone was so severe that the dragon inside Anakin coiled instinctively. The Council has decided to comply with Chancellor Palpatine's directive, and with the instructions of the Senate that give him the unprecedented authority to command this Council. You are hereby granted a seat at the High Council of the Jedi, as the Chancellor's personal representative. Anakin stood very still for a long moment, until he could be absolutely sure he had heard what he thought he'd heard. Palpatine had been right. He seemed to be right about a lot of things, these days. In fact, now that Anakin came to think of it, he couldn't remember a single instance when the Supreme Chancellor had been wrong. Finally, as it began to sink in upon him, as he gradually allowed himself to understand that the Council had finally decided to grant him his heart's desire, that they finally had recognized his accomplishments, his dedication, his power, he took a slow, deep breath. Thank you, Masters. You have my pledge that I will uphold the highest principles of the Jedi Order. Allow disappointment lightly, the Council does not. Yoda's ears curled forward at Anakin like accusing fingers. Disturbing is this move by Chancellor Palpatine, on many levels. They have become more concerned with avoiding the oversight of the Senate than they are with winning the war. Anakin inclined his head. I understand. I'm not sure you do. Mace Windu leaned forward, staring into Anakin's eyes with a measuring squint. Anakin was barely paying attention. In his mind, he was already leaving the council chamber, riding the turbolift to the archives, demanding access to the restricted vault by authority of his new rank. You will attend the meetings of this council, the Quorum Master said, but you will not be granted the rank and privileges of a Jedi Master. What? It was a small word, a simple word, an instinctive recoil from words that felt like punches, like stun blasts exploding inside his brain that left his head ringing and the room spinning around him, but even to his own ears, the voice that came from his lips didn't sound like his own. It was deeper, darker, clipped and oiled, resonating from the depths of his heart. It didn't sound like him at all, and it smoked with fury. How dare you? How dare you? Anakin stood welded to the floor, motionless. He wasn't even truly aware of speaking. It was as if someone else were using his mouth, and now, finally, he recognized the voice. It sounded like Dooku, but it was not Dooku's voice. It was the voice of Dooku's destroyer. No Jedi in this room can match my power, no Jedi in the galaxy. You think you can deny mastery to me? The Chancellor's representative you are, Yoda said. And it is as his representative you shall attend the council. Sit in this chamber you will, but no vote will you have. The Chancellor's views you shall present. His wishes, his ideas and directives, not your own. Up from the depths of his furnace heart came an answer so far transcending fury that it sounded cold as interstellar space. This is an insult to me, and to the Chancellor. Do not imagine that it will be tolerated. Mace Windu's eyes were as cold as the voice from Anakin's mouth. Take your seat, young Skywalker. Anakin matched his stare. Perhaps I'll take yours. His own voice, inside his head, had a hot black fire that smoked from the depths of his furnace heart. You think you can stop me from saving my love? You think you can make me watch her die? Go ahead and warp at this, you. Anakin, Obi-Wan said softly. He gestured to an empty seat beside him. Please. and something in Obi-Wan's gentle voice, in his simple, straightforward request, sent his anger slinking off ashamed, and Anakin found himself alone on the carpet in the middle of the Jedi Council, blinking. He suddenly felt very young, and very foolish. Forgive me, Masters. His glow of contrition couldn't hide the blaze of embarrassment that climbed his cheeks. The rest of the session passed in a haze. Ki-Adi-Mundi said something about no Republic world reporting any sign of Grievous, and Anakin felt a dull shock when the Council assigned the task of coordinating the search to Obi-Wan alone. On top of everything else, now they were splitting up the team. He was so numbly astonished by it all that he barely registered what they were saying about a droid landing on Kashyyyk, but he had to say something. He couldn't just sit here for his whole first meeting of the Council, Master or not, and he knew the Kashyyyk system almost as well as he knew the Makalim of Mos Espa. I can handle it, he offered, suddenly brightening. I could clear that planet in a day or two. Skywalker, your assignment is here. Mace Windu's stare was hard as Durasteel, and only a scrape short of openly hostile. Then Yoda volunteered, and for some reason, the Council didn't even bother to vote. It is settled then, Mace said. May the Force be with us all. And as the holopresences of Plo Koon and Ki-Adi-Mundi winked out, as Obi-Wan and Agent Kola rose and spoke together in tones softly grave, as Yoda and Mace Windu walked from the room, Anakin could only sit, sick at heart, stunned with helplessness. Padme, oh, Padme, what are we going to do? He didn't know. He didn't have a clue. But he knew one thing he wasn't going to do. He wasn't going to give up. Even with the Council against him, even with the whole Order against him, he would find a way. He would save her. Somehow. I am no happier than the rest of you about this, Padme said, gesturing at the flimsy plast of the sector governance decree on Bail Organa's desk. But I've known Palpatine for years. He was my most trusted advisor. I'm not prepared to believe his intent is to dismantle the Senate. Why should he bother? Mon Mothma countered. As a practical matter, as of this morning, the Senate no longer exists. Padme looked from one grim face to another. Gideon Danu nodded his agreement. Tertanil kept her eyes down, pretending to be adjusting her robes. Fangmar ran a hand over his unruly grey-streaked topknot. Bail leaned forward. His eyes were hard as chips of stone. Palpatine no longer has to worry about controlling the Senate. By placing his own lackeys as governors over every planet in the Republic, he controls our systems directly. He folded his hands, and squeezed them together until his knuckles hurt. He's become a dictator. We made him a dictator. And he's my husband's friend, and mentor, Padme thought. I shouldn't even be listening to this. But what can we do about it? Tertanil asked, still gazing down at her robe with a worried frown. That's what we asked you here to discuss, Mon Mothma told her calmly. What we're going to do about it. Fangmar shifted uncomfortably. I'm not sure I like where this is going. None of us likes where anything is going, Bail said, half rising. That's exactly the point. We can't let 1,000 years of democracy disappear without a fight. A fight? Padme said. I can't believe what I'm hearing, Bail. You sound like a separatist. Bail sank back into his seat. I apologize. That was not my intent. I asked you all here because of all the senators in the galaxy. You four have been the most consistent and influential voices of reason and restraint, doing all you could to preserve our poor, tattered constitution. We don't want to hurt the Republic. With your help, we hope to save it. It has become increasingly clear, Mon Mothma said, that Palpatine has become an enemy of democracy. He must be stopped. The Senate gave him these powers, Padme said. The Senate can rein him in. Gideon Danu sat forward. I fear you underestimate just how deeply the Senate's corruption has taken hold. Who will vote against Palpatine now? I will, Padme said. She discovered that she meant it. And I'll find others, too. She'd have to, no matter how much it hurt Anakin. Oh, my love, will you ever find a way to forgive me? You do that, Bail said. Make as much noise as you can, keep Palpatine watching what you're doing in the Senate. That should provide some cover while Mon Mothma and I begin building our organization. Stop. Padme rose. It's better to leave some things unsaid. Right now, it's better I don't know anything about anything. Don't make me lie to my husband was her unspoken plea. She tried to convey it with her eyes. Please, Bail, don't make me lie to him. It will break his heart. Perhaps he saw something there. After a moment's indecision, he nodded. Very well. Other matters can be left for other times. Until then, this meeting must remain absolutely secret. Even hinting at an effective opposition to Palpatine can be, as we've all seen, very dangerous. We must agree never to speak of these matters except among the people who are now in this room. We must bring no one into this secret without the agreement of each and every one of us. That includes even those closest to you, Mon Mothma added. Even your families, to share anything of this will expose them to the same danger we all face. No one can be told. No one. Padme watched them all nod, and what could she do? What could she say? You can keep your own secrets, but I'll have to tell my Jedi husband, who is Palpatine's beloved protege. She sighed. Yes, agreed. And all she could think as the little group dispersed to their own offices was no, Anakin, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anakin was glad the vast vaulted temple hallway was deserted save for him and Obi-Wan. He didn't have to keep his voice down. This is outrageous. How can they do this? How can they not? Obi-Wan countered. It's your friendship with the Chancellor, the same friendship that got you a seat at the Council, that makes it impossible to grant you mastery. In the Council's eyes, that would be the same as giving a vote to Palpatine himself. He waved this off. He didn't have time for the Council's political maneuvering. Padme didn't have time. I didn't ask for this. I don't need this. So if I wasn't friends with Palpatine I'd be a master already, is that what you're saying? Obi-Wan looked pained. I don't know. I have the power of any 5 masters. Any 10. You know it, and so do they. Power alone is no credit to you. Anakin flung an arm back toward the Council Tower. They are the ones who call me the Chosen One. Chosen for what? To be a dupe in some slimy political game? Obi-Wan winced as if he'd been stung. Didn't I warn you, Anakin? I told you of the tension between the Council and the Chancellor. I was very clear. Why didn't you listen? You walked right into it. Like that ray shield trap. Anakin snorted. Should I blame this on the dark side, too? However it happened, Obi-Wan said, you are in a very delicate situation. What situation? Who cares about me, no master? I'm just a kid, right? Is that what it's about? Is Master Windu turning everyone against me because until I came along, he was the youngest Jedi ever named to the Council? No one cares about that. Sure they don't. Let me tell you something a smart old man said to me not so long ago. Age is no measure of wisdom. If it were, Yoda would be 20 times as wise as you are. This has nothing to do with Master Yoda. That's right. It has to do with me. It has to do with them all being against me. They always have been. Most of them didn't even want me to be a Jedi. And if they'd won out, where would they be right now? Who would have done the things I've done? Who would have saved Naboo? Who would have saved Kamino? Who would have killed Dooku and rescued the Chancellor? Who would have come for you and Alpha after Ventress? Yes, Anakin, yes. Of course. No one questions your accomplishments. It's your relationship to Palpatine that is the problem. And it is a very serious problem. I'm too close to him. Maybe I am. Maybe I should alienate a man who's been nothing but kind and generous to me ever since I first came to this planet. Maybe I should reject the only man who gives me the respect I deserve. Anakin, stop. Listen to yourself. Your thoughts are of jealousy and pride. These are dark thoughts, Anakin. Dangerous thoughts. In these dark times, you are focused on yourself when you need to focus on your service. Your outburst in the Council was an eloquent argument against granting you mastery. How can you be a Jedi Master when you have not mastered yourself? Anakin passed his flesh hand over his eyes and drew a long, heavy breath. In a much lower, calmer, quieter tone, he said, what do I have to do? Obi-Wan frowned. I'm sorry. They want something from me, don't they? That's what this is really about. That's what it's been about from the beginning. They won't give me my rank until I give them what they want. The Council does not operate that way, Anakin, and you know it. Once you're a master, as you deserve, how will they make you do their bidding? Yes, I know it. Sure I do, Anakin said. Suddenly he was tired. So incredibly tired. It hurt to talk. It hurt even to stand here. He was sick of the whole business. Why couldn't it just be over? Tell me what they want. Obi-Wan's eyes shifted, and the sick fatigue in Anakin's guts turned darker. How bad did it have to be to make Obi-Wan unable to look him in the eye? Anakin, look, I'm on your side, Obi-Wan said softly. He looked tired, too. He looked as tired and sick as Anakin felt. I never wanted to see you put in this situation. What situation? Still Obi-Wan hesitated. Anakin said, look, whatever it is, it's not getting any better while you're standing here working up the nerve to tell me. Come on, Obi-Wan. Let's have it. Obi-Wan glanced around the empty hall as if he wanted to make sure they were still alone. Anakin had a feeling it was just an excuse to avoid facing him when he spoke. The Council, Obi-Wan said slowly, approved your appointment because Palpatine trusts you. They want you to report on all his dealings. They have to know what he's up to. They want me to spy on the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. Anakin blinked humbly. No wonder Obi-Wan couldn't look him in the face. Obi-Wan, that's treason. We are at war, Anakin. Obi-Wan looked thoroughly miserable. The Council is sworn to uphold the principles of the Republic through any means necessary. We have to, especially when the greatest enemy of those principles seems to be the Chancellor himself. Anakin's eyes narrowed and turned hard. Why didn't the Council give me this assignment while we were in session? Because it's not for the record, Anakin. You must be able to understand why. What I understand, Anakin said grimly, is that you are trying to turn me against Palpatine. You're trying to make me keep secrets from him, you want to make me lie to him. That's what this is really about. It isn't, Obi-Wan insisted. He looked wounded. It's about keeping an eye on who he deals with, and who deals with him. He's not a bad man, Obi-Wan, he's a great man, who's holding this republic together with his bare hands. By staying in office long after his term has expired. By gathering dictatorial powers. The Senate demanded that he stay. They pushed those powers on him. Don't be naive. The Senate is so intimidated they give him anything he wants. Then it's their fault, not his. They should have the guts to stand up to him. That is what we're asking you to do, Anakin. Anakin had no answer. Silence fell between them like a hammer. He shook his head and looked down at the fist he had made on his mechanical hand. Finally, he said, he's my friend, Obi-Wan. Yes, Obi-Wan said softly. Sadly. I know. If he asked me to spy on you, do you think I would do it? Now it was Obi-Wan's turn to fall silent. You know how kind he has been to me. Anakin's voice was hushed. You know how he's looked after me, how he's done everything he could to help me. He's like family. The Jedi are your family? No. Anakin turned on his former master. No, the Jedi are your family. The only one you've ever known. But I'm not like you, I had a mother who loved me. And a wife who loves me, he thought. And soon a child who will love me, too. Do you remember my mother? Do you remember what happened to her? Because you didn't let me go to save her, he finished silently. And the same will happen to Padme, and the same will happen to our child. Within him, the dragon's cold whisper chewed at his strength. All things die, Anakin Skywalker. Even stars burn out. Anakin, yes, of course. You know how sorry I am for your mother. Listen, we're not asking you to act against Palpatine. We're only asking you to monitor his activities. You must believe me. Obi-Wan stepped closer and put a hand on Anakin's arm. With a long, slowly indrawn breath, he seemed to reach some difficult decision. Palpatine himself may be in danger, he said. This may be the only way you can help him. What are you talking about? I am not supposed to be telling you this. Please do not reveal we have had this conversation. To anyone, do you understand? Anakin said, I can keep a secret. All right. Obi-Wan took another deep breath. Master Windu traced Darth Sidious to 500 Republica before Grievous's attack. We think that the Sith Lord is someone within Palpatine's closest circle of advisors. That is, who we want you to spy on, do you understand? A fiction created by the Jedi Council, an excuse to harass their political enemies. If Palpatine is under the influence of a Sith Lord, he may be in the gravest danger. The only way we can help him is to find Sidious, and to stop him. What we are asking of you is not treason, Anakin, it may be the only way to save the Republic. If this Darth Sidious of yours were to walk through that door right now, I would ask him to sit down, and I would ask him if he has any power he could use to end this war. So all you're really asking, Anakin said slowly, is for me to help the Council find Darth Sidious. Yes. Obi-Wan looked relieved, incredibly relieved, as though some horrible chronic pain had suddenly and inexplicably eased. Yes, that's it exactly. Locked within the furnace of his heart, Anakin whispered an echo, not quite an echo, slightly altered, just at the end. I would ask him to sit down, and I would ask him if he has any power he could use to save Padme. The gunship streaked through the capital's sky. Obi-Wan stared past Yoda and Mace Windu, out through the gunship's window at the vast deployment platform, and the swarm of clones, who were loading the assault cruiser at the far end. You weren't there, he said. You didn't see his face. I think we have done a terrible thing. We don't always have the right answer, Mace Windu said. Sometimes there isn't a right answer. Know how important your friendship with young Anakin is to you, I do. Yoda, too, stared out toward the stark angles of the assault cruiser being loaded for the counter-invasion of Kashyyyk. He stood leaning on his dimmer stick as though he did not trust his legs. Allow such attachments to pass out of one's life, a Jedi must. Another man, even another Jedi, might have resented the rebuke, but Obi-Wan only sighed. I suppose he is the chosen one, after all. The prophecy says he was born to bring balance to the Force, but... The words trailed off. He couldn't remember what he'd been about to say. All he could remember was the look on Anakin's face. Yes, always in motion, the future is. Yoda lifted his head, and his eyes narrowed to thoughtful slits. And the prophecy, misread it could have been. Mace looked even grimmer than usual. Since the fall of Darth Vader more than a millennium ago, there have been hundreds of thousands of Jedi feeding the light with each work of their hands, with each breath, with every beat of their hearts, bringing justice, building civil society, radiating peace, acting out of selfless love for all living things, and in all these 1,000 years, there have been only 2 Sith at any time. Only 2. Jedi create light, but the Sith do not create darkness. They merely use the darkness that is always there. That has always been there. Greed and jealousy, aggression and lust, and fear, these are all natural to sentient beings. The legacy of the jungle. Our inheritance from the dark. I'm sorry, Master Windu, but I'm not sure I follow you. Are you saying, to follow your metaphor, that the Jedi have cast too much light? From what I have seen these past years, the galaxy has not become all that bright a place. All I am saying is that we don't know. We don't even truly understand what it means to bring balance to the Force. We have no way of anticipating what this may involve. An infinite mystery is the Force, Yoda said softly. The more we learn, the more we discover how much we do not know. So you both feel it, too, Obi-Wan said. The words hurt him. You both can feel that we have turned some invisible corner. In motion, are the events of our time. Approach, the crisis does. Yes. Mace interlaced his fingers and squeezed until his knuckles popped. But we're in a spice mine without a glow rod. If we stop walking, we'll never reach the light. And what if the light just isn't there? Obi-Wan asked. What if we get to the end of this tunnel and find only night? Faith must we have. Trust in the will of the Force. What other choice is there? Obi-Wan accepted this with a nod, but still when he thought of Anakin, dread began to curdle below his heart. I should have argued more strongly in council today. You think Skywalker won't be able to handle this? Mace Windu said. I thought you had more confidence in his abilities. I trust him with my life, Obi-Wan said simply. And that is precisely the problem. The other 2 Jedi Masters watched him silently while he tried to summon the proper words. For Anakin, Obi-Wan said at length, there is nothing more important than friendship. He is the most loyal man I have ever met, loyal beyond reason, in fact. Despite all I have tried to teach him about the sacrifices that are the heart of being a Jedi, he will never, I think, truly understand. He looked over at Yoda. Master Yoda, you and I have been close since I was a boy, an infant. Yet if ending this war 1 week sooner, 1 day sooner, were to require that I sacrifice your life, you know I would. As you should, Yoda said. As I would yours, young Obi-Wan. As any Jedi would any other, in the cause of peace. Any Jedi, Obi-Wan said, except Anakin. Yoda and Mace exchanged glances, both thoughtfully grim. Obi-Wan guessed they were remembering the times Anakin had violated orders, the times he had put at risk entire operations, the lives of thousands, the control of whole planetary systems, to save a friend. More than once, in fact, to save Obi-Wan. I think, Obi-Wan said carefully, that abstractions like peace don't mean much to him. He's loyal to people, not to principles. And he expects loyalty in return. He will stop at nothing to save me, for example, because he thinks I would do the same for him. Mace and Yoda gazed at him steadily, and Obi-Wan had to lower his head. Because, he admitted reluctantly, he knows I would do the same for him. Understand exactly where your concern lies, I do not. Yoda's green eyes had gone softly sympathetic. Named must your fear be, before banish it you can. Do you fear that perform his task, he cannot? Oh, no. That's not it at all. I am firmly convinced that Anakin can do anything, except betray a friend. What we have done to him today. But that is what Jedi are, Mace Windu said. That is what we have pledged ourselves to, selfless service. Obi-Wan turned to stare once more toward the assault ship that would carry Yoda and the clone battalions to Kashyyyk, but he could see only Anakin's face. If he asked me to spy on you, do you think I would do it? Yes, he said slowly. That's why I don't think he will ever trust us again. He found his eyes turning unaccountably hot, and his vision swam with unshed tears. And I'm not entirely sure he should. Not from a Jedi. The sunset over Galactic City was stunning tonight. Enough particulates from the fires remained in the capital planet's atmosphere to splinter the light of its distant blue-white sun into a prismatic smear across multi-layered clouds. Anakin barely noticed. On the broad curving veranda that doubled as the landing deck for Padme's apartment, he watched from the shadows as Padme stepped out of her speeder and graciously accepted Captain Typho's good night. As Typho flew the vehicle off toward the immense residential tower's speeder park, she dismissed her two handmaidens and sent C-3PO on some busy work errand, then turned to lean on the veranda's balcony right where Anakin had leaned last night. She gazed out on the sunset, but he gazed only at her. This was all he needed. To be here, to be with her, to watch the sunset bring a blush to her ivory skin. If not for his dreams, he'd withdraw from the Order today. Now, the Lost 20 would be the Lost 21. Let the scandal come, it wouldn't destroy their lives, not their real lives. It would destroy only the lives they'd had before each other, those separate years that now meant nothing at all. He said softly, beautiful, isn't it? She jumped as if he'd pricked her with a needle. Anakin. I'm sorry. He smiled fondly as he moved out from the shadows. I didn't mean to startle you. She held one hand pressed to her chest as though to keep her heart from leaping out. No, it's all right. Anakin, you shouldn't be out here. It's still daylight. I couldn't wait, Padme. I had to see you. He took her in his arms. Tonight is forever from now. How am I supposed to live that long without you? Her hand went from her chest to his. But we're in full view of a million people, and you're a very famous man. Let's go inside. He drew her back from the edge of the veranda, but made no move to enter the apartment. How are you feeling? Her smile was radiant as Tatooine's primary as she took his flesh hand and pressed it to the soft fullness of her belly. He keeps kicking. Anakin asked mildly. I thought you'd ordered your medical droid not to spoil the surprise. Oh, I didn't get this from the MD. It's her smile went softly sly. Motherly intuition. He felt a sudden pulse against his palm, and laughed. Motherly intuition, with a kick that hard, definitely a girl. She laid her head against his chest. Anakin, let's go inside. He nuzzled her gleaming coils of hair. I can't stay. I'm on my way to meet with the Chancellor. Yes, I heard about your appointment to the Council. Anakin, I'm so proud of you. He lifted his head, an instant scowl gathering on his forehead. Why did she have to bring that up? There's nothing to be proud of, he said. This is just political maneuvering between the Council and the Chancellor. I got caught in the middle, that's all. But to be on the Council, at your age? They put me on the Council because they had to. Because he told them to, once the Senate gave him control of the Jedi. His voice lowered toward a growl. And because they think they can use me against him. Padme's eyes went oddly remote and thoughtful. Against him, she echoed. The Jedi don't trust him. That doesn't mean much. They don't trust me, either. Anakin's mouth compressed to a thin bitter line. They'll give me a chair in the council chamber, but that's as far as it will go. They won't accept me as a master. Her gaze returned from that thoughtful distance, and she smiled up at him. Patience, my love. In time, they will recognize your ability. They already recognize my abilities. They fear my abilities, he said bitterly. But this isn't even about that. Like I said, it's a political game. Anakin. I don't know what's happening to the Order, but whatever it is, I don't like it. He shook his head. This war is destroying everything the Republic is supposed to stand for. I mean, what are we fighting for, anyway? What about all this is worth saving? Padme nodded sadly, disengaging from Anakin's arms, and drifting away. Sometimes I wonder if we're on the wrong side. The wrong side? You think everything I've accomplished has been for nothing? He frowned at her. You can't mean that. She turned from him, speaking to the vast airway beyond the veranda's edge. What if the democracy we're fighting for no longer exists? What if the Republic itself has become the very evil we've been fighting to destroy? Oh, this again. Anakin irritably waved off her words. I've been hearing that garbage ever since Geonosis. I never thought I'd hear it from you. A few seconds ago you were saying almost the same thing. Where would the Republic be without Palpatine? I don't know, she said. But I'm not sure it would be worse than where we are. All the danger, all the suffering, all the killing, all my friends who gave their lives. All for nothing. He bit down on his temper. Everybody complains about Palpatine having too much power, but nobody offers a better alternative. Who should be running the war? The Senate. You're in the Senate, you know those people, how many of them do you trust? All I know is that things are going wrong here. Our government is headed in exactly the wrong direction. You know it, too, you just said so. I didn't mean that. I'm tired of this, that's all. This political garbage. Sometimes I'd rather just be back out on the front lines. At least out there, I know who the bad guys are. I'm becoming afraid, she replied in a bitter undertone, that I might know who the bad guys are here, too. His eyes narrowed. You're starting to sound like a separatist. Anakin, the whole galaxy knows now that Count Dooku is dead. This is the time we should be pursuing a diplomatic resolution to the war, but instead the fighting is intensifying. Palpatine's your friend, he might listen to you. When you see him tonight, ask him, in the name of simple decency, to offer a ceasefire. His face went hard. Is that an order? She blinked. What? Do I get any say in this? He stalked toward her. Does my opinion matter? What if I don't agree with you? What if I think Palpatine's way is the right way? Anakin, hundreds of thousands of beings are dying every day. It's a war, Padme. We didn't ask for it, remember? You were there. Maybe we should have pursued a diplomatic resolution in that beast arena. I was. She shrank away from what she saw on his face, blinking harder, brows drawn together. I was only asking. Everyone is only asking. Everyone wants something from me. And I'm the bad guy if they don't get it. He spun away from her, cloak whirling, and found himself at the veranda's edge, leaning on the rail. The Durasteel piping droned in his mechanical grip. I'm sick of this, he muttered. I'm sick of all of it. He didn't hear her come to him. The rush of air cars through the lanes below the veranda drowned her footsteps. He didn't see the hurt on her face, or the hint of tears in her eyes, but he could feel them, in the tentative softness of her touch when she stroked his arm, and he could hear them in her hesitant voice. Anakin, what is it? What is it really? He shook his head. He couldn't look at her. Nothing that's your fault, he said. Nothing you can help. Don't shut me out, Anakin. Let me try. You can't help me. He stared down through dozens of crisscross lanes of traffic, down towards the invisible bedrock of the planet. I'm trying to help you. He'd seen something in her eyes, when he'd mentioned the Council and Palpatine. He'd seen it. What aren't you telling me? Her hand went still, and she did not answer. I can feel it, Padme. I sense you're keeping a secret. Oh? She said softly, lightly. That's funny, I was thinking the same about you. He just kept staring down over the rail into the invisible distance below. She moved close to him, moved against him, her arm sliding around his shoulders, her cheek leaning lightly on his arm. Why does it have to be like this? Why does there have to even be such a thing as war? Can't we just go back? Even just to pretend. Let's pretend we're back at the lake on Naboo, just the two of us. When there was no war, no politics, no plotting. Just us. You and me, and love. That's all we need. You and me, and love. Right now Anakin couldn't remember what that had been like. I have to go, he said. The Chancellor is waiting. Two masked, robed, silent red guards flanked the door to the Chancellor's private box at the Galaxy's Opera. Anakin didn't need to speak. As he approached, one of them said, "You are expected," and opened the door. The small round box had only a handful of seats, overlooking the spread of overdressed beings who filled every seat in the orchestra. On this opening night, it seemed everyone had forgotten there was a war on. Anakin barely gave a glance toward the immense sphere of shimmering water that rippled gently in the stage's artificial zero-G. He had no interest in ballet, Mon Calamari, or otherwise. In the dim semi-gloom, Palpatine sat with the Speaker of the Senate, Mas Amedda, and his administrative aide, Sly Moore. Anakin stopped at the back of the box. If I were the spy the Council wants me to be, I suppose I should be creeping up behind them so that I can listen in. A spasm of distaste passed over his face. He took care to wipe it off before he spoke. "Chancellor, sorry I'm late." Palpatine turned toward him, and his face lit up. "Yes, Anakin. Don't worry. Come in, my boy, come in. Thank you for your report on the Council meeting this afternoon, it made most interesting reading. And now I have good news for you, clone intelligence has located General Grievous." "That's tremendous." Anakin shook his head, wondering if Obi-Wan would be embarrassed to have been scooped by the clones. He won't escape us again. "I'm going to, Moore, take a note, I will direct the Council to give you this assignment, Anakin. Your gifts are wasted on Coruscant, you should be out in the field. You can attend Council meetings by holoconference." Anakin frowned. "Thank you, sir, but the Council coordinates Jedi assignments." Of course. Mustn't step on any Jedi toes, must we? They are so jealous of their political prerogatives. Still, I shall wonder at their collective wisdom if they choose someone else. As I said in my report, they've already assigned Obi-Wan to find Grievous. Because they want to keep me here, where I am supposed to spy on you. To find him, yes. But you are the best man to apprehend him, though of course the Jedi Council cannot always be trusted to do the right thing. They try. I believe they try, sir. Do you still? Sit down. Palpatine looked at the other two beings in the box. Leave us. They rose and withdrew. Anakin took Mas Amedda's seat. Palpatine gazed distractedly down at the graceful undulations of the Mon Calamari principal soloist for a long moment, frowning as though there was so much he wanted to say, he was unsure where to begin. Finally he sighed heavily and leaned close to Anakin. "Anakin, I think you know by now that I cannot rely upon the Jedi Council. That is why I put you on it. If they have not yet tried to use you in their plot, they soon will." Anakin kept his face carefully blank. "I'm not sure I understand." "You must sense what I have come to suspect," Palpatine said grimly. "The Jedi Council is after more than independence from Senate oversight. I believe they intend to control the Republic itself." "Chancellor, I believe they are planning treason. They hope to overthrow my government, and replace me with someone weak enough that Jedi mind tricks can control his every word. I can't believe the Council." "Anakin, search your feelings. You do know, don't you?" Anakin looked away. "I know they don't trust you. Or the Senate. Or the Republic. Or democracy itself, for that matter. The Jedi Council is not elected. It selects its own members according to its own rules, a less generous man than I might say whim, and gives them authority backed by power. They rule the Jedi as they hope to rule the Republic, by fiat." "I admit." Anakin looked down at his hands. "My faith in them has been shaken." "How? Have they approached you already? Have they ordered you to do something dishonest?" Palpatine's frown cleared into a gently wise smile that was oddly reminiscent of Yoda's. "They want you to spy on me, don't they?" It's all right, Anakin. I have nothing to hide." "I don't know what to say." "Do you remember?" Palpatine said, drawing away from Anakin so that he could lean back comfortably in his seat. "How as a young boy, when you first came to this planet, I tried to teach you the ins and outs of politics?" Anakin smiled faintly. "I remember that I didn't much care for the lessons." "For any lessons, as I recall. But it's a pity, you should have paid more attention. To understand politics is to understand the fundamental nature of thinking beings. Right now, you should remember one of my first teachings. All those who gain power are afraid to lose it." The Jedi use their power for good, Anakin said, a little too firmly. Good is a point of view, Anakin, and the Jedi concept of good is not the only valid one. Take your Dark Lords of the Sith, for example. From my reading, I have gathered that the Sith believed in justice and security every bit as much as the Jedi. Jedi believe in justice and peace. In these troubled times, is there a difference? Palpatine asked mildly. The Jedi have not done a stellar job of bringing peace to the galaxy, you must agree. Who's to say the Sith might not have done better? This is another of those arguments you probably shouldn't bring up in front of the Council, if you know what I mean, Anakin replied with a disbelieving smile. Oh, yes, because the Sith would be a threat to the Jedi Order's power. Lesson 1. Anakin shook his head. Because the Sith are evil. From a Jedi's point of view, Palpatine allowed. Evil is a label we all put on those who threaten us, isn't it? Yet the Sith and the Jedi are similar in almost every way, including their quest for greater power. The Jedi's quest is for greater understanding, Anakin countered. For greater knowledge of the Force. Which brings with it greater power, does it not? Well, yes. Anakin had to laugh. I should know better than to argue with a politician. We're not arguing, Anakin. We're just talking. Palpatine shifted his weight, settling in comfortably. Perhaps the real difference between the Jedi and the Sith lies only in their orientation. A Jedi gains power through understanding, and a Sith gains understanding through power. This is the true reason the Sith have always been more powerful than the Jedi. The Jedi fear the dark side so much they cut themselves off from the most important aspect of life, passion, of any kind. They don't even allow themselves to love. Except for me, Anakin thought. But then, I've never been exactly the perfect Jedi. The Sith do not fear the dark side. The Sith have no fear. They embrace the whole spectrum of experience, from the heights of transcendent joy to the depths of hatred and despair. Beings have these emotions for a reason, Anakin. That is why the Sith are more powerful. They are not afraid to feel. The Sith rely on passion for strength, Anakin said, but when that passion runs dry, what's left? Perhaps nothing. Perhaps a great deal. Perhaps it never runs dry at all. Who can say? They think inward, only about themselves. And the Jedi don't. The Jedi are selfless, we raise the self, to join with the flow of the Force. We care only about others. Palpatine again gave him that smile of gentle wisdom. Or so you've been trained to believe. I hear the voice of Obi-Wan Kenobi in your answers, Anakin. What do you really think? Anakin suddenly found the ballet a great deal more interesting than Palpatine's face. I don't know anymore. It is said that, if one could ever entirely comprehend a single grain of sand, really, truly understand everything about it, one would, at the same time, entirely comprehend the universe. Who's to say that a Sith, by looking inward, sees less than a Jedi does by looking out? The Jedi are good. That's the difference. I don't care who sees what. What the Jedi are, Palpatine said gently, is a group of very powerful beings you consider to be your comrades. And you are loyal to your friends. I have known that for as long as I have known you, and I admire you for it. But are your friends loyal to you? Anakin shot him a sudden frown. What do you mean? Would a true friend ask you to do something that's wrong? I'm not sure it's wrong, Anakin said. Obi-Wan might have been telling the truth. It was possible. They might only want to catch Sidious. They might really be trying to protect Palpatine. They might. Maybe. Have they asked you to break the Jedi Code? To violate the Constitution? To betray a friendship? To betray your own values? Chancellor. Think, Anakin. I have always tried to teach you to think. Yes, Jedi do not think. They know, but those stale answers aren't good enough now, in these changing times. Consider their motives. Keep your mind clear of assumptions. The fear of losing power is a weakness of both the Jedi and the Sith. Anakin sank lower in his seat. Too much had happened in too short a time. Everything jumbled together in his head, and none of it seemed to make complete sense. Except for what Palpatine said. That made too much sense. This puts me in mind of an old legend, Palpatine murmured idly. Anakin, are you familiar with the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Anakin shook his head. I thought not. It is not a story the Jedi would tell you. It's a Sith legend, of a Dark Lord, who had turned his sight inward so deeply that he had come to comprehend, and master, life itself. and because the two are one, when seen clearly enough, death itself. Anakin sat up. Was he actually hearing this? He could keep someone safe from death. According to the legend, Palpatine said, he could directly influence the midichlorians to create life. With such knowledge, to maintain life in someone already living would seem a small matter, don't you agree? A universe of possibility blossomed inside Anakin's head. He murmured, stronger than death. The dark side seems to be, from my reading, the pathway to many abilities some would consider unnatural. Anakin couldn't seem to get his breath. What happened to him? Oh, well, it is a tragedy, after all, you know. Once he has gained this ultimate power, he has nothing to fear save losing it. That's why the Jedi Council brought him to mind, you know. But what happened? Well, to safeguard his power's existence, he teaches the path toward it to his apprentice. And his apprentice kills him in his sleep, Palpatine said with a careless shrug. Plagueis never sees it coming. That's the tragic irony, you see. He can save anyone in the galaxy from death except himself. What about the apprentice? What happens to him? Oh, him. He goes on to become the greatest Dark Lord the Sith have ever known. So, Anakin murmured, it's only a tragedy for Plagueis, for the apprentice, the legend has a happy ending. Oh, well, yes. Quite right. I'd never really thought of it that way, rather like what we were talking about earlier, isn't it? What if? Anakin said slowly, almost not daring to speak the words, it's not just a legend. I'm sorry. What if Darth Plagueis really lived? What if someone really had this power? Oh, I am rather certain that Plagueis did indeed exist. And if someone actually had this power, well, he would indeed be one of the most powerful men in the galaxy, not to mention virtually immortal. How would I find him? I'm sure I couldn't say. You could ask your friends on the Jedi Council, I suppose, but of course, if they ever found him they'd kill him on the spot. Not as punishment for any crime, you understand. Innocence is irrelevant to the Jedi. They would kill him simply for being Sith, and his knowledge would die with him. I have to. Anakin found himself half out of his seat, fists clenched and trembling. He forced himself to relax and sit back down, and he took a deep breath. You seem to know so much about this, I need you to tell me, would it be possible at all, to learn this power? Palpatine shrugged, regarding him with that smile of gentle wisdom. Well, clearly, he said, not from a Jedi. For a long time after leaving the opera house, Anakin sat motionless in his idling speeder, eyes closed, resting his head against the edge of his mechanical hand. The speeder bobbed gently in the airwakes of the passing traffic. He didn't feel it. Klaxons blared, rising and fading as angry pilots swerved around him. He didn't hear them. Finally he sighed and lifted his head. He stroked a private code into the speeder's comm screen. After a moment the screen lit up with an image of Padme's half-asleep face. Anakin. She rubbed her eyes, blinking. Where are you? What time is it? Padme, I can't. He stopped himself, huffing a sigh out through his nose. Listen, Padme, something's come up. I have to spend the night at the temple. Oh, well, all right, Anakin. I'll miss you. I'll miss you, too. He swallowed. I miss you already. We'll be together tomorrow. Yes, and soon, for the rest of our lives. We'll never have to be apart again. She nodded sleepily. Rest well, my love. I'll do my best. You, too. She blew him a kiss, and the screen went blank. Anakin fired thrusters, and slid the speeder expertly into traffic, angling toward the Jedi Temple, because that part, the part about spending the night at the temple, was the part that wasn't a lie. The lie was that he was going to rest. That he was going to even try. How could he rest when every time he closed his eyes he could see her screaming on the birthing table? Now the council's insult burned hotter than ever. He even had a name, a story, a place to start, but how could he explain to the Archives Master why he needed to research a Sith legend of immortality? Yet maybe he didn't need the Archives after all. The temple was still the greatest nexus of force energy on the planet, perhaps even the galaxy, and it was unquestionably the best place in the galaxy for intense, focused meditation. He had much he needed the force to teach him, and a very short time to learn. He would start by thinking inward. Thinking about himself.